Before I get started, this is just an overview of the entire video. I don't expect anybody to watch this entire video. I understand it's extremely long. So if any of these topics is of interest to you, you can just jump to that topic. I start with an introduction and my process, acronyms, who was Missy, facts, general overview of the case, timeline, vehicles of interest, my license plate analysis of the Altima at SWFA, Creekside Church, including a very detailed exterior and interior tour, killer's outfit, killer's gait, killer's behavior, the encounter between Missy and the killer, after the murder, tools and weapons, unknown objects, suspects, motives, law enforcement documents, ways to identify the killer, and some final thoughts. Sigh. Another 600 hours looking into a cold case and feeling like it was a waste of time because I didn't solve it, and it's just really frustrating. But I try to be helpful, so that's why I share my research. I know this video is so long, like even I don't want to watch it. So I have a few suggestions. In the description below, I added all the different topics, so you can click the timestamp link and it will jump to that part of the video. Also, YouTube has an option where you can slow down to 0.25% of the video, or 2 times. So to watch it in half the time, you can click 2x. After I did a video on the Delphi murders, some people asked me to share my files, so I created a website and uploaded all of those files, and I did the same thing for the Missy Bevers case. So if you don't want to listen to me for a few hours, you can just go to that website link below and download the different documents and photos and all the files I have. For those of you who don't know, in Microsoft Word, there's a function, if you click on your keyboard, Control+F, that will open the Find feature, and you can enter any word and then click enter, and it will jump to that page that has that specific word that you're looking for. I know that this video is incredibly long, but if you're into true crime and you start looking at new cases, how much time do you spend looking at different YouTube videos that are pretty much summaries, repeating the same information over and over, and then maybe you go to Reddit and Web Sleuths and other different websites, and before you know it, you spent 10 to 20 hours and you really haven't learned that much. So I spent like 400 hours looking into this case, and over the past 2 months, I spent like 200 hours just creating this video. And I tried to keep in mind, what would I have appreciated seeing when I first looked at this case to save me hundreds of hours to get caught up. So if you want to know a lot of things about this case, my video and my files are a good resource. Before I get into my review of the case, I thought I'd just share a little bit about myself and also an overview of my research and this video. Like my Delphi video, these are not really just summary videos. They're how I foolishly thought I could maybe find one thing that could solve it, and how I looked at really minute details about the case. So, hi, I'm Tom, and for those of you who don't know me from my video on the Delphi murders, I'll just give you an idea how I ended up spending 600 hours over the last 8 months looking into the case of Missy Bevers. In my Delphi video intro, I said that I've had some success at researching some things that other people have not been able to find out. Like I have 2 adopted younger brother and sisters, and I found both of their families. As you can see by my other videos on my channel, I've been a big Mariah Carey fan since she first came out in 1990. And this won't be impressive to people who are not Mariah Carey fans, but I found 2 performances by Mariah before she became famous, using some out-of-the-box thinking that no other fan had been able to get their hands on in several decades. And there's been a few other instances where I've been able to gather some hard-to-find information. I'm not acting like I'm so great at this and a great researcher or sleuth or anything like that, but to be honest, I have had some success at researching things. I've never been into true crime stories, and I don't like seeing videos of people dying, but about a year ago, on February 1st, 2021, there was a national news story about some neighbors in Pennsylvania during a snowstorm where there was a married couple across the street where they were kind of like the neighborhood bullies apparently. And there was a single guy who lived across the street, and the married couple were putting their snow in his driveway or something, and he ended up shooting and killing both of them, and then he committed suicide. And it was all captured on home security video. Like I said, I do not like to see people getting shot or killed, so I did not click on the video. But about 10 days later, I saw online that people were still talking about the case. So I clicked to see why they were still talking about it, and apparently the photo of the guy who killed them and then committed suicide had never been found. So people did not know what this guy looked like. So since I've had success previously finding things that other people could not, I said, all right, let me see if I can solve this challenge. So the killer's name was Jeff Spade. So I Googled his name and his obituary for any clues. It said he ran marathons. So I Googled his name and the word marathon, and I found some results. So I searched the result times for his name, and I found his bib number, which is that white and black piece of paper that identifies the runners. So after a few hours searching pics, I found him. That's him for anybody who is familiar with that case but never saw his photo. So that was around February 10th, 2021, and a few days later was the 4-year anniversary of the Delphi murders, which I had previously seen the headlines, but I had never clicked on that video or that story. And so after I had that success finding Jeff Spade's photo, I said, all right, let me look and see what this case is and this video about Delphi. And I ended up spending 400 hours over the next few months doing it. And like I said, I felt frustrated at the end of it, but I felt like maybe the one thing I could contribute to the case was to share my research. So now, almost a year later, it has over 100,000 views, but unfortunately the case is still unsolved. And I told people at the beginning of my Delphi video that I'm not really doing true crime cases on my channel and not to subscribe to my channel. And like 1,700 people have subscribed to my channel. So I felt guilty that people were subscribing to my channel. So I told people in the comments, all right, I'll look into one more case. What should I look at? And somebody suggested Missy Bevers. So in early August 2021, I searched Missy's name and her video around 11:30 in the morning. And at 10:30 that night, after looking the entire day into the case, I told myself I have to go to sleep, and I guess this is going to be my next video. So since early August, I spent 400 hours looking into the case. It has taken me 200 hours to put this video together. And part of the reason I do that is because even though I've only done these deep dives on 2 true crime cases, it seems like there's no central location where you can get all of the files and a really deep summary of the case. So I figured hopefully the website I created by uploading my files will help people out who are new to the case. Or if you are familiar with the case and have been looking at it for the past 6 years, maybe you want to hear somebody else's perspective, and definitely you will see some pictures and videos that you have not seen. Don't know that it's worth you spending hours of your time, but that's up for you to find out. I ended up with over 100 pages of notes and over 1,000 files. And luckily, I'm somewhat organized, or at least I try to be. I tried to think of a lot of aspects in this case, and there's a lot of what ifs. So if you hate when people do that, you're probably going to end up hating me. So this video might not be for you. I think at one point the title of my Delphi video included deep dive, but then some guy commented that I did not include one fact and that it did not qualify as a deep dive. So I changed the title to Delphi Murders My Research, which I'll do the same with this case. But this video is definitely a deep dive. I get into really minute details. I recently saw a video on the case by some British guy who has a true crime channel, and he has like over 1 million subscribers, and he had a video on Missy, but he called her Missy Bevers instead of Bevers. And his video was 15 minutes and he called it a deep dive. I was like, hold my scuba gear. So I go down rabbit holes. I'm looking for Bugs Bunny, Jessica Rabbit, Little Foo-Foo. I mean, I'm really going down into the weeds in here. There's no shame in my rabbit hole game. So if you're into that, then maybe you'll like this video. I just want to say thanks and acknowledge all the people from the past 6 years who have shared their research and thoughts on the case online. It definitely helped me get a good view of what the case was about, so thank you. So if you see something that you contributed and I did not give you credit, sorry, I'm not trying to steal your stuff. There is a lot of analysis of data and photos that I did on my own that I will be sharing in the video. In my Delphi video, I said that would be my only video I would do on the case, and obviously there's been some developments that I might do one update soon. This will likely be the only video I do on Missy because I talk about pretty much everything. But some people in the comments on my Delphi video said they'd like to talk to me about different aspects of that case. So in early June 2022, I'll try to do some live chats on my channel on the weekend. There's going to be like 2 people who join, but honestly, I'd rather have 2 than 200. So if you want to talk to me about either case in early June, I'll probably do it around noon Eastern Time on Saturday and Sunday, and 8 p.m. Eastern Time, both on Saturday and Sunday. Do not troll me in the chat or I'll investigate you. I did my best to get all of the facts straight in this video, but I'm sure I'm wrong about plenty of things, but I did try my best. If you have information that you know that I'm wrong about, please just feel free to write in the comments politely below what I got wrong. Yes, I sent my files to the police. And lastly, if you saw my Delphi video intro, I'm even more mortified by my YouTube channel now than I was a year ago. So thanks for watching, and can somebody please solve this? Before I get into each individual topic, I just want to give an overview of what my process was. I looked at all of Missy's social media posts and was zooming in on things on the background to see if I could find any clues. I think it's really important to find exact matches of clothing in these cases, so I spent a lot of time looking at every single thing, trying to find the exact match. Unfortunately, I wasn't too successful, but I tried. I contacted helmet manufacturers, Midlothian Police, Creekside Church, SWFA, Texas DMV, doctors who are experts in prosthetic legs, Nissan, the manager at Missy's gym, local news reporters, and other people who have been studying this case for the past 6 years. The biggest source of info was Web Sleuths, which has 47 pages and almost 50,000 posts on Missy's murder in the past 6 years. I really wanted to see if anybody was able to get exact matches of the clothing and the hammer of the helmet. So it took me like 5 months to read through the first 31 pages of Web Sleuths. And after that, I just skipped like every 2 to 4 pages because it kind of got redundant. So if you're new to this case and after watching my video, you want to find more information and you think, oh, should I start Web Sleuths from page 1? No, because it's going to take you so much time, and pretty much I included everything that I found there in this video. I also looked at Reddit a little bit, but there weren't that many topics about Missy. In case you're wondering, no, I do not post on either of those message boards. A few months ago, I did a joke video where I said a joke that I've recently gotten into true crime, and the most important thing is coming up with an online alias, and mine is Sleuther Vandross, but that's not true. In my uploaded files, I included a lot of my bookmarked websites, so I suggest checking those out. If you want more information about the case, I suggest checking out the website for Gumshoe Stories, as well as his YouTube channel, and the YouTube channel and podcast of True Crime Broads, who do a lot of interviews with people who knew Missy, as well as an interview Missy's husband did in 2021 with the YouTube channel Think Theo. There are some acronyms and abbreviations that people use online and that I also use in my notes, so I just want to go over those real quick. CC or CCOC stands for Creekside Church of Christ, where Missy was killed. FIL stands for father-in-law, Missy's father-in-law, Randy Bevers. CG is Camp Gladiator, which was the company Missy worked for. FB is Facebook. GS stands for Gumshoe Stories, which is the username for Tim Koval. He's probably the most well-known online investigator for this case, and he has a YouTube channel as well as a website. He's obtained photos and videos from inside the church as well as verifying other facts. LE is law enforcement. MPD is Midlothian Police Department. SP stands for SWAT Perp, which is a nickname some people online gave to the killer, but I just refer to them as the killer because that's what they are. RP stands for reporting person in the 911 call log, which is in my notes that I'll review later. SS is referenced in my notes for a screenshot of a video or website I took. SWFA is the name of a gun store right down the road from the church, which captured a Nissan Altima around 2 a.m. a few hours before Missy's murder. WS stands for Web Sleuths, which is a website that discusses a lot of different cases, and Missy's case has about 50,000 posts since her murder. It's been 6 years since Missy's murder, and since the beginning, there's been people who have been talked about online. I don't really feel comfortable putting these people's full names on a YouTube video, so I'm going to use either their initials or a nickname. So this list is some of the people who have been discussed since the very beginning of the case. I'm going to refer to the initials AT as the trainer. He was listed with his wife CT on a warrant for phone data. BWH stands for Bobby Wayne Henry, who was a guy who was arrested and believed to possibly be the killer, but he was later cleared by the police. CW I will refer to as LinkedIn guy. He was a man that was flirting with Missy on LinkedIn, and he was named in a warrant. KC I'll refer to as confirmed affair because Missy's husband Brandon said that Missy had an affair with him. He and his wife were listed on a warrant for phone data also. MB is Missy Bevers, and RB is Missy's father-in-law Randy. I want to give a quick overview of who Missy was. Her name was Terry Leanne Bevers, but she went by Missy. She was born August 9th, 1970, and was 45 years old when she died. She had 3 daughters and was married to Brandon Bevers. She was a special needs teacher for 2 years before she had her first daughter. She apparently had marital problems and was having a few affairs at the time of her death, but she and her husband seemed to be committed to making it work, and they were sharing loving messages on Facebook until her death, which seemed like nothing was really wrong in their marriage. A few years before her death, she became a fitness instructor, and the company she was working for at the time of her death was Camp Gladiator, and that's important because she was at the church to teach a Camp Gladiator class early in the morning. As you can see, her classes started at 5 a.m., but sometimes they even started earlier at 4:30 for certain people. Missy joined Facebook in 2009 and had approximately 1,500 Facebook friends at the time of her death. For people who are new to the case, these are some facts of the case that are helpful to know. The time of the murder was around 4:20 a.m. on April 18th, 2016, which was early Monday morning. The location was Creekside Church of Christ in Midlothian, Texas, which is about 30 minutes south of Dallas, Fort Worth, and Arlington. And the SS there just means that I have a screenshot of Google Maps showing where it is on a map. Missy lived about 15 minutes from the church, but belonged to another church down the road called Cowboy Church. Most of these Camp Gladiator workouts happen outside in parking lots. Cowboy Church has a large parking lot, so I'm not sure why she didn't have her classes there. Like I just said, she was an instructor for Camp Gladiator and had classes as early as 5 a.m. in the church parking lot. But due to a heavy rainstorm that previous night, the class is going to meet under the southwest awning and possibly exercise inside. It's important to note that the night before Missy's murder, she posted on Facebook that her class was still going to meet despite the heavy rain. Missy posted that she would be waking up at 3:30 a.m. for her class and informed her campers, "We have cover under the front awning." This is important to note. If Missy's killer planned her killing, and they viewed this Facebook post the prior night to make sure that she would be at the church. Missy did have a key to the church. The participants in Missy's classes are called campers because it's Camp Gladiator. On the morning of the murder, there were supposed to be 2 campers who arrived around 4:30 for the early class, but due to the rain, one of them decided to stay home, and another one apparently had a flat tire and didn't arrive until around 5 a.m. There was a third person who was a man, and it was his first time at Camp Gladiator, so he wanted to get there early. He arrived around 4:35 a.m. and was the first person to arrive after Missy. One of the warrants said that Missy and her husband were having financial and marital problems for at least the prior year, and Missy had affairs and also her husband may have, but there was no confirmation that he was. It was kind of interesting because online on Facebook, they were sharing really loving messages and supporting each other, so there was no real outward sign of trouble in their marriage. Three days before her murder, she wrote on Facebook, "Please say a prayer for Brandon Bevers this morning while he's having a minor surgery. I hope you feel better soon, honey. Love you." He apparently had some stomach issues and was going in for a colonoscopy. At the time of the murder, Missy's husband and in-laws were in other states and had alibis that were later verified by the police. Missy's mom was supposed to come help with the kids while Brandon was away, but due to the bad rainstorm, it prevented her from arriving on Sunday, which Brandon later said he did not know that she didn't arrive on Sunday. The killer covered their entire face and body, most likely to prevent from being recognized or injured or leaving DNA. The church's outdoor main entrance security camera had been broken for approximately 2 weeks, and church employees knew this, but due to decreased staff, apparently nobody got on a ladder and reset it. There is one other exterior camera outside the southwest entrance, but it seems to only pick up very close to the door entrance. Inside the church, there are 4 cameras, 2 at the northeast and 2 at the southwest, so they are pointed to capture all 4 hallways. But they only turn on when there is motion detected, and they turn off when somebody goes out of range. The police released over 2 minutes of footage after the murder asking for help identifying the killer. The killer did not take anything from the church. No gun is seen on the video footage released, but there is strong indication in some official documents that Missy died from injuries, possibly including a gun wound. The killer was seen holding burglary tools like a pry bar and hammer, but they also may have taken tools from the church that were used in the murder and left at the scene. It wasn't released if they belonged to the church or the killer brought them. One of the law enforcement documents said Terry Bevers had multiple puncture wounds found on her head and chest are consistent with the tools the suspect was carrying throughout the building. In released footage, the killer was not looking out the door or window for Missy to arrive. The killer spent at least 30 minutes in the church before Missy arrived, and possibly as much as 2 hours, but they left after they killed Missy around 4:20 because Missy's first student arrived at 4:35 and said they didn't see any cars in the parking lot. A few suspicious things about the case. Missy's husband and in-laws were out of town. Missy's husband and father-in-law used the Facebook feature check-in to show that you are at a certain location, which some people said was not normal for their Facebook activity. So some online sleuths who think they're guilty think that they did that just to have an alibi. Missy also worked out and gave personal training at a gym almost every day of the week, and the gym manager said that she was not acting like herself in the recent weeks and was more reserved. The day before her murder, Missy had just gotten back from a work weekend in Austin for Camp Gladiator. Missy had a daughter who was homeschooling, and her husband had health problems, and she taught Camp Gladiator fitness classes, so probably the only time that she was alone was before 5 a.m. class, and would be the only place and time that somebody would think that they could kill her without witnesses. Also, the church is so remote that no one could really hear a scream or a gunshot, and the reward is currently at $150,000. I created this timeline to help give an idea of what Missy's life was like in the years, months, weeks, and days before her murder. About 3 years before her murder in June 2013, she started her fitness journey by working out more. March 21st, 2014, she started personal training courses. She received her personal training certification in April 2014. The following month, she started as a personal trainer at Anytime Fitness Gym, which is that gym that I said that the manager said that she was more reserved in the weeks before her death. From July through December 2014, Missy was doing these boot camps associated with the Trainers Company. In January 2015, she started doing boot camps at Anytime Fitness. And in March 2015, she was hired by Camp Gladiator after 5 weeks of training. 10 months prior to her murder, around June 2015, Missy had a hysterectomy. I believe it was around the time of their wedding anniversary. Soon after her murder, Missy's husband gave an interview on his front lawn to local media, and he said that she began texting him every morning saying that she loved him 10 months prior. Some people speculate that that was after Missy's affair was revealed and they maybe recommitted to their marriage. 3 weeks prior to her murder, the gym manager where she worked out and trained almost every day for a few years said, quote, "She seemed a little more reserved in recent weeks." In the days leading up to her murder, Thursday, April 14th, 2016, Missy drove approximately 3 hours to Austin, Texas for a weekend of Camp Gladiator events. On Facebook, Missy posted a photo with 2 male Camp Gladiator trainers inside a gym. One of the men in the photo, along with his wife, were listed in a search warrant for their phone data. He's the guy I refer to as the trainer. During the weekend, she received a message from an unknown male on LinkedIn and showed it to her friend, who described it to law enforcement as creepy and strange. But the woman couldn't remember the guy's name, and Missy deleted it, and apparently law enforcement was never able to find out who sent it. Friday, April 15th, 2016, Missy's husband Brandon had a colonoscopy procedure due to diverticulitis and abdominal pain that he's had for quite a while. His mother took him to the doctor since Missy was away. Sunday, April 17th, the day before her murder, Brandon told his mother, quote, "I've told her she's got to be careful." His mother told an interviewer he was just so afraid something would happen at her early workouts. This was the church schedule that day. From 9:15 to 1, there was a blood drive. 9:30, there were Bible classes. 10:30 a.m. was their worship services. 5 p.m., there was a meeting in the kitchen. And at 5:30 p.m., there were some other classes. On Sunday, Brandon flew to Biloxi, Mississippi for a group fishing trip that was planned months prior, and Missy returned to Midlothian. At 6:49 p.m. that night, Missy posted on Facebook that her exercise class would be at 5 a.m. under the awning of Creekside Church since it was raining heavily. At 9:23, Missy posted again that she had to wake up at 3:30 a.m. Brandon said that he and Missy spoke twice after he arrived in Biloxi that evening. On the day of her murder, Monday, April 18th, 2016, the timing and the certainty of this is unknown, but it's speculated that the killer broke into the church door or window and then left to the nearby gun store SWFA to wait and see if police arrived due to an alarm going off. Businesses in Midlothian need to have an alarm permit and post a sticker notice, and Creekside did not have an alarm. But some businesses have an alarm that is silent, so a burglar would not know if it went off or not. Some facts that are known is at 1:58 a.m., a Nissan Altima entered the SWFA parking lot driving suspiciously. I have an in-depth analysis of the Altima later in the video. After 6 minutes at 2:04, the Altima exited SWFA. In a search warrant for Google, it stated that at 2:23 a.m., motion-activated cameras in the building are first activated, but they do not capture any person or the cause of the activation. It's not publicly available which camera that was. At 3:50 a.m., the suspect first appears on video coming out of room 8 into the North Hall, headed towards the northwest. Soon after the murder, the police uploaded a few short videos to their YouTube channel, and then they later added a new one that had over 2 minutes of footage. Only one of the shorter clips had a timestamp, and that was at 3:58 a.m. outside of room 1, with the killer putting tools back on their vest. I did some calculations, and the timestamp starts at 3:58 and 22 seconds. In the longer video, it shows that from 15 seconds to 1:02 is when the killer first appears in the West Hall as they go into room 2. So approximately 47 seconds less than 3:58:22 is 3:57:35 is when the killer was first shown approaching room 2. At 4:16 a.m., Missy's truck is shown on video driving into the church parking lot. This was probably captured from the SWFA video. At 4:18, Missy appears on video walking into the church at the southwest awning entrance. Police have not released any video of Missy at the church, but these are some facts that have been revealed. At 4:20 a.m., Missy was seen turning her head like she heard a noise and then walked down the main hall until she was out of range and the camera went black due to no nearby motion. She and the killer were never captured on video after that. At 4:30 a.m., a driver possibly saw a dark in color sport utility wagon pulling out of the church lot. There is speculation that this info may have been given to police a considerable amount of time after the murder and the witness wasn't 100% certain it was the same morning of the murder. I'm not 100% certain of that, but it was in the December 16th, 2016 Bobby Wayne Henry search warrant because he had a brown Honda CRV and they were looking into him, and so that was some kind of correlation that they wanted to find out. 4:35 a.m., the first camper attending the class was captured by surveillance video waiting under the southwest awning. At 5 a.m., 2 911 calls were placed, but there is only a public record of one of them without any audio or specifics. So there must be some kind of information in those calls that law enforcement did not want to reveal publicly. A Google warrant referenced that Missy was found at 5:02, and a 911 call was placed at 5:06, so there's some discrepancy about some of those timings. One of the campers called Missy's husband, Brandon, and said that he had to come to the church because there had been an accident, which caused him at first to believe that Missy was in a car accident. So he rented a car to drive back to Texas. It's unknown who was in the car with them, but there was some online speculation that it may have been his cousin, but that was never confirmed. At 5:01, the fire department was dispatched. 5:03, patrol officers were dispatched. 5:07, the fire department arrived. 5:10, officers arrived. 5:32, the chaplain notified to go to the church. At 8:20 a.m., the funeral home was on the scene. And around noon, the crime scene investigation was completed and the scene was released. I don't think the killer walked in a tactical outfit or took a motorcycle to the church in the pouring rain, so I'm going to examine some of the vehicles of interest. The analysis I did of the vehicles is very detailed and will probably be boring to some people. If you get bored, you may want to just jump to my license plate analysis, which might be a little bit more interesting. The Midlothian Police Assistant Chief Kevin Johnson said a vehicle can be seen on video that may belong to the killer, but there's not enough information to give the public. Quote, "There's one surveillance camera where you can see the car in the far corner of the frame parked in the distance. You can't make out a plate, and we're not even comfortable releasing anything about a possible make or model." This is probably from the SWFA rear camera facing the church, because the church's southwest exterior camera faces down to the door entrance and probably did not capture the parking lot, and it makes no sense that the killer would park in view of the highway on the west side of the church. SWFA Outdoors is the name of the gun store that is 0.6 miles or a 2-minute drive from Creekside Church. It has 17 different security cameras. Their website says that they are closed on Sundays and they open at 8:30 a.m. on Monday. This was in 2021, but I'm not sure how it was in 2016. About 8 months after the murder in December 2016, SWFA uploaded 7 minutes and 51 seconds of video showing a silver Nissan Altima driving suspiciously around their parking lot. I emailed the gun store to see if they had any additional footage they could upload to their site. They said they did not still have it, but at the time of the murder they gave so many files to the Midlothian Police Department that they had to buy an external hard drive to hold it all. The Altima entered at 1:58 a.m. and exited 6 minutes later at 2:04. The police have not said specifically that the killer is driving this car, but they have asked for people to try and identify who the driver is. They said the car could range from 2010 to 2012. I looked for photos of silver Altimas from 2010 to 2012 and then cropped and combined them for comparison. It was like a what's the difference between these photos game. But they are so similar that I could not definitively state which of those 3 years it was, but the 2009 and 2013 models are noticeably different. One example of a 2010 trunk had a raised area at the edge, but some 2010 trunks looked like the 2011 or 2012. Some of the dashboards in 2011 and 2012 had larger display screens that seemed to include GPS. I contacted Nissan in the US asking if they have the capability to run a report to see if a Nissan with a GPS was at SWFA at that time, and the report would somehow show the vehicle ID number. They said they weren't able to answer that question, so I emailed the CEO of Nissan. No, I'm kidding, I didn't. I wouldn't put it past me to do that, though. But I did email one of their tech divisions in Japan, but they never replied. Now I'll share my analysis of the video of the Altima at SWFA. Video captured a 2010 to 2012 Nissan Altima pulling into SWFA Outdoors. They use their blinker and then they turn their lights off. Yeah, it's not too suspicious. They seem to be going kind of fast, and maybe they could not see the entrance in the heavy rain. As you can see down here, it's really pouring at this time at 2 a.m. So the Altima goes around the entire building, and the killer also did the same thing by altering their appearance and went around the entire church. So I'd be curious to know if a car or the Altima left SWFA and drove around the entire church parking lot one time before parking in the back. So for the car that the police mentioned they saw in the distance, was that car's lights off also? So that might indicate that it was the same person. Gumshoe did a video where he parked in the spot at SWFA and pointed the camera to the church. After a car makes a right out of SWFA, they would have to go down to the next turnaround to get back to Creekside Church. Some of the reasons I thought about why the Altima driver might want to turn off their lights was to not have the lights trigger a motion sensor camera inside the store, or if they did not want to illuminate their front license plate to be captured on camera. If you look over at the church in the background, you'll see that a light appears right there. I tried to figure out what that could have been, and I think it may have just been the wind moved some of the trees, and it revealed a parking lot light. So you'll see some reflections on the windshield here. I'm not sure if it's the person or people inside, or if it's the reflection of the parking lot lights above. So why are they stopping? Why are their lights still off? They come to the back and they see these two cars. They turn their lights on, then back off, then back on, then back off. What are they looking for? Then back on. I don't know why they only released this higher up camera, because there's another camera that's lower to the ground that would have given a better view of the driver and the car. The front seat is pushed back far when the Altima leaves, so it's unlikely that somebody or something was in the back. So when the Altima pulls into the parking spot, there's a drop of water on the camera that distorts the view. I'm going to slow this down. It's not clear if it's the driver's face that's illuminated or if it's the reflection of the light above. Like right there, and there, and it kind of looks like there's something in the passenger side, but like I said, that could just be the reflection of the light above. And they pull in, and of course, the light totally blocks their face. As they pull in, they press on the brake, and then they let go of it, and you can see that that means that they went into park. The car rolls back just very slightly. So what I think happened is on the second floor there, you can see the security camera changed. And I think they maybe saw that and got spooked and they left. I zoomed in and their right hand turns the steering wheel, and it looks like there might be some kind of white mark on their right hand, which would match up with the killer's white sleeve or white mark on their glove. It's possible that the Altima driver could be somebody who was going to rob SWFA, but then they saw the two cars in the back and maybe thought somebody was inside, and then the security camera up on the second floor changing. So they parked for 3 minutes maybe to Google any other nearby businesses that they could break into. I used the Internet Wayback Machine to see what the church's website would look like in 2016. It's possible the killer maybe looked at the church website from the parking spot. The driver's seat seems to be pushed back pretty far. If the killer was around 5'8" and this is them in the Altima, could they really reach the pedal if the car seat was that far back? Some of the reasons somebody might push back a car seat that far would maybe be if they're tall, if they're changing their clothes or their shoes, if they're doing some kind of hanky-panky. Obviously they didn't sleep in 3 minutes. I tried to see if the driver's seat changed position from the time they entered to the time they pulled out of this spot, but I could not get a good view. I think those TVs on the second floor are showing all 17 security cameras, and it automatically switches between the different cameras. And when the suspect noticed a change in the lighting in the office and they were being filmed, they left. But Creekside Church has a sign at the entrance that says that they have cameras, and there's one on the front of the church, so why would a burglar be scared of SWFA cameras and not the church? Unless it was the two cars in the back that scared them also. Also, you can see that a car is about to pass, so I don't know if they were looking towards the highway and they waited until the car passed until they turned their lights on and left. You can see that they're wearing dark clothing. It's not like they're wearing white shirt or anything like that, so that does match up with the killer. There may even be a slight glimpse of their face and chin, which appears to be lighter. The video seems to be missing a few frames, like here, it kind of jumps there. When the Altima pulls out and the truck drives in front of it, I noticed there's a light on the dashboard. At first, I wasn't sure if it was their phone or a GPS navigation. What else would light up that people would put on the top of the dashboard? In one screen capture, it kind of looked like the dashboard electronics was sideways with the screen on the right side, which made me think of an older iPod for listening to music. This car was 2010 to 2012, so it might have been somebody using an older iPod to listen to their music, which would contradict any notion of a GPS being used and being able to track the driver. iPods do not have GPS. Also, the right side of the driver's head seems like it's uneven and could be a helmet. I don't think it's the headrest, which would probably be more of a straight line. They turn their blinker on going in a one way, so it's like, why are you doing that? Are they not familiar with this highway? Were they trying to be extra safe in case any police were watching in the median? It looks like they pull into the left lane, which means that they're going to make a U-turn ahead instead of just turning into the right lane. If this Altima had gone to the church before they came over to SWFA, the SWFA cameras would have captured it going on the opposite side of the highway. So a minute or two after this car pulls out of SWFA, is there a similar looking car going in the direction of the church? That would be odd that they passed the church, spent 6 minutes in the SWFA lot, and then did a U-turn going back in the same direction they came from. Unless they were lost and the reason they stopped was to look for directions, but then why did they turn off the lights and drive around in a weird way? Shady. Police said they did ask nearby businesses and homes for security camera footage, but they did not really find anything of use. There are some businesses like a Whataburger fast food restaurant, and I saw on Google Maps that they do have security cameras, as does some other businesses further down the road, but I guess they weren't able to see if this Altima went in that direction or not. Some possible theories I thought about this car and its driver. Did they bring the pry bar and hammer to open any doors or cases inside the store to get guns or ammo? They didn't carry a large bag around the church to carry out any items, but it could have been left in the kitchen. I wondered if the Altima driver is the killer, and they initially were going to rob SWFA. Did they wear the tactical outfit in case they broke into SWFA and there was a security guard inside? Obviously, it would look weird that somebody with police tactical gear shows up alone and tries to break in, but I'm not sure if they were wearing a bulletproof vest that might have protected against any kind of gunshots. Is it possible that the person had been to SWFA previously and went inside to see what it looked like and which section of the store they wanted to steal from? Law enforcement and SWFA should have looked at the surveillance video from the store inside and out from the prior several weeks, if available, to see if a silver Altima had maybe pulled in during the day or at night when it was not raining, and maybe the license would be a little bit more clear. But I'm not sure how far back SWFA saved video because they have 17 cameras. I imagine they don't want to waste a lot of computer space with older videos. The actions of the driver kind of made me think that they were indecisive and trying to think what they were going to do next. Like, where's the best place to park in a parking lot full of empty spaces in the middle of the night in a rainstorm? If someone is just pulling over to look at their phone at 2 a.m. or to make a call, they would have immediately pulled into a spot near the front, did what they needed to do, and then left. But the Altima was up to something that they knew was shady. I think they parked under that light so they could see better. If it was Missy's killer, maybe to put on different shoes or some of their outfit. The Altima has a light color interior, not black. I came up with this list of reasons the Altima might be related to the murder. The driver does multiple suspicious things at 2 a.m. on a Sunday night, Monday morning in a gun store parking lot. The police have access to unreleased SWFA footage and may have seen a car head toward the church on the opposite side of the highway that resembled the Altima, and maybe soon after that they saw a car pull into the back of the church, either with its lights on or off. When the Altima pulls out of the parking spot, the driver appears to be wearing a dark-colored shirt or jacket, and when they turn the steering wheel to the left with their right hand, it appears there might be a lighter area near their hand which would match the white near the glove of the killer. When the Altima is waiting for the tractor trailer to pass on the highway, it illuminates their outline and looks like it could possibly be similar to the killer's helmet. I'm curious to know if law enforcement captured a car, either an Altima or a dark SUV, on the SWFA camera that went in the direction of the church before the Altima pulled in, after the Altima pulled out, and what kind of cars went past SWFA between 4:20 and 4:35 when the first camper arrived and Missy was killed. They have the Altima passing at 2 a.m., so they should be able to match up if it went in the same direction at 4:30, unless after the murder they made a right out of the church and just kept going. The church security camera went off 19 minutes after the Altima pulled out of SWFA. So they pulled out at 2:04, and at 2:23 is when the security camera at the church went off. It's possible the Altima driver went to SWFA to rob it, and that is why they wore all of the tactical gear to protect against a security guard or something else. But then they got scared by the cars and decided to look for some businesses nearby to try and steal from. I know they didn't steal from the church, but maybe they were hoping to find cash at the church. But why would they care to add the police patches if their intent was to steal guns and didn't expect anyone to be inside SWFA? I watched several gun store burglary videos, and sometimes they don't even have a bag or a backpack. It's possible a gun store burglar had a bag, but didn't think they'd need it for the church items other than cash, or they brought a bag into the church kitchen and kept it there. My list for reasons the Altima might not be related to the murder: I looked to see when Texas bars and restaurants have to stop serving alcohol on Sunday nights, and it's midnight, but some bars close at 2 a.m. So did law enforcement ask local bars and restaurants to check for the Altima on their parking lot security camera on Sunday night? I wondered if a couple had a quickie in the parking lot, but even though there are certain frames where it looks like there might be someone in the passenger seat, there are other frames the passenger seat looks empty. There could have been reflections in the windshield from parking lot and building lights to make it look like somebody may have been in the passenger seat. You can see in the puddles that it was raining very hard. So it's possible the driver wanted to be safe and look at their phone while parked to look up things like either a nearby all-night fast food restaurant or some directions. Although driving around the entire lot, stopping in random places, and turning lights off was odd, but doesn't mean it was the killer of Missy. If it was the killer, why would they care about stopping and looking inside SWFA? Wouldn't they want to park in view of the highway to see if the police came to check on the church alarm? A witness, and possibly also the first camper, saw a dark-colored, small sport utility wagon leaving the church around 4:30. Nobody said they saw an Altima coming out of the church. Was the Altima a rideshare driver waiting for their next ride after bars close? What if the Altima had nothing to do with Missy? Did the killer drive a different car and go to a different location after testing the church's alarm by breaking the northeast door windows? Police said they asked businesses for footage, but did they see any cars or dark SUVs hang out in a nearby parking lot for a few minutes between 1 and 3:30 a.m. that could have come from the church after testing if there was an alarm? It's possible the killer tested the alarm and parked in the highway median right outside the church entrance. Since there wasn't a lot of traffic at that time of the morning, they could have just sat in the median and waited to see if any police cars were coming. And if not, after a certain amount of time, they could just pull right back into the church without anybody seeing them. What if the killer knew the church did not have an alarm? They could have stayed at the church the entire time without having to go to another nearby parking lot. So at the beginning of my research into this case, I wondered who buys and drives a Nissan Altima. I know I'm stereotyping, but don't a lot of white guys in Texas drive pickup trucks? I looked online and 1 out of every 4 cars in Texas are pickup trucks. This is a picture of SWFA from the daytime, and there are 10 trucks, 2 sedans, and 1 SUV. So if half the population of Texas is male, that means every other man in Texas is driving a truck. I think. I mean, I got a 2 on my math SAT, so don't quote me on that, but you get what I'm saying. So there's a likelihood that a white male driving a car in Texas is not driving a Nissan Altima, but that doesn't mean that Missy's killer isn't a white male. I don't live in Texas, but I started to look at the drivers of Altimas, and frankly, they all look like criminals. No, I'm kidding. So I created a spreadsheet. Of course, I created a spreadsheet. As I was walking outside or driving 80 miles an hour, I started to notice Nissan Altimas and started looking at the drivers. This spreadsheet I created breaks it down by female and male between their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, and either Asian, Black, Hispanic, or white. I ended up looking at 50 different drivers, and as you can see, white men in their 30s had the highest number with 7. The age range with the most was in their 30s and then the 40s. I realize this could have yielded different results in different location, and it doesn't really reflect exactly on this driver. It could be anybody, but I thought I'd just at least show this in case anybody was curious. Police initially tweeted that there was either a bumper sticker or decal on the back bumper of the Nissan, which they hoped somebody would recognize to help identify this car and the person driving it. Some people thought it was the SWFA logo reflection, but it doesn't seem to show up in earlier frames. In some of these later frames, when it gets closer to the exit, it does look like there is some kind of mark there. This is the logo up here, but the car was coming out here, so how could the logo show up in the middle of the bumper if the logo is over in this area? Gumshoe did a video where he pulled into SWFA at night, so I took this logo up here, and I cut it out, and I pasted it on the back of the bumper, and it does not have the same shape as whatever this object is. So the confusing part to me is this is the car as it goes to exit the lot, and there's no real definitive marking down here. It doesn't show up until they get further towards the exit. This is zoomed in, and it looks weird because it kind of does look like a shape. At first, to me, it kind of looked like a batch of flowers or some geometrical shapes, but then it kind of looked like a cartoon drawing of maybe a truck or a fire truck. Like this is the 2 windows, here's a back tire, this is the front of the truck, and this is the back. I don't know, it looks weird. This is with some editing to try and bring it out more. I thought a good way to maybe find out if it is a bumper sticker or reflection is to ask SWFA if they have other video at night of similar cars and see if that same shape shows up in the same spot on their bumper, but they did not reply. If this was a rental car, it's highly unlikely that they would have a bumper sticker on the back. If I had to choose one way or another, I would say there is not a bumper sticker because it does not show up in some of these earlier frames. What information indicates that the Altima pulled into the church a few minutes later? SWFA has this high camera that could see a car pulling into the back of the church's lot, but the entrance to the church and the awning are completely blocked by trees. I looked through all of Missy's Facebook posts to see if any cars in the parking lot were Altimas or dark SUVs or sport utility wagons, and I did not see any matches. This is a news report that shows the angle to the church. Could the Altima have been an accomplice car who stopped somewhat near the church and the killer got out and walked from the highway shoulder to the church and then again after the murder? Did the SWFA camera capture any cars pulling over near the church? But how would they communicate after the murder to be picked up? Walkie-talkies? The Altima could have been somebody checking out the store at that time of night for a future break-in, or they could have pulled into SWFA before going to the church. Why would they pull into the church twice and the SWFA once and potentially get their license plate on camera multiple times? They could have gone to SWFA to put on more of the outfit, driven to the church, broken doors, and driven out to the median and waited to see if police came and then just pulled back into the church. Finally, I'll talk about the dark small sport utility wagon. Bobby Wayne Henry was a suspect at one point, and in his search warrant dated December 16, 2016, it said, quote, "Investigators also received information from a passerby on the morning of the murder at approximately 4:30 a.m. that a vehicle was observed leaving the Creekside Church, which was described as a dark in color, small sport utility wagon. Investigators were able to confirm that Bobby Wayne Henry in fact owns and operates a dark brown 2014 Honda CR-V. A few years later, Gumshoe on Webster said the following, quote, "Here is the inside story on this SUV you love so much. A guy driving to work believed that he saw a small dark SUV leaving the church around 4:30. It was sometime later when this was brought up to police. The guy thought it was Monday the 18th when it happened. He remembered absolutely nothing else. Police wanted to try hypnosis. He refused because hypnosis is of the devil. Eyewitness testimony, the most unreliable form of testimony." True crime broads are two women, they're broads, who have a podcast with a lot of interviews with Missy's friends, and they've done some local investigating. And one of the hosts said that they talked to somebody at SWFA, and they said a truck was seen behind the church. So does the Altima have anything to do with this case, since a dark-colored sport utility wagon was spotted leaving the church 10 minutes after the murder? That seems more relevant than an Altima in a different parking lot more than 2 hours before Missy's murder. Could the suspect have parked behind the church in the Altima or another car, and a second accomplice in the SWV? SWV? That's a 90s girl group. And a second accomplice in the SUV was a lookout at the far end of the church lot, and they called the killer or used a walkie-talkie to let them know when Missy pulled out front. Maybe that is one reason why the killer was walking around so carefree, and people were like, why are you walking around like this if you're about to murder somebody? But the reason could be that somebody outside warned them that she arrived. This license plate analysis section is going to be really detailed, and I didn't solve what the full plate is, but some people may be interested in the technique I came up with, which they can apply to other cases they might come across with license plates that are easier to see. If you're not interested in this, just skip to the next topic. Having said that, I found this process very interesting, and although I don't do puzzles, this was kind of like putting pieces of a puzzle together, so you might be interested to see how my process unfolded. Figuring out the license plate for the Nissan Altima might be one of the biggest clues in this case, but the Altima might not have anything to do with Missy's murder. Finding the driver could rule out that possibility, so I spent over 50 hours trying to find ways to figure out the license plate characters. If the Altima is connected to Missy's murder, the driver may have driven close to the church with her actual license plate and then just pulled over on the side of Highway 287 and covered up the license plate partially before going to the church and possibly SWFA, and then took it off after they exited the parking lot. I doubt they would have risked getting pulled over in another area with a hammer, pry bar, and tactical gear if their license plate was covered up and the police saw them. Missy's killer seemed to have planned so many things, but exposing your license plate is a huge piece of evidence. Why go through the trouble of hiding your appearance when the police could get your name and address from your license plate at SWFA or the church, which both obviously had outdoor cameras? Is it possible that the Nissan Altima does not have a Texas plate? I think it's unlikely. The states that are near Midlothian, which is in eastern Texas, are Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, and Oklahoma, but none of them require a front plate. Considering this and that police said it was a targeted killing, it's highly likely this driver lives in Texas. There seems to be lettering on the bottom of the plate that starts under the second to third character, which would match the position of the phrase the Lone Star State, and at the top of the plate, it looks like there are several letters which could spell Texas. I want to give an overview of how my process evolved. Although I'm not into true crime, in 2021, I decided to try and solve crimes for reward money, and I'll upload a video sharing my tips at some point, but about 2 weeks before I even knew about Missy, I saw a case with a car that was captured on daytime security video, and the screen capture seemed to clearly show the front plate. But after zooming in, the characters weren't as obvious, so I came up with a technique on how to figure out the blurry characters. A few weeks later, on the first day I looked into Missy's case, I saw one of Aaron Stoner's videos, and he did something similar, but my process is a little bit different. Although I have to say I was really impressed with his video and I actually thought, this guy kind of thinks like I do. My condolences to him and his family. I downloaded the SWFA Ultima video and took 21 screenshots of the best frame. And I even looked to see if there was a better view of the plate on the pavement in the reflection with the rain, but there wasn't. I looked on Google and Craigslist for Texas plates and used Windows snipping tool to save each number and letter as its own file. I also took a screenshot of the letters and numbers and made them blurry at the same level the Ultima plate seemed to be. I used Adobe Photoshop and Photoscape X to bring out more of the black. Then I dragged the Windows Explorer folder containing either the letters or the numbers or the blurred screenshot and put it on top of the Ultima plate screen captures to see which characters resembled the numbers and letters, so I created a spreadsheet to keep track of my results. Now here's the more specific process. I Googled the Texas license plate format to have a better idea of which characters could be in which positions. I wasn't able to determine if the Ultima was a 2010, 11, or 12 because those models are very similar. The current Texas Classic plate design was introduced in July 2012, so a 2012 Ultima could have been available for purchase since summer 2011, but it's possible a 2012 Ultima could have the newer plate if it was purchased as new or used between July 2012 and April 2016. Texas citizens had to replace their plates every 7 years, so as an example, the owner of the 2012 Ultima could have been using their plates from a different older car since January 1st, 2009, and the DMV would have sent them new plates January 1st, 2016. The phrase, the Lone Star State, seems to start in between letters 2 and 3 and ends between numbers 2 and 3, and that matches with the Ultima, so it's definitely the latest Texas license plate design. The Texas license plate format is 3 letters, 1, 2, 3, the Texas symbol, and then 4 numbers. The vowels A, E, I, O, U, and also Q are eliminated so they're not confused with 1 and 0. Vowels are only used in personalized plates. To narrow down the potential first character possibilities, I came up with the idea to look on Craigslist in Texas for used cars from 2012 to 2016 for sale by owner so they would have the original plate and not a new car dealership plate, to try and get an idea of what characters to look for in the plate. Keep in mind that some of these cars could have been sold several times, so it may have a plate that was issued closer to 2021 when I did this search. So I wrote down the year of the car, so 2011, and the first 3 letters of the plate. So this one started CNT, a JXN. A 2012 car had the lowest letter I found, which was BJR. In 2021, it seems like they are distributing plates that start with the letter P. If you look back to this 2011 plate, there is one that starts with a P, but that's obviously a new plate on an older car. In February 2022, I found the most helpful site that lists the time frame each new letter was introduced. I contacted the person who keeps this list, and he said that since he was a teenager in the 1970s, he kept a log of the highest plate number he would see on the roads in Texas. And this website is just a summary of the information in that log. He said the highest passenger plate he had seen as of January 1st, 2016 was in the GVL letter combination. He saw GYM on February 10th, 2016. And on March 2nd, 2016, the highest he saw was HCC. So in April 2016, at the time of Missy's murder, Texas had only started printing plates starting with HBB approximately 1 to 2 months earlier, in February or March 2016. So the first letter of the Ultima had to be H or lower, and likely was G or lower. That would leave the following letters as the first character: B, C, D, F, or G. If the Ultima driver bought it new in 2012 or early 2013, and it didn't transfer over a prior plate, it likely would start with a B. The problem is I don't see the shape of a B in the Ultima plate's first character. The letter H in the third position is something I'm mostly confident about, and an H and B have somewhat similar shape, but the first Ultima space doesn't have a lot of black marking like the H does, so I don't think the plate starts with a B or an H, which leads me to believe that maybe it's a C or possibly G, because that shape might not cause a lot of black to show up on the camera at SWFA. The best views of the plate were when they were pulling in with the lights off. There was also a good view when the car was pulling out of the lot, but the rear license plates are difficult to see because of the lights embedded in the trunk above it. We know that the top part of the plate has Texas, so that demonstrates how smudged every other character is since it's so hard to see any letter in Texas. I'm curious to know what other people think. Did the driver turning their lights off as they pulled in make the plate more or less visible than it would have been if they had left their normal lights on? That would maybe make the plate character stand out more. I guess that's a question for SWFA to compare to other vehicles. The license plate characters are somewhat faint, so it required me using a photo program to try and bring out more of the characters. After I looked through the video and took 21 screen captures of the plate, I used Photoshop, which is expensive, and Photoscape X, which is free. I went to the Editor tab of Photoscape, and under the Color section, I dragged the marker left and right. If it improved the image, I kept it. If it didn't, I put it back to the prior value. I felt like an eye doctor who says, which is better, 1 or 2? I usually say, can you show me 1 again, because I forgot what it looked like. I also use the editing tools HDR and the negative option for the license plate and the killer in the church, although some of those adjustments made colors or clothing appear larger or smaller than the original depending on how I changed the settings, so I had to be careful not to be too misleading. Based on the shapes of the letters compared to the left of the Ultima plate, the only letters that seem to possibly fit are C, F, and G. I think the letter H is the third character, followed by enough space for the Texas symbol. I found this photo of an actual Texas plate online and I put it on top just to compare what an H looks like here and an H here, because it looks like there's 2 lines and there's space in between each, so an H is the most obvious choice. One of my problems with the plate is I don't really see 2 distinguishable characters to the left of the H in some of the frames. Like over here, what the heck is going on? Also, some of these characters seem to take up a lot less space vertically than this actual plate. Because if you see here, here's the plate that says the Lone Star State. So down here, you can kind of see that there is writing, and it does start near the third character, but it just seems like there's a lot of empty space in between here and the characters. But you have to remember, it's at night, and there's a lot of rain coming down. And here on the right side, between these last 2 numbers, it seems like there's a lot of space in between here. I think the last digit here is a 4 because it resembles this, but what can be here? If this is the H, I moved this over to line up with the H here. But here's another plate example that I found, and I tried to blur the H's to match the blur of the H of the actual Ultima. So if an H is the third character in the Ultima, and an H is the third character here, here's the Texas symbol, then this would be the first number, second, third, and then the fourth number here. But like I said, why is there so much space here? And this here is a 4 matching up with a blurry 4 here. So the 2 characters I'm most confident about are the H as the third character and a 4 as the 7th. In some of my 21 screenshots, there's a black horizontal line, which does not really make sense. Here's the negative of it. It looks like the Shroud of Turin. I wondered if that horizontal line could be the bottom of the letter L in the second position, but that doesn't seem to leave a lot of room for a letter to the left of it, and I think the only letter that could fit over here would be a C, because a C is a fairly basic shape. All of my 21 screenshots and all of these other things are uploaded to my site if anybody wants to fool around with them. I would just caution anybody from making their own analysis of my photos and then 500 people sending emails to the Midlothian Police Department with your 10 ideas of possible plate combinations. We have to remember that the resolution of this video is at night in the rain, and I'm not sure how much these characters are being changed when I'm adjusting the values. Since Missy's killer tried to hide everything else, did they tape or put something on the front of their license plate? They would have had to hope a police officer didn't notice. There is a spray that you can buy that hides license plate characters, But I think that mostly works when a traffic camera has a flash, and most of the Ultima plate seems to have characters except for the first two, so I don't think a spray was used. But it seems kind of odd that some of these characters here seem to be dark, but in positions 1, 2, and 6, it's hard to tell if there's anything there. I don't know if they put some regular white paper or tape on it, but the paper would have fallen off in the rain. This appears to be the Texas star symbol in the top left of the plate, which is above the first character in a plate. In this edit, it seems like there's a blob in the bottom left of the first character, which would maybe signify that it's a G. I created a photo of all the available Texas plate characters, one photo of letters and one photo of numbers, and increased the blur until the H seemed to have a similar blur to the Ultima plate's H in the third position to give me a better idea of what other characters would look like when they were blurred. For numbers, 5, 8, and 9 take up the most space and might be in positions 4 and 5. Numbers 2 and 7 would leave the most space to the right of position 6, and 4 appears to have a similar shape to the Ultima position 7. I wondered if the reason positions 1 and 2 don't show up at all in some frames is if they are shapes that have enough space that the black didn't show up at certain angles. So those letters would be C, G, J, L, and T. So I'm not sure if the second character of the plate is an L because of this white line down here. And remember, it cannot be an I because only personalized plates have vowels. So is it a personalized plate and this is a 1 or an I followed by an H? I'm not sure. But this line is even longer than any L, I, or 1 would be. And it does not show up in every frame, so like a lot of these things, it gets kind of confusing. The only letters I could really think of for this are J, L, T, and Z that would take up that amount of space. And this is what they look like blurred. So the J does not have any line here. The L is going in this direction. This is a T, and that's the Z. As you can see, most of these other letters would take up more of a space. And here there's a lot of white space. This is a different angle as it continued on into the parking lot. So if this is an H, it kind of looks like this could be a J here. I don't know, like I said, these images change from frame to frame and it gets kind of frustrating and confusing. But I think this technique is fairly decent at figuring out what kind of shapes these various characters would take up on a plate, and then eliminating ones that don't fit. So this is my photo 14-B, and here is what I consider to be an H. This kind of looks like it could be a J, which would leave space here, and here I think maybe a C or a G. For the third character, like I said, I really believe that's an H. A B would take up a similar space, but these would be closed here instead of, I know it's very difficult to see, especially on a YouTube video, but what I'm seeing is 2 lines, a quick line of black in the middle, and it looks like there is space open in between the 2 lines, including at the top and the bottom. So that will line up with an H. And then there's a space which would have the Texas symbol. So for characters 4 and 5, which are both numbers, some of these edits and angles are confusing because the black seems to bleed too much into the next number, but both seem to blur into a large size similar to the H. It's practically impossible to make out what numbers they are, but 8 is most likely with either 9, 6, 5, and 4 having the shape that would create the wider blur here. And here is the blurred version with the 5, 6, 8, and 9. The second number here does look like it has a little bit of space, which could maybe be a 4. I don't know, like I said, I feel like this part of the plate is kind of useless because it's so blurry. In my file photo 6A, it kind of looks like the fourth character has a flat line at the top, which would be a 5 or a 7. But obviously it has more black here than a 7 would usually have. This is a comparison I made with the rear plate here and one of my screen captures from the front plate here. Like I said, this does look like there's an H in the third, and that's really the only thing that stands out. The reason this is all blurred out is because there are 2 lights on the back of a Nissan Altima trunk. This is a negative image, so whatever is black here was actually a lighter color or white in the video. So if this is the Texas symbol here, there's the 4th character, the 5th, the 6th, and then here's the 7th. So why is there all of this empty white space here? The numbers that might cause that are 7, 2, or 1. Like a 1 is so thin that it may not show up, a 2 goes at this angle, and a 7 goes at this angle down also. But even saying that, it's like, how is this all white? I don't know. Like I said, and you can see it's very confusing. Now for the final and 7th character, like I said previously, the one that stands out the most would be a 4. It seems like there's a vertical line, which would have a 4 or a 1, but there's also a horizontal line, which would be the 4 going across here. This is one of my edits trying to bring out the black even more. This is my unedited image 1 when the car pulls in, and it looks like there's nothing to the left of the third character. This is my edit 1B, and like I said, this is the H. And what's going on over here? So this frame seems to show the 4 is here in the last position. This is just an edit I did to compare. So I looked on Craigslist in Texas for some cars that were for sale by owner to get these plates to kind of match up and do comparisons with the blurry version of it. And it looks like the 4 does kind of match up in this last spot, and the H does match up here. My suggestion to law enforcement would be, if they haven't done it already, it could not be that difficult for law enforcement in Texas to work with DMV to have somebody come up with some kind of program where you can search certain characters within this plate. So are they able to search license plates that have an H in the third character, a 4 in the last character, and that either start with a B, C, D, F, G, or H, to see if any silver Altimas had those characters in 2016. If there are any results, then they can take that plate and kind of match it up over here to this Altima plate to see if all of the characters would seem to be a match. Aaron Stoner has a YouTube channel, and he's done several videos with deep analysis of Missy's case, and he believes the killer's right ankle is so thin that it's a prosthetic leg. Plus, he thinks the license plate has a handicap symbol on the left. I assumed somebody in the comments was going to ask me my thoughts on his license plate suggestion, so here are my thoughts on that. Although the plate obviously has some irregularities, especially on that left side, and in some of the frames from the church video, the suspect obviously has a thin ankle. But if I had to choose, I would say this is not a handicap plate. So Aaron's suggestion is that it's a handicap symbol, the letter H, the Texas symbol, 981X. I emailed Texas DMV to find out what the format is of their handicap plates. Their response was, the format of our disabled plates is the disabled emblem, a number, and 4 letters. As you can see on my screen, these are some various disabled veteran and handicap plates I was able to find online. The DV stands for disabled veteran. These were some of the disabled veteran plate formats I found. As you can see, there's a wide variety. So here you have the handicap symbol, a number, and 4 letters. DMV continued, there are no other formats available for our disabled plates, and they cannot be personalized. If you would like to obtain a specialty plate and request to have the disabled emblem added to it, you may visit our plate vendor's website, www.myplates.com, to view the specialty plates we offer. Here's a handicap plate I found that starts with a 7 and then has 4 letters. So Aaron thinks this is a specialty plate where the person wanted the handicap symbol in the front, the letter H, the Texas symbol, 3 numbers, and a letter. I used the MyPlates website to try and come up with a mock-up for this, and then I also blurred it. This is a comparison I did with a handicap plate, and the symbol just doesn't seem to add up to me. So these are my reasons why I do not think it is a handicap license plate. Most of the specialty plates have the Texas star in the top right, as opposed to the normal plate where it is in the top left, although there are a few handicap plates that do have it in the top left. The Altima does not seem to have anything in the top right, and although the killer walks with a noticeable limp at certain points, there are other times where they walk normal and not like somebody who would feel the need to apply to park in handicap spots. Handicap plates are 6 characters, including the handicap symbol, compared to 7 characters plus the Texas symbol on a normal plate. The distribution of characters on the Altima plate lines up more with a normal plate length. I went to myplates.com for the Texas personalized plate generator, but they did not have the Texas Classic design available, so I tried with the closest option. They also didn't allow the handicap symbol, so I had to add the H Texas 981X and then pasted the handicap symbol, cut out the characters, and pasted on a black Texas Classic design. And then I blurred it to see how it would match up. The handicap symbol doesn't seem to match up when blurred. The empty space in the wheelchair wheel would be more noticeable. I don't think my blurred handicap symbol matches the Altima plate position where a handicap symbol would be. And there appears to be a space in the middle of the Texas symbol on the Altima, but handicap plates don't have a space or Texas symbol in the middle unless they add it on a personalized plate. So if the Altima driver got a personalized plate, why would they add the Texas symbol? And what significance would 981X have to somebody? Were they born in 1981 or married in September 1981 and they're a fan of Malcolm X? And why would they add an H before the Texas symbol? It just doesn't add up to me. I'm not criticizing Aaron, I'm just offering my perspective of it. He's put in so much time and hard work trying to solve this case, so I really commend him on his work. And I'm sure if he watched my entire video, he'd disagree with 100 things that I said. Like I said in my Delphi video, this isn't a competition for people to be like, oh, I'm better at online sleuthing than you. It's like we all want the same thing to get these cases solved. These are my questions about the license plate. Can law enforcement search for specialty or handicap plates assigned to 2010 to 2012 Nissan Altimas? Like I said previously, can they search characters within a plate in some kind of program? For instance, a 2010 to 2012 Nissan Altima that starts with B, C, D, F, G, and has an H in the 3rd position and possibly a 4 in the 7th position, and then see if any of the full plate results look like they match up with the SWFA Altima. One problem is that this person is probably no longer using this license plate for an Altima. They may have gotten a new car or license plate or transferred this plate to a new car that will show up in an online search. So hopefully police will be able to do a search that shows the history of the plate. So I'll just do a quick overview of my Excel sheet that I created. So after I searched online what the Texas plate format would be, I wrote up here that it cannot have A, E, I, O, U, or Q unless it's a personalized plate. So this column has the 1, 2, 3 characters. It has a Texas symbol, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I wrote L for letter, pound or number sign for numbers. I created this line for characters that seem to match up to the suspect plate. Some of these are empty because I could not figure it out. The next line has other options in order of most likely. Uh-oh, my I is capitalized. Heaven forbid. So I went through my screen captures of the license plate and I dragged my folder on top of it, and these were the various characters that I thought matched up. So each row here corresponds to the screen capture image that I took from the video. And this section down here has the rear plate, which obviously has a lot of question marks. Over here just has some notes I have. So if you try this technique for a different case that you work on and you feel like you have certain characters that match up, these are 2 different websites over here where you can go and enter characters of a license plate, and any matches will have a result that shows the year and the type of car. So that's the end of my license plate analysis. I doubt anybody's still listening. In this section, I'm going to review Creekside Church of Christ, including giving a very detailed tour of the exterior as well as the interior to give people an idea of the layout of everything before I review the video of the killer inside the church. So there's the address up there. So it's located in Midlothian, Texas, off of Highway 287. I used the Internet Wayback Machine, and there were 2 different websites. It seems like they changed pastors at one point and they went to a new location also. So I found a screen capture of their old website from October 2006 that said they were located in DeSoto, Texas, but soon would relocate to Highway 287 between Midlothian and, however you pronounce this word, Waxahachie. Uh-oh, the comments are going to be complaining. So the website creekside-church.com, apparently in 2004, was the website for a church in New York between 2004 and 2013, and the church where Missy was killed took over that domain in 2019. Before I get into more details, I'll give the tour now. So for anybody who downloads my files, I had to rename them for this tour so they would go in order, and the best way to do that is to do it numerically. So you might be kind of confused at some of these file names, but just realize I had to edit some of these file names to get my tour files to go in order. So here's the church over here. So on the left here is 287 North. This is going 287 South. In some of my other sections, I referenced this median where the killer could have come out after they tested an alarm and just sat out here waiting to see if any cops came. Or law enforcement, sorry. This is another view from the highway. So it's unlikely the killer would have parked in this section here. This is Google Maps, and it shows that Creekside Church is approximately 30 to 40 minutes from Dallas. Here's Arlington and Fort Worth are the other larger cities in the area. So for the exterior, we're going to go from west, north, east, south. Down here is the southwest awning where Missy parked her truck. This is another main entrance here at the west. There was some news footage on the day of the murder that got this aerial footage. So just again, this is west, north, east, south, southwest down here. Down here is the kitchen door where they broke in. Down here is the northeast where there was some damage, but the helicopter footage cropped that out. This is a view from east to west showing the highway. This is the northwest parking lot. In the distance, you can see SWFA gun store. This is a night view. This is a rare view showing what the skyline looks like. And this is the southwest area where Missy's truck is, and this is a police vehicle. So at the entrance, you can see there's a sign that says, "Notice, this property is protected by video surveillance." And here is the camera pointing towards the entrance. That's a close-up of the camera, which was not working. But as you can see from the entrance, I think this is the sign here. So if the killer is the person in the Altima and they turned off their lights at the SWFA, did they also turn off their lights here and they never saw this, or they never saw this camera also? This is a video at night entering the church. It was done by Gumshoe Stories channel on YouTube. Just a closer view of the front sign. And you can see it kind of slopes down, and this is the property across the street. This was a video, I believe, done by Trisha from Webster. This is the sign at the front, which shows parking is on all sides. The worship center, aka the sanctuary or auditorium, some people call it. The offices are to the right, as well as preschool, and teens are in the back, smoking. These are the west doors after the murder. You can see they put up police tape so people would not enter. Later on, I'll talk why did they put that here instead of the southwest or northwest areas. This is a comparison I did between the different door types between the west front entrance and the southwest where Missy entered has this different kind of lock, which I'll talk about later. This is from a video from Gumshoe Stories. Looking in the west entrance, this is Cub Corner. He asked if this was a good place to hide for the killer to surprise Missy. I used a photo editor to lighten this up because it was kind of dark, so at night it's very dark in here. This is a sidewalk on the west side. So here's the kitchen. This is actually a screen capture from Inside Edition, and this is Bobby Wayne Henry, who was one of the suspects at a time, but he was later cleared. This is the northwest entrance. This is looking in from the exterior doors at the northwest entrance inside. This sign says restrooms are down to the left in the northeast corner. Down here is the southwest entrance where Missy entered. Just another view of the northwest. This is the kitchen door. This is inside the kitchen door, which goes into room 7. You can see that the exterior handle came off. I'll talk more about that later. There was a lot of damage to it. This is still the kitchen door, and you can see they tried to take off the screen. I'm pretty sure this is a replacement and that police maybe analyzed the original. This is the broken glass from that door. This is the kitchen window boarded up. This is them just replacing it. This is a close-up of the glass on the floor outside the kitchen door. Now we're going to the northeast section. As you can see, there's a parking area back here where the killer probably parked. This is the northeast steps. There are 2 sets of doors here also. It has this type of lock, and this is the north hall here. And that's a piece of furniture in the northwest hall. This is just another view looking in. I'm pretty sure this is from Crime Broad's video. So if you walked in, on the right here are restrooms. On the left would be room 10 where the killer came out of. And on the right is room 9 where they were hammering at the end of the video. And here is room 8 where they first exited on the video at 3:50 a.m. These are the doors boarded up. Obviously they both had damage from the killer. Down here there are 2 different footprints, but I'm not sure that those are from the killer. It seems more likely that it was from somebody who did this work. This is a night view of the northeast entrance. This is the southeast entrance. And as far as I saw, there's no damage to these doors. So these are the southeast doors here, and then there's another door to the left. I'm not sure what this sign says here. So now we're at the southwest entrance where Missy entered. The campers gathered around here. Here is the external camera. You can see it's kind of pointed down in this area. So it probably doesn't have a wide view. Here's another shot of the camera pointing down, and another shot with the camera pointing down, and another shot with the camera pointing down. So this is what it would look like when Missy and other people would arrive in the dark. This is looking in from outside. This is a news report, and at one point I thought maybe this was some broken glass here, but it looks like it could be the cross that is attached to the wall in this area. This is a view of the church from SWFA, and this is where the Ultima parked. This is also from SWFA pointing at the church during the daytime. So you can see the back parking lot is somewhat visible here, and this is the night view. So I would imagine any car that would be driving back here, even if their headlights were off, their brake lights would show up at some point. So that's the end of the exterior tour. To start off the tour of the interior of the church, I believe this was from Facebook, which showed some of the room numbers and what they were for, but some of these may have changed over the years because this was kind of old. Some people who have looked into the case have come up with different maps of the church. A YouTube user with the name Dr. Tuttle went to the church and came up with this list of the rooms, and then they used a program to come up with this map. So this was very helpful, and you can see they added cameras with the different timestamps and various other helpful information, but it was kind of hard to read, and going back and forth between the list of the rooms and trying to figure out what is what was kind of confusing, so I updated it to this to try and make it a little bit more easier to read. This is part of the files that I uploaded to my site, so if you want to download this to read it easier, go on with your bad self. So for this interior tour, we're going to start where the killer broke in the north kitchen. So once they broke through the outside, this was the door that they came in. As you can see on the left here, there's a bin, and on the right, it looks like there's maybe some kind of dolly or something. So I believe that is this door here. You can see there's some kind of closet, which I think has a window back here, which had the broken screen. On the left, it is a door to room 6, because if you go here, I lightened this up, and it looks like there's a door handle here. So room 7 is also called the kitchen, and there are 2 doors to it, and here is one of the doors. Here is one of these sliding things to serve food to hungry children. This is the second door to room 7. Now we're going toward, this is facing the east. On here is room 8, which is also called Coconut Cafe sometimes. This is a better view of room 8. So here's this thing when it's pushed down. Here's the door. So here's the door between 7 and 8. And this is back facing the north. Here's another closet here. So this is the first view of the killer. So here's one door to room 8. And the second door to room 8 is where they first come out of. So they broke into the kitchen, used the interior door to come into 8. And then they peeked out here. And then they went in the northwest direction. So this is the northeast. So around here is the first door to room 8 where they came out. Here's the second door to room 8. The restrooms are on the left. This is the northeast entrance. And right here is the room 9 and 10. These are the restrooms in the northeast. Another northeast view. As you can see up here is a camera. This one goes down to the southeast direction. And I don't know if this is one here or up in here is kind of blurry going to the northwest direction. So this is the one that captured them coming out of room 10 to break the window and the door to room 9 at the end of the video. So as you come down the hall from the northeast to the northwest, here is the second door to room 7. There you can see it says 7. So this is a long view, the northeast, room 8, room 7, also known as the kitchen. And these are some doors that go up into the sanctuary. These are screen captures from a video uploaded by Gumshoe Stories, so I suggest you check out his YouTube channel and website. Some of them are blurry, but I tried to get the best view I could. So this is the door to room 6 on the right, and on the left you can kind of see outside is where the northwest entrance is. Those are the room 6 doors. The northwest entrance, more of the northwest entrance. I think this is an aquarium or fish tank over here. This is room 5, which I'll get to later. Here's some kind of furniture here, and here's room 5 again. More of the furniture. On the left is door 4. This is room 4. So here's 5, the furniture, 4, and then room 3. And on the left here is the little inset area. That gives a better view of that. There's a little place to sit. Again, room 3. So this is the indented area here. This is room 3, which is also called Kelsey's place. And on the left here are the west doors to enter. I wanted to show this picture from Facebook from a few years before the murder because it's facing in the northwest direction. And above this woman's head, you can see there is some kind of thing here, which is probably a glass case, which may have been broken in the struggle between Missy and the killer. But I was unable to find any photo that showed it better. Up here it says Worship Center. Here's a different view of Kelsey's place. So here's the west main entrance. Over here is room 2, also called Cub Corner. And here's another indented area here. So when you walk in the west entrance, this is what you see on the wall. These are from 2012. You'll notice here there is a camera, but this is from after the murder, and they put it in, obviously, to get more coverage. This is from March 2015, a year before Missy's murder, and there is no camera on this wall. So from the northwest, here is the middle west entrance foyer, facing the southwest entrance. So Missy came up this hallway. This is just a better view to show how much space there is in case somebody wanted to hide here. As we come further southwest, here are some bulletin boards. So after the killer was seen on video at 3:50 a.m., they walked northwest and none of that was captured until they got to this spot outside of room 2 here, and room 1 is here. On the opposite side, there are doors to the sanctuary, and up here says Holy Grounds, which you can see better here, which I think they serve some coffee here or something. These are some of Missy's campers from January 2016. I'm not sure if this is in the southwest or the northwest because this says Worship Center, and I know that the northwest entrance into the sanctuary does say this, but I'm not sure if the southwest does also. This is a view exiting the sanctuary. You see room 2 here. 1 is to the left. Like I said, this video is from Tim Koval's Gumshoe Stories channel. So he went through the entire video on one of his broadcasts. So on the right here would be room 1, and here's the ladies' room. You can see there's a large clock. Under the clock is a water fountain, the men's room, the southwest entrance. Up here is a camera facing northwest. Up here is a camera facing southeast. Not that it's of any importance, but in case you come across this photo of the southwest entrance, in 2012, it looks like they did not have these extra window panes, which they added, I guess, at a certain point later. This is a view from the southwest entrance looking inside. And like I said in my exterior tour, this is the cross on the wall that may have appeared to be broken glass, but it's actually the cross. This is after the murder, so there is some kind of object down here. I don't know if they replaced a glass case or not. So this view has a timestamp of 3:58 a.m. It's kind of hard to see what's going on down here about any glass case. This was a sign up for some kind of charity or something. This door is apparently a storage closet or something because it's very small. I don't know why they didn't try to go in it. So this is facing from southwest to southeast. The killer came over to room 21, which is the Dutch door. So room 21 Dutch door is on the right here. 20, 19, 18, 17. I don't know what the U is, utility closet? I did not add these numbers, so I'm not sure what this means. Here's 16, and at the end is 15. And then at the end is southeast. It looks like there might be 2 cameras up here, which they added after the murders. Just another view with the doors open. Here's the view from inside the sanctuary looking out to the southwest entrance and across the hall to room 21 Dutch door. This says church offices with an arrow pointed down that way. This is the Dutch door 21. That's a view looking inside room 21. So this is looking down the southwest. So this is 21, 20, 19, 18, and 17. Here's 20, 19. This is looking in 19. It's just some offices, it looks like. So there's 18, and on the left you can barely see room 17. I did not write this here, and I don't remember where I got this photo. Sorry, I try to give credit when I can, but I have so many files I could not write down where I got everything. This is kind of at an angle for the southeast entrance to the auditorium or the sanctuary. So this would be 17 here, 16, 15. This is an interior view. So at the southeast corner, it seems like there's an interior hall to get to these different offices. So I believe this is 17, but I'm not sure. So you come in here. On the left, you can see there's an office here. That's a better view to the left of that office. As we're going left, again, here's that office. Here's some kind of case. Even going further on the left, there's an open door into this office here. This is from a video from 2012. And this is a video from 2012 from the previous pastor's YouTube channel, showing they had computers, a printer, and some other stuff that somebody could have stolen. This is a different map created by somebody on Web Sleuths. I believe their name was Jethro4WS. So they tried to create a better idea of what these interior offices look like, but I'm not sure that this is 100% correct. This is the view from the northeast going down to the southeast. On the left here is room 10. On the right is room 9 where they tried to break in. I believe room 10 has 2 doors. This is the one in the northeast, and I don't know if this is room 10 or 11 down here. So after they broke the window in room 9, they came back down the hall and back down to go into the sanctuary. And this is a view of those doors. Once you get inside, this is what it looks like. I think this might be a light switch over here. Here's a different view of what that looks like. And just a friendly tip to anybody who takes video with your camera. When you hold your camera vertically, this is what it looks like, and you don't have all this space on the sides, which is frankly kind of frustrating. So you want to turn your camera horizontal so it has more of like a wide view. So again, here's the southwest sanctuary door. This would go out to room 2 and 1 here. Here's a different view across from the Dutch doors, and then, like I said, just out into room 2 and 1. This is a sound area. Here's the sound area, and this is the exit to the northwest hall. And further on the right here is the entrance to the north hall, and here's the kitchen. This is just a different view of the stage, and this is the entrance at the southeast that I was talking about. This is the southeast entrance here. Some people were trying to figure out the dimensions of the floor tiles, so somebody took these photos with a tape measure. I think this might be Gumshoe Stories, but I'm not sure. I don't think those are his feet. So it seems to show 30 inches are the tiles. These are just a few other pictures of some interior rooms. I'm not sure exactly which ones they are. And that's the end of the interior tour. Here's just an overview of the security cameras in the church. There were 4 in 2016. There were 2 at the northeast corner. One was facing the northwest, which is the first camera angle of the killer touching the wall after they exited room 9. One was facing the southeast, which is the end of the police video where they're hammering at room 9 doors window. There's 2 at the southwest corner. One is facing the northwest, which is the camera angle of the failed pry bar to open room 1. And one is facing southeast, which is the camera angle showing the Dutch door at room 21. The northwest and southeast corners did not have any cameras at the time, but I believe they installed them after. The cameras record upon motion detection, so the range to detect motion is only about halfway down the hall. The exterior cameras, one was outside of the southwest awning entrance, and that was working. The 2019 Google warrant referenced that it captured campers waiting outside. And there's one outside the northwest wall facing the highway, but it was not working. In one of Gumshoe Stories' videos, he said the outside camera facing the entrance stopped working 2 weeks before the murder. It was a recurring problem that needed someone to get on a ladder and press a reset button. The church knew it stopped working, but was short-staffed and didn't reset it before Missy's murder. So I wondered who knew that it wasn't working. I would imagine everyone at the church tried to think of people who worked or attended the church who matched the killer's walk and gait. Or did somebody overhear that the outside camera was not working, and they assumed that that meant that all of the cameras inside the church were also not functioning, so they could walk around and do whatever they want without being captured on video. Before police released a description of the killer's height, some users online tried to figure it out based on the door height, and it appears that those doors are 84 inches tall. This is my notes document on the church. So on Web Sleuth, somebody mentioned that they went to the church and they measured it and it was 84 inches, not 80. You can read their description of how they did it. They basically went into the church and extended their arm up above the door And then after they left the church, they used a tape measurer to see where it matched up, and it was 84 inches. They also said that the ceiling was much higher than they expected. No hallways were under 9 feet, some were over 10 feet. Gumshoe created this description of the doors showing which ones were inward opening or outward opening. He also said that room 9 had storage items, which included folding tables, probably chairs, and other miscellaneous items, and that door was obviously locked, which is why they hammered it. If you're interested in learning more about how Jethro 4WS figured out the map, I copied and pasted all of their explanation into this Word document I have for Creekside Church. Before I get into the video of the killer inside the church, I want to review what they're wearing, because a lot of time seemed to have gone into this outfit. So I'm going to start with all of the items from the bottom of the killer's body to the top. I'm going to review this full list and then I'll go into each one individually. So at the bottom they're wearing obviously shoes or boots. It's possible they have some shoe covers on to hide their tracks, socks. There might be some shin guards. There are definitely some kind of knee pads. They're wearing pants, and on top of that, they're wearing shorts. They could possibly be wearing a protective cup if it's a man. They have some kind of belt or a tactical belt. There are various items around their waist area. Gloves, possibly some forearm guards, what appears to be a white long-sleeve shirt, a blue sweatshirt or a jacket, a tactical vest, 2 police patches, one on the back and one smaller one on the front, plus there might be some kind of badge above the one on the front, a balaclava or some kind of face and neck covering, possibly some goggles over their eyes, a helmet light, a pry bar, a hammer, and possibly a gun. This was somebody who was dressed like they are preparing for a physical altercation, possibly against someone who has a gun. This type of gear is normally worn by police at riots started by angry vegans in Portland, Oregon. Missy's class was Camp Gladiator, and this person was dressed like a modern-day gladiator, like they were ready for some close-up combat. It doesn't look like this person could outrun a fitness instructor who is wearing shorts and sneakers. And the only way a hammer or pry bar would be a good weapon is if they caught her by surprise around a corner or something. So who owns this tactical gear? Somebody, either a man or woman in law enforcement? Someone who wasn't able to be in law enforcement and they bought it for some kind of role-playing? A person whose family member or friend is in law enforcement? Was it a Halloween outfit or a costume from another occasion? Or somebody who has access to a costume store? There was another guy who dressed in police gear and killed over 20 people in a Texas church in 2016, and he had been former military with mental issues and depression. I don't know if that's something similar going on in this case. Some people speculated online that Navarro College Police Academy, which is nearby, might have had a former student who would have that gear, but I looked through all of their Facebook photos over several years, and there was only one outfit, and it did not really match. The local law enforcement clothing store is called Code Blue, and it's about 25 minutes away from the church. Their website hardly has any photos of their products that they sell, but none of them matched what the suspect had. On a news report, the clerk said customers have to show their law enforcement credentials in order to buy anything. For this more detailed review of all the clothing items, I'm going to go in alphabetical order, so we'll start with balaclava, which is something that covers the neck, the face, and most of the head. Most of these come in the color black. On the surveillance video, you can't see the killer's neck, so they're probably wearing something like this. Forearm guards. In certain screen captures, the killer's forearm seems kind of thick, and there are different things pointing out of it, which would indicate a forearm guard. This video and the screen captures are so blurry, but it looks like they have something extra outside of their jacket forearm. I couldn't find many matches online, but this is just an example of something that might be similar with these things that are sticking out, similar to the killer's. The killer is wearing black gloves, and this is a screen capture from outside of room 9. And you see there's some kind of white object here that shows up also when they're crossing from room 1 to the Dutch door. So I don't know if the killer was wearing a white long sleeve shirt, and just this white area here is sticking out from outside the wrist. From what I saw, the left glove does not have this white on it. This white mark here is from something on their shorts or their pants. This is the killer looking at the southwest camera from outside of room 1. It's too blurry to see, but I don't know if they're wearing some kind of covering over their eyes, such as goggles. In some frames, it seems like the face doesn't have distinct features, and I wondered if they wore goggles or eye protection for any reason, maybe if Missy had some mace on her, or if it was targeted and Missy would have recognized them. She could have identified them to police if she recognized their eyes, if she had somehow survived the attack. I'm going to discuss the gun and the hammer in the tools and weapons section later. So this is my folder with all the screen captures of the helmet. Like I said about the goggles, did they wear this helmet and the balaclava to conceal their appearance in case Missy or any of the other campers recognized them? She may have recognized somebody that she had an altercation with previously and gotten scared and run away if she recognized their face. I looked at hundreds of helmets on Google Images. This is a list of some of the different types: riot, construction, military, SWAT, miners, miners with a light attached, torch, LED helmet, welders, paintball, horse or equestrian, which all of those seem to have their ears exposed, snow, motorcycle, baseball, tactical. The closest match in shape seems to be something like this, a PSGT Style 3A ballistic helmet. This is another tactical ballistic helmet that has a similar shape. You can see the ears are covered. These all seem to have straps that go under the chin, but I don't really see that in the video, but obviously it's so blurry. When I first started looking into this case, and the killer exits room 10 to go to room 9, I noticed on the right side of their helmet, at first I thought there was maybe some kind of circle that would help identify the manufacturer of the helmet. And then I realized that these two white lines here are just a reflection of the ceiling lights. And I drew this red circle around it to see if it could match up with some kind of raised feature on the helmet over the right ear, but it does not really seem to be raised. This is the killer at room 1, and the left side of their helmet is kind of hard to see. Obviously the resolution of these cameras is not good. I cannot tell if on the left side there is any kind of raised section above their ear or anything else. But this helmet does seem to be more glossy than an actual military tactical helmet. I contacted a few helmet manufacturers to see what type of helmet they thought it was, and they said it could be a PSGT helmet or MICH. In certain scenes like here where they're about to walk into the sanctuary, there is a light that had been turned on, but I could not figure out how it was attached to the helmet or if it was attached at all. In some frames the light's shape looks like this, but you see here in the back is the battery pack, so that could not fit under their helmet. And when they walk out of room 10, there's no real strap that you can see around the helmet that would be holding a light in place. And this is what the front shape of it looks like. So I don't know if this is the helmet and then this black part here is the light. This light could fit around the killer's head underneath the helmet, but the light itself does not look like it's as wide as what the killer has. Here's one more headlamp that I found. Here is a side view of it, and obviously it's very blurry. I don't know if this is the light here or there's some kind of attachment up here. The light wasn't turned on until they walked out of room 10, so I don't know if they put it on maybe somewhere in the southeast rooms where it was maybe darker. For their jacket or their sweatshirt, it's obviously like a darker blue color. The only other thing I wanted to point out was when they exited room 2 and they turned around, the light hit their left arm, and around the wrist it looks like there's a lot of material with some extra space in here. So I don't know what to make about that other than it seems to be fairly loose at the end of the wrist. For knee pads, it's obvious that they're wearing some. It looks like the back is leather, and it seems to take up a fair amount of space, not just like a little strap. But I'm not sure if they're connected to any kind of shin guard below it. These are some rollerblading knee pads I found. I wasn't really able to find anything online that matched up. This is not leather back here, but this is just my idea of what the back looks like. It's more wide like this instead of little straps going across. So why would the killer think that they needed to wear knee pads? Maybe they thought it would be difficult to get into the church, maybe in the northeast area. And if they broke the window, they might have to crawl on the ground and they didn't want to get their knees all cut up. Some people think there's a prosthetic right leg, so why would they be wearing a knee pad on the right leg if they have a prosthetic, unless it's below the knee? For their pants, it's kind of hard to tell. It's so blurry, but it looks like they are a dark blue. Although I noticed in one frame, the right leg seems to be more of a lighter blue, but I think that was just an issue with the camera. Law enforcement referred to them as BDU pants, which stands for Battle Dress Uniform. These are some EMS pants. These are referred to as Tri-Cert, and these are a women's tactical pant. This is a Google search for BDU pants. It seems unlikely that somebody who is not in law enforcement would own something like this. So to get a better idea of what the pants actually look like without the knee pads squeezing them, or with the shorts on top of them, I took this image and I used a photo program to blur out the size to give a better idea of what the pants look like and what the body looks like. Obviously it's not perfect, but you can see that the legs are a lot more skinny. So this is the area with the shorts where I kind of blended in. I think this gives a more realistic view of what this would have looked like without the knee pads and the shorts. As far as the police patches, they're not too difficult to order online. They're usually Velcro and you can just attach them to the vest. On the front of the vest, even though it's so blurry, I believe that says police. And above that, I don't know if there's a badge or something else. The best view of the patch is when they walk out of room 10. I made this photo from when they walked out of room 10. I took the police patch from there and I pasted it under the police patch when they were walking towards the Dutch door. And it just goes to show how blurry that camera was, because the top says police and below it is the same patch, and you can see they hardly look anything alike. So that's important to remember when you're trying to make out these other details. If this badge is so blurry, what else on their body is so blurry? If the killer has all of this protective gear and it's a man, are they also wearing a cup like some male athletes wear to protect their groin? If the killer was a male and he was not wearing a protective cup, did Missy use her self-defense training and kick him in the groin, which made him get even more angry and hurt her more? I know this is getting into a lot of what ifs and stuff like that, but I was wondering if they're wearing a cup on the outside of their pants for some reason, is that one of the reasons why they're wearing shorts also? To hide it? And did wearing a protective cup make them walk different? I could not tell for certain if there are shin guards, maybe below the knee pad. In certain frames, it does look like the lower leg has some weird things going on, but it might be the blurriness of the camera. It seems like if they had all of these other body parts protected, they would also want to protect their shins from being kicked, especially if they had bad or sensitive legs, but I just don't see that there is definitely any kind of shin guards here. At this one frame where they're at the Dutch door, this looks kind of weird at the bottom part of their leg, so I don't know what's going on there. I'm not sure if it's a shin guard or it might just be the pixelation of the video camera. In several frames, it looks like these pants would be considered flood pants, where there's so much room between the bottom of them and the ankle. So I would think if there was any kind of shin guard, it would show up in here, and I don't see that, unless they put the shin guards underneath their pants. The trainer does self-defense, and I found this photo where he's wearing shin guards, and it looks very bulky. And at the bottom, you see there's this flap that covers the shoes, and I do not see that in the killer's outfit. For their shirt, it obviously looks like it's white here around the neck, and down here around the right wrist, I'm not sure if that's a long sleeve white shirt that is peeking out of their wrist. I would imagine if the killer was planning this and they had the vest on and maybe a jacket, they would be concerned that it would get DNA or blood on it. So they would get rid of it, and that's why they would want to have a shirt underneath. If they have neighbors nearby who had a security camera, they obviously didn't want to walk back inside wearing something like this. This is another view where you can see the white around the neck. These are some screen captures I have of the shoes. Some people thought the killer was maybe wearing shoe covers to cover up the imprint from the sole of their shoe, but none of the images online really seem to match up with what the killer is wearing. Since they covered up so many other things about themselves, it would make sense that they would want to cover up the sole imprint of their shoe, but in a lot of frames it seems like there's a reflection coming off the shoe, and I'm not sure that a cover would have that. I assume that the killer wore one pair of shoes outside and then changed in the kitchen, and then put them in a bag before walking out or when they got near their car after they committed the murder, especially if they got Missy's blood on their shoes. They probably would not want to wear them on their car's carpet or mat to have her DNA in their car. In some frames, it does look like the shoes are kind of different, but it seems unlikely that they wore two different shoes while they were inside the building on camera. I think the difference is based on the cameras and their resolution and the lighting. This is as they're walking toward the Dutch door, and it looks like a huge clown shoe. It looks like maybe the sole is coming off at the back, but then if you look at the reflection, it seems to be flat. And like I showed with the police badge being so blurry, I think this is obviously really blurry too. This photo from the northeast doors shows two footprints down here, but it's probably the guy who installed this. But I obviously could be wrong. And I'm sure somebody just thought, yeah, you're wrong on a lot of things, but I'm trying. I would imagine these are not the killer's everyday shoes. If it was a targeted killing, are they really going to wear their shoes and get Missy's blood or DNA on them and then hope that police don't find them and confiscate their shoes? One last point I wanted to make about the shoes is after a year of COVID quarantine and not having to wear my work shoes, I had to wear the shoes that I had not worn in a year, and almost immediately they started hurting. I got blisters. Almost every step I took was difficult, and it definitely changed the way I walked. So maybe this person is wearing shoes that they did not normally wear. One of the first things that stood out to me when I first started watching this video was this scene here as they walk toward the Dutch door. I wondered, why are they wearing shorts on top of their pants? In this frame, it looks like they're really huge padded shorts. I know that they're wearing knee pads and it might bunch up above the knee, but I really feel like these are shorts because you can see that there's a definite line that goes outside of the pant line in almost every frame. Here is a screen capture that I edited to try and bring colors out more, and it looks like in the middle of their back waist there might be some kind of white object or maybe some kind of tag or logo or something. But overall, I do not see any white writing or logos on the shorts. At first I wondered if it was a soccer short like this, but this seems to be a little bit too loose. And then I wondered if it was maybe an ice hockey short, but most of them seem to have a white logo or writing on them. There's another kind of ice hockey thing that I found called a pant shell, and this one does kind of match up a little bit more with the material that I kind of see that's kind of shiny and thick. This is another ice hockey pant shell that I found, but it's not really a match like the other one was. I also looked into MMA shorts, and this seems somewhat similar, but the shape is not really exactly the same. Here's another pair of MMA shorts. And these MMA shorts, you can see it has a white logo. I looked at some self-defense shorts, and they're definitely a lot more padded than what the killer is wearing. There's really big pads. I know that figuring out if these are shorts and what kind is not going to solve the case, but maybe if a suspect is known to have owned similar shorts and worn them outside of their pants, it might be a clue. This is another screen capture showing the amount of space between their legs, and I took this photo and also did the same smudging thing to try and give a more realistic look of their body shape. Yeah, I know this area here is kind of ridiculous looking, but it gives somewhat of a better idea of what this would have looked like without shorts and without their pants being more pixelated out to the side. Does anybody watching have a better idea of what kind of shorts these definitely are? I looked online and there are 8 ice hockey rinks in the Dallas area, so I don't know if this is somebody who deals with ice hockey or what. So why would someone put a pair of shorts over their pants? Maybe to have more pockets or bigger pockets to hold something that would not fit in their pants pocket? Or if the pants that they're wearing underneath do not have pockets. Maybe to add another layer since it was cold and rainy outside. Somebody might wear them to hide their body shape. Like I just showed, I think their natural leg shape is more skinny. So wearing these thick shorts gives an unrealistic view of what their body shape is. If this was a targeted murder, maybe they wore the shorts because they thought there would be blood and wearing the larger shorts would be easy to pull down over their pants. If they put their excess clothing items in a bag after the murder. When the killer first walked out of room 8, I could not tell that they were holding the hammer yet, so maybe they were using the larger pocket of the shorts to hold the hammer. Those larger shorts would probably have a deeper pocket than pants. I wondered, did somebody at her fitness class or anyone in the area recognize someone who would wear large black shorts outside of their pants? I did look at Missy's photos to see if any of the campers wore black shorts over leggings, and one woman did, but her shorts had a small white logo in the corner and seemed to be cotton, whereas the killer shorts seemed to have more of a shiny reflection. Sorry, I'm not good at fabric names. Is it even called fabric? If anyone goes to look and see who the woman was, I do not think she is a suspect. As far as socks, nothing really stands out other than this one frame, which is the one that Aaron Stoner thinks shows a prosthetic leg. As you can see here, it looks really skinny, and it looks like there's white, and then black again. Although if you look at the shoe, it's very blurry, and the legs above are also very blurry, so this is also very blurry. But it did make me think this type of sock would give a similar effect, but I doubt that they're wearing this underneath. For the belt around their waist, it seems like there might be some things attached to it on the sides. I don't know if it's a gun, a walkie-talkie, some other kind of tools. Here, it looks like there's something bulging out of the back. I took this image here where it looks like there's something on the side here, and I made a negative of it to see if anything stood out more, but you can't really make anything out. The vest is the most prominent thing that they're wearing other than the helmet, and it's functional to hold the tools like the pry bar, as well as some other things that they might have on here. This is a negative image I did, which shows that there's something over here. I'm not sure what that is. I looked at a lot of vests, and the closest one I found was from Web Sleuths, which had a user named Bat Brat, who did a lot of really good work, and she found this vest that seems fairly similar. In this back view of the vest, you can see that there are 4 lines here with other ones in between. So on this vest, you can see here's 1, 2, 3, 4. I just want to be clear that this is what Bat Brat did, not me. So she kind of looked at the different aspects of the killer's vest and matched up what this SWAT vest had. These patches can be swapped out with any kind of police patch. And you can see these 2 items here match up with the side view of the killer at the Dutch doors. So for number 5 here, she said shoulder adjustment ring, which goes here and here. 4 says attached holster belt. That's this here, and she seems to think that that goes there. Like I said, with the shorts, I saw a white tag. I don't know if maybe that was over the tactical belt here. She refers to this as webbing across the back, 5 gap, and that's the same thing that I showed down here. 2 is double pouch pockets. That's that and that. And 1 is the Velcro patch placement. So why did the killer wear this outfit instead of a nondescript jeans, black sweatpants, and a ski mask? What are some of the reasons the killer wore the police patch and vest? In case another person or camper arrived before Missy and their murder plan had to be aborted? Did the killer break door windows so they would have a reason to be there? To say that they were investigating a break-in? Was it to hide their appearance from the security cameras and law enforcement, but also possibly from the people at the church who would recognize them? This may have been retaliation against the church for something. Was it to prevent Missy's blood from getting on their normal clothes? Or because of a dislike of the police and they wanted to try and frame them and make them look bad? Was it to prevent their DNA from being at the scene or on Missy's body or fingernails? Just a quick tip, if anybody ever attacks you, try and scratch them, their skin, their hair to get their DNA under your nails. Or are they also wearing a bulletproof vest underneath and they wore it in case Missy had a gun? How would Missy or even you react if you thought the church was empty and you see somebody in police tactical gear and a helmet? Most people would be scared. If she saw them coming down a long hallway, wouldn't she have ran in the other direction? I think maybe they surprised her around a corner because she probably wouldn't really get close to this person. There was a Facebook page for Bridges Training Foundation, which had a program with the local Midlothian police, and they had a vest, but it does not look to match up with what the killer is wearing. The killer appeared to walk with an injured right leg. Some people think that it might have been a prosthetic leg, and some people think Missy's father-in-law has the same exact walk as the killer. So I wanted to do an analysis of their walk, which is also known as a gait. And after reading people's comments online, I just want to give some quick tips. This is a gait, and this is a gait. This is a balaclava, and this is baklava. I did a fairly detailed gait analysis that I'm about to go through. And I also contacted some expert doctors to see what they thought about the killer's walk, if it could possibly be a prosthetic leg. Obviously, having knee pads on and possibly wearing shoes that they did not normally wear would definitely affect the way that this person walks. I started observing how people walk to see if anybody walked like the killer, and not that many people do. The closest was a white man in his 60s, and he didn't really have any noticeable issues walking, but when I looked at security camera footage from a height of 10 feet, his walk seemed to resemble the killer's. A lot of men and women walk without their feet turning out and no issues with their knees. And I wouldn't say that's the way a woman walks, so I don't know if this is a woman or a man's walk. Midlothian police contacted a podiatrist to review the footage of the killer in the church, as well as several suspects that the police had secretly recorded. He said that only one of the suspects that he saw could match up with the gait of the killer. It was never revealed which one, but I believe it was Bobby Wayne Henry, who was later cleared by the police. At this point in the church video, after they tried to get into room 1, their feet are sticking out in an odd way. I stood up out of my chair and tried to do the same thing, and it did not feel very natural or good. So I did a really detailed analysis of Missy's father-in-law and his walk compared to the killer's. A lot of people think her father-in-law has the same build and limp as the killer. Missy's husband said that his father has had spine surgery because he's had an autoimmune disease since he was a teenager that affects his spine. And the upper third of his vertebrae are all fused together. This is a popular YouTube video where pretty much everybody in the comments says, oh, that's him, but I just don't think it is. What sticks out to me is here, Randy's right leg, so it's on the left, he has difficulty bending his knee. See, he kind of pushes it out without even really bending it. So I created a spreadsheet where I analyzed the church video of the killer to see how easily they could bend their right knee. Keep in mind, Randy Bevers, Missy's father-in-law, has been cleared by police because he was in California at the time. But some people just won't give this up. So over here, I say column A is the left leg of the killer, column B is the right leg, and column C is the timestamp of the church video. Column D signifies different scenes in the video. So each one of these cells here corresponds to each time the killer moved their left leg. In column B, each cell corresponds with each time they moved their right leg. I would enter the number 1 in the cell if the killer did not bend their right leg normally. So at 8 seconds in the video, when they first walk out of room 8, it looks like they did not bend their right leg. So see, they drag their right leg, slight bend, bending it more, bending it more. So I did that for the entire video. In this column, I gave some more detailed descriptions. Basically, there's only 3 times in the entire video where the killer did not bend their right leg. At no point did they not bend their left leg. So out of approximately 30 steps with each leg, they only had a stiff leg in their right leg 3 times. I don't think Randy Bevers would walk like that if he was in the church. When they walk out of the Dutch door, you can see they slide their right leg without even bending the knee, but then they start bending it again. So it does not match up to me to the father-in-law's leg problems. As I looked at the killer's leg motion, I said, bend the knee, stick the right foot out. Bend the knee, stick the right foot out. bend the knee, stick the right foot out far, and just keep repeating. I don't think Randy Bevers is capable of keeping his legs in this position. This is him at a press conference and his feet are so far apart. The only person who has a wider stance than this is Senator Larry Craig in an airport bathroom. It just does not match up to the way the killer stood at any point in the video. Later on, I'll discuss Randy even further. Did the killer have a prosthetic leg? In addition to their unique walk, where it seems like they have a problem with their right leg, there's one particular frame that seems to stand out that people think, oh, that's a really thin ankle. And that's this screen capture here, where you can see it's kind of like black, a white circle, black, a white circle, which kind of resembles some prosthetic legs. However, this is a shoe down here. Does that look like a shoe to you? Does this look like a leg to you? Not really. I mean, look at what's going on here. The quality of this resolution is really bad, so you have to keep that in mind. I decided to use this photo program because if the ankle here looks really skinny, it's possible because of the quality of the video and this light reflecting on the floor that some of the pixels from the white light just moved over to the right more to make the ankle look skinnier. So what I did is I used this photo program. So I took a sample color of the black sock and then I pasted it to the left of the ankle. Not that much, and to me, adding just that little bit looks more like a regular ankle. So I think this might somewhat be due to the bad quality of the video. If this patch clearly says police in real life and it looks like this on the video, you can barely even read that. So you can barely even see maybe what the ankle truly looks like. At around 1:42 in this video, when they come back down toward the sanctuary, there's a movement of their right leg that looks odd to me right there. Like they're kind of swinging to kick a soccer ball. I wondered if that would indicate a prosthetic leg, but it could be due to shoes or the knee pads. Aaron Stoner has done videos where he thinks the killer has a prosthetic leg, and I'm not doing this to prove him wrong. I sincerely wanted to find out for myself, is this a prosthetic leg? And I'm not experienced with these issues, so I contacted some experts. I searched online for medical journal articles by doctors who deal with leg prosthetics and contacted 19 doctors, hoping to get answers from 5, but only 2 replied. So I created a spreadsheet. It was really time-consuming researching all these doctors and trying to track down their contact information. I ended up giving up after the 2 doctors replied because nobody else was replying. It was just a waste of my time, to be honest. I also wanted to get the opinions of 5 amputees, so I searched for athletes online with prosthetic legs and contacted 2 of them asking their thoughts, but they did not reply, and I figured maybe it wasn't cool to be randomly asking people for their opinions like that, so I stopped. As far as the doctors, I emailed them the link to the YouTube video showing the full church video, plus I attached to the email the close-up screenshots of the right ankle when it looked like it was too thin to be a regular ankle and could possibly be a prosthetic. On the left of this spreadsheet are the questions I asked. The experience of Dr. 1 was a doctorate in biomechanics, specializes in gait biomechanics, human movement scientist. They were not a certified expert at visual gait analysis, but they had a lot of experience. Dr. 2 was a professor of human physiology, Mayo Clinic in the orthopedic biomechanics laboratory, expertise in the mechanics of neuromuscular control of human locomotion, focused on prosthetic engineering, mechanisms of locomotor adaptation after lower limb injury, and neural control of powered prosthetic/orthotic devices. So my first question was, how certain are you that the suspect does have a prosthetic right leg? Dr. 1 said 20% certain, Dr. 2 was 50% certain, and they added, or it's a blast injured limb from a military accident. Question 2. Does the leg, ankle, or shoe look like someone with a prosthetic? Dr. 1. No, I don't think so. In fact, it looks to me like the person is wearing calf-length boots, at least in the first half of the video. That does not mean they don't have a prosthetic leg inside the boot, but I don't think the video shows us any prosthetic hardware. Dr. 2. Perhaps, or a blast injured limb. There's not much active plantar flexion, sorry, I don't know exactly how to pronounce some of these words, which is the rising up on the toes during push-off in the video, and that indicates either a fused ankle injury or a prosthetic limb. Question 3. Does the gait resemble someone with a prosthetic leg, specifically at 1:42 in the video, which is the weird leg movement that I just showed? Dr. 1. No, not particularly. The toe-out posture of the foot is indeed something common in individuals walking with a prosthetic foot, but it is also fairly common in the able-bodied population, especially in those who are overweight, obese, or who have a history of knee injury. Even though the right limb does look to be a bit more toed out than the left, it is important to note that the left limb is more toed out than is considered normal motion. There is nothing terribly unusual about the toe-out pattern in the right limb in this person's gait, the killer's gait. Dr. 2 said, yes, it does resemble someone with a prosthetic leg. Question 4, does bending the knee and pushing the right foot out indicate a prosthetic? Dr. 1, no, it can just as easily indicate a rotation of the femur or tibia that has been with the person since birth, or since the end of their adolescent growth. Dr. 2, no, a bent knee means lots of thigh muscle work on each step, something prosthetists would avoid if at all possible. The knee bend is pathological, maybe a contracture of badly injured muscles or knee joint. It could be that it's a below-knee prosthesis and fits poorly. It might twist on the residual limb, and with the knee bent, it feels more comfortable. The foot could be correctly aligned on the prosthesis, and it just twists outward with walking. Next question. Do people with a prosthetic right leg usually relax that leg and stand on the left leg when standing still? Dr. 1. Yes, it is common for prosthetic leg users to unweight their amputated limb when standing still. However, I don't see that to any extent in the video. Dr. 2. Yes, they generally stand on their sound limb if the prosthesis is uncomfortable, but same for a blast injury. Do you think they walk like a male or female? Dr. 1 said male. Dr. 2 did not answer. Here's some additional feedback outside of my questions. Dr. 1 said, something is wrong with the right limb. It's too external rotated, and prosthetists are taught to adjust the rotation of the foot to match the other side. It could be a prosthetic limb, maybe a below-knee prosthesis, but I'm 50% sure. It could also be a blast-injured lower extremity of a former soldier. That might explain the external rotation. Also, the weight gain and the drug/alcohol use, maybe. They look off balance and disorganized both in their walking and in pry bar behavior. Dr. 2 said, of particular note, when I was viewing the video, a sequence of motions from 52 seconds to 56 indicate that the person is bending forward at the ankle to generate more leverage on the device they are using at the door, which is room 1. In a situation like this, a prosthetic leg user would not be able to bend their ankle to this extent. It is possible to reach this level of flexion at the ankle during gait, but not in a standing/static position like is seen on the video. Instead, I would expect the pushing against an immovable object scenario to require a prosthetic leg user to put all of the force into the non-amputated limb and only use the amputated limb as an outrigger for balance. One of the doctors also suggested contacting the Center for the Intrepid in San Antonio, Texas, which is a rehabilitation facility to treat amputees and burn victims, and ask the doctors and physical therapists there if they recognize this gait. One of the doctors suggested law enforcement should maybe contact the Hanger Clinic in the area to see if anybody there recognizes the walk. I took this screen capture because that foot position kind of looked weird to me. This part of the video looks ridiculous because the right leg, that does not even look like a shoe. This is the killer after they walked out of room 8 at the beginning of the video. Their ankles look somewhat normal, and the pants just look like they're high up like flood pants. This was an odd position at the Dutch door, where you can see their leg above the left knee kind of goes forward in an odd direction. I believe that's called knee hyperextension. Lastly, in part of my research, I was looking at local Texas amputee soccer teams and athletes, and this website listed the reasons why each person lost their leg, and I just want to go through that real quick. Rare tumor, earthquake, bone disease, congenital pseudoarthrosis, factory accident, war, osteosarcoma, bone cancer, fibular hemimelia. Why am I even reading these? This is embarrassing. Whatever that word says. Parkour accident, born without leg, military accident, and car accident. I can't say definitively, yes, this person does or does not have a prosthetic leg. I thought a lot about the killer's behavior prior to getting into the church and in the church, and I'm going to really go into a lot of detail about this, as well as doing a full review of the video inside the church. If the killer planned this well, they probably looked at Missy's Facebook and Camp Gladiator to figure out when and where was the best time to kill her. Then, again on Sunday night, to confirm she was going to be there Monday morning despite the rain, even though Camp Gladiator does have a never cancel policy. They would have looked at Brandon's Facebook to see that her husband was away, made sure their outfit wouldn't reveal their identity or leave DNA. Did the killer bring a change of shoes so they wouldn't leave wet footprints? And did they wear a larger size than normal in case their footprints were discovered? They would have tried to figure out the interior and exterior details of Creekside Church, obscured their license plate, tried to conceal their real car. If the killer researched the church's Facebook, they would have seen a post about a burglary during the day a few years earlier and saw that the surveillance video quality was so low and the church could not identify the license plate during the day, so the killer maybe thought the cameras could not read their plate at night in a rainstorm. I believe this is the truck coming in the entrance, and the quality is horrible. This is from 2013 at 5 in the afternoon. The killer also could have driven around 5 a.m. during a previous class to see Missy and the participants out in the parking lot. To try and figure out the interior and exterior details of Creekside, they could have used Google Maps Street View and satellite views and the church's Facebook photos, but I think they went in person because I believe they did not enter the southwest door because they knew it had an exterior camera. It's suspicious to me that the killer thought the outdoor camera facing the entrance would not get their license plate when there is a sign at the front driveway stating that there are cameras, although it's not visible on Google Maps. Assuming the video cameras were functioning, if they drove their own car, the make and model would help identify them unless they rented or borrowed a car. If they went to so much trouble to hide their appearance, what did they do to hide their car? If the Altima is related, is it their everyday car? Wouldn't they try and conceal that too? Would the killer really think, I'm going to totally hide my identity, but drive my car with my license plate unaltered that will probably be captured on security cameras? That doesn't make sense, so I'm not sure why the Altima or any other car would drive into the church unless they saw that 2013 church Facebook post with a low-quality video. Having said that, it's 6 years later, we still don't know who the killer is, what kind of car was in the church parking lot, and who the owner of the Altima was, so they did get away with it. Some other various thoughts on preparation. Did the killer want to be seen on camera in the church because they were trying to frame somebody? Or were they dropped off by an accomplice and picked up outside the church out of view of the west exterior broken camera? It was pouring rain in the SWFA footage. Why was it so urgent if someone wanted to hurt Missy to do it this day? Because they knew her husband and in-laws were away and had alibis? What if Missy canceled the class because the rain was so bad that she didn't expect people to even drive to work out inside the church? That would have foiled a killer's plan, and the police would be looking for a burglary suspect based on the video. Committing the murder inside versus outside? Why did they choose this day? Why not wait until the weather allowed Missy's class to be outdoors? Maybe they wanted to kill her inside because if they killed her outside, her body would be found as soon as the first camper arrived, and an ambulance could possibly save Missy's life and she could ID the killer. Having her body inside away from the awning door ended up adding 25 minutes from the time the first camper arrived until 911 was called. Maybe if it was outside, the killer was afraid she would have easy access to her gun if she was in or near her truck. But once she went inside to work out, she wouldn't have a gun on her. Her gun was found in the truck, and one of the campers in an interview said that when she had her class outside, she would hide the gun in an orange cone. If your goal is to kill someone, why would you risk being on camera and touching a lot of things in the church? Normally, the class was held outside, so why would her killer be waiting inside? They could have seen Missy's Facebook post the previous night at 6:49 p.m., saying it would be held under the cover of the front awning. Or maybe the killer previously took her class and knew that it would be inside due to the rain. If it wasn't raining and Missy was going to hold the class in the parking lot, would the killer have been at the church or inside, or would they have tried to kill her elsewhere? If the class was outside, the killer would not have needed the hammer and pry bar to break into the church. If they only used tools in the murder of Missy and did not own a gun to kill her, how would they have successfully killed her outside with a hammer or other objects? If the killer didn't want this to look like a targeted killing, they still could have killed her under the awning and taken her phone, jewelry, and other items in her truck to make it look like a robbery. But it doesn't look like there are a lot of bushes to hide around in that area, and they couldn't park their car on that side. Having said all that, this murder could be random and all this other stuff are just coincidences. I thought about deception by the killer. They tried to hide their identity. They tried to hide their thin body with layers of heavy clothing and shorts. They tried to hide their occupation by pretending to be in law enforcement. They opened a bunch of doors and did a little bit of damage at the church to make it look like a burglar was looking for items to steal. And it seems like they turned off their cell phone or put it in airplane mode so they could not be tracked. Some other possible items were they tried to hide their gender by wearing an outfit usually associated with a male profession. They wore a vest that would hide a woman's chest. Maybe if it was a woman, they tried to hide their gender and sent the LinkedIn message to Missy a few days prior pretending to be a male. If the Ultima is related, they turned their headlights off going into the SWFA parking lot. They could have been driving someone else's car or rented a car. Did they also deceive their online searches by using a browser that hid their home IP address? I do not think that the killer's walk or gait is deceitful. I think it is somewhat close to their natural walk, as well as possibly the result of the clothing and rarely worn shoes. So at the church, what did the killer do? There is a driveway past the church that the killer could have parked in and walked to the church, but the police did say that they could see a car in the lot from the SWFA camera. Like the Ultima driver, did they drive around the entire church lot to see if there were any cars? If they did not want to drive around here, they could have come in and parked in the back and just walked over here to see if there were any cars in this area. At what point did they put on their outfit to hide their appearance? I'm not sure if they wore the entire indoor outfit while they were outside. They could have worn a larger coat or raincoat over their outfit outside. I would assume that somebody would not want to be in that full outfit up here outside the north trying to break in case a car pulled in. Their lights would see that somebody's over here in a helmet and police tactical gear. I wondered if the killer brought a garbage bag inside, and they put on the gear in the kitchen since it was raining outside, and they didn't want their vest and other items to get wet. In the church video, even though the quality is low, their clothes do not look wet. The first motion detector went off at 2:23 and their first seen at 3:50. They could have been waiting for their clothes to dry. Trying to break into the church. Did the killer break these northeast doors and then leave to see if a silent alarm alerted the police? There's no indication that they did this other than the Ultima at SWFA at 2 a.m., but apparently it's a technique a lot of burglars use. What if they knew there was no alarm? Businesses in Midlothian that have alarms are given permits, as well as police seal stickers that they have to affix to the door windows so the police see them. But I don't know if it needs to be on every entry so the killer would have known or seen that there was not an alarm because there was not a sticker. If the Ultima was not involved, was the motion detection at 2:23 another person testing the alarm or trying to get in? Did the killer know that the church did not have an alarm and they did not need to do any testing? I don't even know how hard you have to hit glass or try to open a door for it to activate an alarm. How would somebody know if they've done enough damage to activate a silent alarm and when it's time to go hide? I tried to read online about circuits and motion detectors for alarms, but I still don't know. I wondered if the killer had an app that had the Midlothian police scanner to hear if the church alarm went off and police were on their way, but I doubt it since police investigated phone usage near the church. Police said the killer entered and exited the north kitchen door up here. So why did they break the kitchen door, the kitchen screen window, and the two northeast doors? Did they totally remove the kitchen exterior door handle, or did law enforcement remove it later for evidence? Wouldn't it have been easiest to break one of these northeast doors by throwing a brick through it and then just go to SWFA to see if it triggered an alarm and then come back and break in all the way? For most of my research, I thought it was a possibility that the killer could have gained entry through these northeast doors, but decided not to enter the second set after looking into the hall and seeing the northeast camera. And in doing so, they somehow triggered the motion detector camera at 2:23 in the morning, either by the force of trying to break through the northeast exterior doors or opening one of these northeast interior doors, and the force of letting it shut disturbed the wall that the camera was attached to, and it caused it to turn on. At the end of my research, I looked at some videos to see if the northeast doors were fire rated and the glass was too difficult to break with a hammer, pry bar, or brick. So I contacted some glass door manufacturers and they replied, the pair of doors with the two glass panels are not fire-rated openings. A fire-rated door assembly cannot have multiple panels of glass in one door. The glass can easily be shattered with a hammer. Glass, by code, must be able to shatter in a bunch of smaller, safer pieces. Reply 2 said, the glass in the kitchen door is tempered and does have a higher heat tolerance. Typically, tempered glass has a breaking point on an edge and not on the surface, but that does not mean that if someone took a hammer to the glass, it wouldn't break. I saw a video for a security door, and some of them have a film on them that make it very difficult to shatter, so I'm not certain that the killer was able to get in these northeast doors. Maybe somebody watching this video can comment if they are knowledgeable about these type of doors and glass. Here's one scenario I think could have happened. Since both of the northeast doors were boarded up, it indicates to me that they tried to break the glass in one and it didn't work, so they tried the other one and that didn't work. I don't know if the southeast doors were damaged, but even if the killer walked over there, the doors and glass are similar enough that they probably would not even try to waste their time breaking into those. The killer may not have tried the southwest door because they knew Missy would never enter if it had broken glass, or did they know there was an outdoor camera? The only way they could know there's a camera at this entrance is if they had been to the church before or if they had walked around the corner that night. But if they had been to the church previously, they would have known that the northeast entry has cameras. If they didn't care about being seen on camera for 30 minutes, they probably did not care about being seen entering. The only other reason I could think of that they would want to go in the north and none of these other corners is if they had not put on their entire outfit, the helmet, and the face covering. Breaking into the west door really wasn't an option because it's right in front of the highway. So the killer had to go to the kitchen, and the kitchen door has a lot of marks on it and probably caused them problems to get in, so they may have tried the kitchen window for a while after being frustrated. I don't know why they bothered because it appears to be high off the ground for somebody 5'8" to climb into. Why didn't they try to break into one of these room 6 windows that are closer to the ground? If they had a bag for their stuff, they could have thrown it in the window and gotten changed in there. Did the killer know the location of the kitchen and that was their preferred place to hide at first? There are interior doors going between 6, 7, and 8, so they could have gone in any of these and been off camera. So why would they break these northeast doors at all? They probably parked back here away from the highway. Did SWFA footage pointed toward the church see any cars between 1 and 2 a.m.? If the Altima driver was testing the church door for an alarm, they would have broken it around 1:55, gotten to SWFA around 1:58, and then what happened at the church to trigger the 2:23 a.m. motion detector? Like I said earlier, I don't think it was necessary for anybody testing an alarm to go all the way over to SWFA. When it's either 2 or 3 in the morning, they could have pulled out to this median to see if any police cars were coming. And if not, after 15 minutes, just back that thing up into the church lot. The killer's behavior inside the church. If this person was there to kill Missy, why didn't they find the room with the security camera equipment so they could take or destroy the computer? Was that what they were looking for in all these rooms? There was camera motion at 2:23 a.m., but did not show anyone on video until 3:50 a.m. What were they doing in the kitchen for possibly an hour and 20 minutes? Did they try to break in early just to make sure they got in before Missy got there? Were they sleeping? If they woke up fairly early on Sunday morning, most people would be tired if they were still up at 3 a.m. Choosing to do this murder on a Monday allowed them to spend a lot of time prepping on Sunday compared to a weekday if that is when they work. I wondered how much DNA the police got from the kitchen. Were they drying off their clothes since it was pouring in the SWFA footage? Is there some kind of heat source in the kitchen that could dry their clothes? Now I'm going to do an analysis of the entire Creekside Church video. The order of the video is out of sequence on the Midlothian Police YouTube page because they took video from each camera and then just combined them to get it out as soon as possible after the murder. The last scene in the released video is when they walk out of room 10, but that actually happened before they walked down the hall to go into the sanctuary, so this is actually the last scene. The killer was first seen on video at 3:50 a.m. exiting room 8 in the North Hall. The first view of the killer is really creepy, with them looking toward the northeast doors. They would have seen the security cameras. Were they deciding which direction to go first? Most of these doors appear to be closed overnight. I'm curious to know if this door opened on video. The video cuts to the killer walking down the hall towards the northwest, with them touching the wall. When I see them walking like this, the only thing I can think of is, like they have no care in the world. Like they don't seem anxious that in 30 minutes they will kill a mother of 3 girls whose fitness customers could arrive at the same time she does or before. I had a few thoughts about how they're walking. At first I thought maybe they were drunk after being out Sunday night at a bar, or they were holding the wall because of a leg problem, or how some people put their hand out of a car window or touch a fence for the sensation on their hand. My last and final thought was sometimes if you walk from a dark place towards a bright light, there's a burst that blurs your vision, and maybe they needed their hand on the wall to guide them for a few seconds. Their right hand and arm was on the wall as they exited that room, probably holding onto the door frame as they came out, so they would probably use the door frame to see where they were as they exited room 8, and they just kept that arm raised as they went walking along due to the light affecting their vision. The direction they headed is where the murder supposedly happened, in the northwest corner, despite some law enforcement documents saying it was in the southwest. They don't appear to be holding the hammer or the pry bar. I believe later it showed that the pry bar was attached to the vest, but I don't know where they would have held the hammer. So they walk out of room 8, headed towards the northwest. I wondered if they pulled out the hammer when they got to this northwest area and the glass case. Maybe they had smashed it, which caused glass to scatter on the floor, which was mentioned in some of the law enforcement documents when police arrived to help Missy. Or maybe it was broken in a struggle or from a gunshot. So this was at 3:50. They're not seen down here until 3:57, so for 7 minutes, I don't know if they went in 5, 4, 3, if they checked out this area here. There's an entrance to room number 2, which is called Cub Corner. The second scene is at 3:57 a.m. As the killer approaches door number 2, their right hand appears to be holding something because there's a shadow right there. Right in this area here, you can see maybe that's the hammer. There's a freeze in the video at some point that shows no motion right there. So maybe they were looking at the bulletin board. So they go in here, prop the door open. It's unclear how long they were in there. I mentioned earlier in the outfit analysis, look at their arm on the right. You can see as they swing their arm, you can see some extra material near the wrist. So this is door 1, and their behavior here is ridiculous. Like, let me try to use as little effort as possible. Maybe they just wanted the police to see scratches that indicated a burglar attempted to break in, but unless they have horrible vision and didn't wear glasses or contacts to the church, how did they think the police would consider it a burglary based on their behavior on video? I mean, we can all see they hardly tried to break in. If you're there to steal and it's one of the few locked doors, there must be a good reason the door is locked, and likely because there's something of value in it. But they spent about 25 seconds before giving up. It was 3:58 a.m. when they would have had a lot of time before a church worker would arrive if this was a burglary by someone who had no clue about Missy and her class being held there early in the morning. It's kind of confusing. At this point, I think they were putting the pry bar on their vest, and they're holding the hammer in the other hand, and you can kind of see that the hammer might have a white bottom. This version of the video has the timestamp up here at 3:58 and 22 seconds. There's a slight jump in the video there where they move and start walking, but according to the timestamp, it was only about a second. I've watched this video probably 600 or 700 times, and it shows how great of an online sleuth I am, because after about 3 months looking into the case, I finally wondered, why did the killer walk from room 1 to 21 and not even look over in this direction in the corner? And later it was revealed that bathrooms are in this corner. But why didn't they walk to the southwest doors to try and see what kind of lock it would have for Missy to get in? They didn't even look in this area to see if there's anything to take. And wouldn't you look outside to see if maybe any cars are coming if you're expecting Missy? I don't know why they totally ignored this door over here, but this is the opposite wall of that door, which shows that it's not a very deep closet. So this is the third scene. They're looking at that closet, or they're trying not to get their face on the security camera. Both of these signs here show that there are offices in this direction. And this was the scene where I noticed their shorts, like right there, and this one leg looks like it's more of a lighter blue than that, but I think it's due to the video quality. And their legs and their arms are thin, but their rear end is not. These shorts seem to be padded or something. So they're going over to room 21, which is referenced as a Dutch door. Their left leg looks kind of weird. I don't know if it's pixelation from the video or what. It looks like a boot, but in other areas it does not look like a boot. It kind of looks like a high cowboy boot at a point, but in all the other frames it looks like they're just wearing regular shoes. Although if you look at their left shoe, it looks like there's something on top of it there. But like I said, the pixelation is messed up because of these cameras. Like I showed earlier, this might be because of a hyper-extended knee. I also noticed in this freeze frame that there's something pointing off the edge of their helmet. I'm not sure if that's the light or what. And you can see these things attached to their vest. And I believe up here is the top of the pry bar that they had just put on the vest. So they go in barely, I mean their back leg doesn't even go in, and then they're on their way to their next room. And at this point they don't really seem to be walking that weird. So that's room 20 that they're in front of. So I noticed as they come back down the hall on the right there for room 20 and further down the hall, you can see that there were lights turned on between the two frames. You can see on the right, and they have the helmet light on now too, but I'm just pointing out that these offices had their lights on. So when Missy pulled in, wouldn't you think she would notice that these offices that are usually dark have the lights on? I believe them coming back was maybe around 4:10 to 4:15, and I'm not sure if these lights turn off on the lack of motion or not. So this is the fourth scene where the killer exits room 10. You can see they left a door open up here, and it looks like the light is coming out. If these are motion detected cameras, why is it on when the killer is not here? I was thinking if they came down this way, it would have been the best view of their face, and you would think that law enforcement would have released that video to try and see if people could recognize them, but this room 10 has 2 doors to get into it, and I think they came in this way, and that's why they exited here. I'm not sure why this camera was on, other than they exit holding something in their left hand, and maybe they walked out and then went back in to get it. This security camera is up here, and here's the door, so the police obviously cropped this video. I don't know why. I wish they would release the full thing. I actually asked them to release that and a few other things for the 6th anniversary, but I'm not expecting anything. No offense to them, I understand that they're trying not to release everything. So as they exit room 10, on this wall you can see that they had turned on the helmet light and it's shining over there. I don't know at what point they needed to do that. Maybe some of these southeast offices were darker, even though that one room had the light on. I'll talk about this white object later. So they try to get into room 9 and they're hammering the window, and you can see some of the glass start to fall on the ground. The iPhone warrant said that the killer was seen breaking windows, but this is the only one released on video showing them breaking a window. Gumshoe Story said that room 9 had storage items like folding tables and chairs. But you would think they would be able to see through that window with their headlamp on, even if it was dark. And if you're there just to kill Missy, why are you looking in that room? And why would they take that random item? Did they try to do something with it and they had to take off their gloves and realize that their fingerprints or DNA would be on it, so they had to take it? Although police said nothing was taken from the church, and they dropped this at a certain point because when they're walking to the sanctuary, they're not holding it. Would someone who is there to murder Missy really go in a room, see a container on a desk and think, oh, I need one of these at home. Let me carry this and I'll put it on the floor while I murder Missy and then I'll take it home? That led me to believe that maybe they were not there to kill Missy. The last scene is the killer walking down toward the sanctuary. I think this is around 4:10 to 4:15, a few minutes before Missy arrived. The large clock on the wall is down here, so they would have seen what time it was. A former Camp Gladiator member said they occasionally ran in the sanctuary, so it's likely it was unlocked. As I showed up here in the southeast, there is another entrance to the sanctuary, but I'm not sure if it was locked. So that's why they came down here. The police saying Missy walked in the suspect's direction leads me to believe that the killer was not in the sanctuary when she arrived, because she likely would have seen someone in the West Hall once she pulled in, and a burglar or a murderer wouldn't want to be seen in this West Hall if they saw her truck had just arrived. I guess it's possible the killer could have been in there and heard Missy shut her truck door or something, and they ran to the west exit over here or to the northwest. But Missy's down here at the awning. It had a good view of this entire hallway, so she would have seen somebody walking or running, unless they opened these doors and kind of peeked out and then came out of this door up here in the northwest and hid somewhere around here. The southwest camera here would have caught somebody walking out of the sanctuary, unless the killer moved in this area when her back was turned to them. If the killer entered the sanctuary around 4:10 and Missy pulled in at 4:16, I would expect a targeted killer to walk into one of these rooms to look out the window to see if she pulled up, unless they weren't expecting her until later. Her class started at 5. Some campers said she got there usually as early as 4 a.m., and some campers start at 4:30 a.m., unless the killer did not know those specific details. So why did the killer go into this huge sanctuary? To look for things, to cause damage, or analyze if Missy would enter and have her class in there? I'd be curious to know if there was damage in the sanctuary and how far the damage was from this southwest door. I think it might indicate if they heard Missy at some point. Obviously the police know more than I do. So do a lot of other people. But that leads me to think that if they weren't expecting someone, wouldn't you run in the opposite direction of the noise of Missy's truck or her opening this southwest door, and then run out the north or the northeast? In the killer's left hand, as they approach the sanctuary, it looks like they might raise what might be another flashlight right there. They're holding something. They have the hammer in the right. They're approaching the door. It looks like they raised their left hand holding something here. The only reason why they would have a second flashlight is maybe they did not want to keep moving their head around for the light, because it might cause them to be lightheaded, constantly turning their head in different directions, whereas using a handheld flashlight would be easier. There does appear to be a light switch right at that entrance, so I don't know if they did not want to turn on the light for whatever reason. I'll get into that more later, what Missy did. Missy's sister-in-law said that Missy came into the sanctuary and turned the light on. If Missy walked in here and came to the sanctuary to turn the light on, I don't know if the killer had turned it on, would there be a reflection on the floor that the police saw? Not that it's important, but I mean, if you spend hundreds of hours looking at this, you kind of try to think of everything. Anyone with OCD get upset that the killer doesn't close these doors? That alone deserves the death penalty. The killer did not seem bothered by the cameras, which is odd to me. I don't care that their entire body was covered. It makes me think that they weren't there to commit murder. If they had just broken in and their intent was a crime with a lesser punishment than murder, it probably would not be a news story in the Dallas area evening news. Any news report could have just maybe included a screenshot of the suspect on a local website. If you knew that there would be a 2-minute video of you on national news and getting millions of views on YouTube, would you really be walking around so carefree? If it was someone who did not know Missy was going to be there and they were surprised when she showed up, why would they attack her with a hammer, or why would she not run away? I could understand if they hit her with a hammer and she started to fight back and then pulled out a gun to disable her, but how did it get to that point? I'm curious to know if the killer attempted to go in every single room. We know they entered in room 7 in the kitchen and then exited room 8. There's supposedly a door between 6 and 7 up here. Their next scene going to room 2. I would imagine they looked in 5, 4, and 3. They tried 1, barely. Then they tried 21 and 20. We saw a light on in this area also, and they did 9 and 10, so I think they did try to go into every room, except this storage door down here. So room 8 was at 350, room 2 was around 357, room 1 was 358. 358 and 30 seconds is when they walk in front of holy grounds, and then it took just 28 seconds until they were in front of room 20. That left 11 more rooms to explore. When they exited 10 to 9 is about 25 seconds of video. Why did they try to open so many doors? In case Missy went in a room and they attacked her, they wanted to know what the layout was? Looking for the security camera computer? Looking for items to steal? Staging it to look like a burglary, in hopes Missy would see a bunch of doors open and investigate while they were hiding inside? In case they had to crouch down behind a door and hide behind it as Missy came down the hall? Did they want to be prepared if they chased Missy and she got out of their sight and ran into a room? They would know which one it was because she closed the door behind them. But since the glass was hammered out, the killer could still reach in and open it. But some of those doors shut on their own. Were they looking to see the most likely room Missy might use if the class workout was in an indoor room? Or because they wanted to waste law enforcement's time having to test fingerprints on every door when they knew their gloves wouldn't reveal fingerprints or DNA? I want to explore more about the encounter between Missy and the killer. This is the most complicated and confusing section with so many variables. And it was the hardest part to organize, so forgive me if I jump around. There are a lot of what-ifs in this, so if you don't like that, I'm about to drive you absolutely crazy. I know I just talked about this a little bit in the last section, but let's talk about Missy's arrival. She arrived in the southwest area of the church at 4:16 a.m. Where was the killer at 4:16 a.m.? The most logical explanation comes from the iPhone warrant that said, quote, "At approximately 4:18 hours, the victim, Terry Bevers, is observed entering the building through the main door under the awning area." The video shows Terry Bevers walking toward where the suspect's location. Neither the suspect nor the victim were seen again on video. The victim was later found deceased at the southwest corner of the interior of the building. There are a few discrepancies with this statement, like her body being found in the southwest corner, which a lot of people have talked about online. At the press conference the day of her murder, Police Captain Spann said, quote, "We see her walking down the main hallway in the vicinity where we located her. But once she gets out of the range of the camera, it doesn't pick up the motion and the camera turns off. So we have no video of the assault taking place." So if she was found in the southwest, we have these two cameras here that got plenty of video of the killer. The police statement seems to indicate that she went out of range about halfway, walking from the southwest to the northwest area. Police have unreleased footage, so that probably means that they saw the killer either exit the sanctuary or walk toward the northwest corner, which does not seem targeted to me if Missy walked in the direction of the killer, not the killer approaching her. The only other explanation I can think of that would indicate why police think it was targeted: did the killer exit the sanctuary and go back into room 21 Dutch door soon before 4:16, and the police assumed the killer saw Missy's truck pull in, and then maybe the killer ran back into the sanctuary southwest door and presumably headed to the northwest corner to wait to see when she entered the awning doors? Wouldn't a non-targeted burglar run in the opposite direction and exit when somebody foiled their plan? The killer must not have spent a lot of time in the sanctuary if they arrived there a few minutes before Missy did and police saw them go in the direction of the northwest, and Missy had not parked yet with a clear view of anyone walking in the West Hall. That leads me away from the burglary of audio equipment if they didn't spend much time looking in the sanctuary. Some more about Missy's arrival. Police said she arrived at 4:16. There was some indication that maybe it was from the SWFA camera, but this blocked the awning area, so I don't know, maybe her truck came around here and maybe the camera saw her headlights go against the church as she turned around. Also in 2022, Missy's sister-in-law gave an interview and said that Missy's truck lights initiated the church's interior southwest camera. So I don't know if her headlights maybe shined on this area in here and it caused the camera to turn on. There seems to be some discrepancies because police said the outdoor cameras weren't working, but I think they meant the northwest exterior. But they also said that the southwest outdoor camera later captured campers waiting and looking at their cell phones. This might have meant the first male camper who showed up at 4:35, followed by the couple soon after, not necessarily 3 or more campers at once hanging around here. The southwest exterior camera seems to be pointed down near the entrance and not the parking area, so Missy's truck may not have been captured on this camera. Missy's keys were on the back bumper of her truck, and her purse and iPad were in the truck, and her iPhone was also in the truck. There was a video released of a law enforcement officer putting a large purse or bag in the back of Missy's truck, along with a yoga mat, and another officer putting what appears to be a box. I noticed in this one photo here, there are a couple items over here, and on here, it looks like it might be that bag that the officer was putting back into the truck. So Missy may have been unloading certain things from the back of her truck and putting them over here before she even went in the church. And maybe when her back was turned is when the killer went to the northwest. Police did confirm in a Facebook private message to somebody, not me, that Missy entered the southwest awning door near where her truck was parked, not the west doors. It was also mentioned that Missy had a folding table to sign up the new campers. So I doubt she carried a purse, a yoga mat, and a folding table in one trip from the truck to inside the church. I don't know, did she put these items outside over there, or did she make 2 or more trips inside the southwest door before she walked down the west hall? At this point, I'd like to play audio of Missy's sister-in-law's 2022 interviews with the podcast True Crime Broads, who are local to Midlothian and have done some interesting interviews with Missy's friends, campers, and others that you should listen to if you want more details about the case. I edited out the most relevant parts for the audio I'm about to play.
And we saw a lot of when we had a family meeting like 3 months afterward that summer with her family and ours, and at the police station they had a huge marker board in this room that was a drawing somebody put together in detail of the church, and they drew out every little step or area where that person stopped and did something, like, he went to this room and and they put a time stamp on it, basically, like they were in that room for 2 minutes and 34 seconds, and then they went over here to the office, and then they were in there for X amount of minutes, and then they went to sanctuary, and then they were in there, so you had these timestamps on this drawing. So she pulled up underneath that awning and was getting her stuff out of the truck. And of course, that camera that's inside right there as you enter, there's one in the corner. Mm-hmm. That's the camera that you see her as they turn that corner and they kind of look away from the camera. And that's where we see the biggest outward turn of the right foot. That's the camera that picked up her headlights pulling in. So that's how they know what time she pulled up. So she entered those doors, and I think I was told that she was carrying a white fold-up table because it was, I guess, the beginning of the month where people sign up and whatever. So she had, more stuff to carry. So she's carrying a white fold-up table, and as soon as she walked in, she looked to the right. They said what she saw down there was broken glass, but she kept going in. She turned a light on to the left in some room, and then she walked a little further, turned the light on to the right in a sanctuary. Then she walked in further. It was probably like the second room on the left is when she hesitated, like she heard something. And then she kind of acted like she wasn't going to go any further, but she did. And she kept walking forward down that main hallway very, very, very cautiously, very hesitantly. Where she was found was the last room on the left.
So she goes all the way down to the end. And what is she down there to do? Turn on another light?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So that's actually where the light is.
That's where they found her. But that's why the attack was was never caught on tape, or the person leaving was never caught. They can't pick up any kind of movement or change in pixelation down that far. Of course, they didn't always work out inside, but she would go in there and just kind of make it available for anybody that had to go in and use the restroom. And so maybe she, because they were going to work out inside, that would just be the most common thing to do. Let me just turn on all the lights here.
Just a few of my observations, and I'm not criticizing her sister-in-law. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what happened. Instead of Missy seeing glass down the south hall, she probably noticed the Dutch door was open and possibly others, or if the lights were on. Regarding Missy going into a room on the left, then the sanctuary, then the left, how could Missy be on camera turning on 2 lights on the left if only room 2 is within the camera range? Unless the first room was considered the women's bathroom. There had been rumors that several campers went to the west entrance and saw Missy's legs and then they broke in, but that seems to not be true, and the likely scenario from the sister-in-law and other things I've read is that the male camper went in by himself, and then a married couple probably arrived soon after, and then a female early camper who got a flat tire arrived soon after that.
Do you know how the campers finally got into the church to get to Missy?
Okay, when the first one walked in, it was his first day, and he got there early because he didn't want to be, this new kid on the block, walking in late. He saw her truck there, but he tried to walk in and he thought it was locked, or so he called another camper, and that person was like, "No, it's unlocked. You just gotta do this. She's there. If her truck's there, she's there." He's like, "Okay." So he was actually the one that walked in and discovered everything.
Was he by himself at that point? Was he alone? Okay.
He was alone, and he walked in not to expect or nothing, and he was looking for all weird, and they found her. And then the second camper, I don't know if he called them or if he immediately called 911, or if the second camper showed up just immediately and they all, one of them called 911.
There was one rumor that that woman who had a flat tire showed the other campers how to get in. It's not important, but they somehow got in around 5 a.m. In another True Crime Bros episode, they said the first male camper arrived at 4:35, and he later tried the southwest door, but it was locked, and he did not know about the option to turn the top lock, so he went back to his car until the other campers arrived. The other 2 campers who were supposed to arrive at 4:30 a.m. did not show up because one had a flat tire and didn't get there until 5, and the other decided not to attend due to the heavy rain. This video shows somebody opening the top lock. Room 5 is the last room on the left, in the northwest corner. So what was the killer doing in room 5 the entire time when they heard Missy walking in the hall turning on these different lights and coming closer to the northwest corner? Did the killer make a noise on purpose to induce her to walk toward the northwest corner? Especially if they knew the camera wouldn't pick her up that far down the hall. One reason I thought of for that was they could have been concerned that their helmet or face covering would be removed in a struggle with Missy and would show them on video. It seems odd to me that the killer was somewhere in the northwest area of the church when Missy was opening the southwest door and then opening the sanctuary door and possibly 2 others. Her sneakers likely were making a noise on the floor since it was raining out. Wouldn't the killer have heard her and stopped doing what they were doing, making noise? It seems like maybe they made noise to get her to come investigate. If the killer lured her to the northwest corner, why? So the campers wouldn't immediately find her body? To be off camera? So she couldn't reach an exit easily if the northwest doors were locked? The forensic podiatrist saw unreleased footage that the FBI sent him.
He saw Missy Bevers inside the church. He says she turned her head, startled, appearing to hear something off camera. It was very likely the moment she realized she was not alone.
Since Missy parked down in the southwest, she probably did not drive around the back or else she would have seen a car in the back, so she did not expect anybody to be inside the church. The podiatrist saying that Missy turned her head seems to rule out that the killer was in another part of the building and heard Missy open the southwest door, and then they would have ran toward her and killed her, which might lead police to indicate that is why they think it was a targeted hit, as opposed to a burglar hearing something and running in the opposite direction of the noise or the person coming into the church. On one of his videos, Gumshoe Story said, quote, Missy was near the northwest doors, near the aquarium, and the hallway that goes in front of the kitchen. There was a display case with toys for children, and that glass broke. Now I want to talk about signs of a struggle. The police said there were signs of a struggle between Missy and the killer. It's possible that the killer smashed that glass case around 3:51 as they were going in the hall the first time. The first video released by police shows the entire hall, and the glass case would be up here. Room 5 is over here, but it's too difficult to see if they had smashed the case and there's glass on the floor. The struggle may have included one or both of them getting pushed into the glass case display, since it was described that there was a lot of glass around Missy's body. Did Missy push the killer back into the case and they got so mad they started shooting her? Or did a gunshot break it? What signs of a struggle would be on Missy's body? Torn or removed clothing or shoes? Her legs and arms with scratches or bruises? Did they fight with their hands and legs at first and then the killer hit her with a hammer? And when she fought back hard, the killer fired a gun? People say Missy could have run away, but she just walked in from the outside, so her sneakers would have been wet from walking from her front door to the truck. Even if she walked in under the side awning of the church and did not get her shoes wet then, her sneakers probably would have been squeaking as she walked on the floor toward the killer, and her footing would not have been solid on the shiny floor during a struggle. Now I'm going to talk about the first interaction between Missy and the killer. These were some of my thoughts before I heard Missy's sister-in-law's summary of what happened. Could the killer have made it look like they were investigating a break-in and asked Missy if she was supposed to be there or what she knew? It seems unlikely since she would not have seen any police cars when she pulled up that would allow her to get so close to somebody wearing this full gear and trust them. Did the killer wear the police outfit to tell Missy that she was under arrest for trespassing and to turn around to handcuff her, and that is when they started assaulting her? It seems unlikely that she would comply with something like that. It's possible that the killer, if they were just a burglar, left a bag or a change of clothes in the kitchen, and as they heard Missy approaching, they started to get worried that if she called the police, they wouldn't have a lot of time to get their things from the kitchen and then get to the car, so they tried to disable her. Was the killer a local who recognized Missy and she recognized them, and they hit her to prevent her from telling police that they broke in? If it was untargeted and the killer did not know that Missy would be there, they would have been shocked at the sight of her. Why is a woman in her 40s in workout gear in this church at 4:20 a.m.? It could have been a circumstance of both of them thinking the other was not supposed to be there and then fighting each other. A possible scenario I didn't see anyone else talk about, and this is not me blaming Missy, but I think it could be possible. Did Missy have any workout items like a dumbbell in her hand, and when she saw the killer, her adrenaline rushed and she went with her first instinct to attack the intruder? In this one photo from Facebook, I saw that there are dumbbells that they do work out with, so I don't know if she was holding one of these or not. On October 3rd, 2014, on Facebook, she wrote, "I'm learning some boxing and kickboxing from the man, Mr. Bowie Super Kicks." She also mentioned in other posts that she had taken the trainer's self-defense class. So I wondered if Missy first saw this person and her first instinct was to attack them. And if the killer did not have a gun, were they thinking, why is this woman attacking me? And they started hitting her with the hammer to defend themselves. I would be curious to know if the police did a DNA search of Missy's sneakers and if a dumbbell was found near her that maybe she smacked the killer with. If she used her self-defense techniques and kicked the killer in the groin or somewhere else, there could have been a transfer of DNA, especially since the killer just drove from their car, which possibly had their DNA on the driver's seat. I'm not sure if it's true that a car seat would have DNA from the driver, but it could be a possibility. People say that the wounds to her chest prove that it was a personal revenge attack, but a man who gets kicked in the groin by a woman who foils your burglary or vandalism or some other reason, some men would be so angry and show no mercy on her to get revenge. If the killer had just been walking down the hall about 5 minutes earlier and then they randomly heard a noise and saw a woman in workout clothes, they would be surprised if they didn't know Missy and her class was going to be there. That would get anybody's adrenaline rushing and go into self-defense mode for them. And maybe if them using the hammer against her wasn't working and she was still fighting back, if they had a gun on them, then maybe they shot her. To counter that, if you're just a burglar, wouldn't you just pull out the gun and say, "Get away from me," or "I'm going to shoot," instead of actually killing somebody? Missy was fit and in workout gear, and the killer was hindered by all of their clothing, which seems to indicate that Missy would have the advantage to run to the southwest door to her truck. So what could have prevented Missy from running away? I would say a gunshot at close range seems to be the most likely, but police said there were signs of a struggle, which indicate that they were close together. The killer could have inflicted other injuries with a hammer, pry bar, or other tools after she was shot and on the ground. Were Missy's injuries consistent with the killer defending themselves with the hammer, and that they stopped once Missy was on the ground and that she bled to death? So her wounds were inflicted to stop her from attacking the killer, not to murder her. How did the killer know that Missy was dead? If it was somebody that she knew and recognized and they stated the reason that they were killing her before she died, like, "You want to cheat with my husband?" then the killer couldn't just hit her a few times with a hammer and run away and hope it was lethal, or else Missy would have told the police it was the wife of the man she was cheating with. So how was Missy killed? There were a few users on Web Sleuths who said that they were locals, and some of the rumors were, quote, locally our theories have flipped over and over. However, one thing has never changed, the manner in which Missy died. We heard from the beginning that she was shot once, then bludgeoned with a screwdriver and hammer. I'm connected to many different circles, and I've yet to hear another version. Law enforcement and mainstream media confirm that several tools were found at the scene. For this reason, I believe more and more the first story was the correct one. Another user said, quote, locally we've heard from around day 1 or 2 that she was shot in addition to being bludgeoned with the hammer. I believe there was even a local news reporter who said that on live TV in the first few days, but we haven't heard that again. When you add in the fact that they brought in a dog to sniff for gunpowder/bomb residue and the obscure Fox News article, I do wonder if there is some truth to this, but law enforcement is keeping it under wraps for strategic reasons. However, and I hate to even type this, but a fellow local today told me that the damage to her was so extensive that the people who found her initially concluded that she had been shot, but in fact she hadn't. That's kind of contradictory, since at the beginning of the paragraph they said she was shot, and at the end she said she was not. Lastly, another user said, quote, I know that one of the campers that found Missy Bevers stated that, quote, she was all cut up, end quote. No mention of gun wounds, but maybe the other wounds could have possibly covered up the gun wound, if there were any. There were a few rumors that some people said that the killer tried to dig out the bullet from her body so it could not be connected to any kind of gun that they owned, but that was just a rumor. So why were tools left at the scene? Was there a tool on the ground because Missy was able to knock it away and the killer either grabbed another tool from their vest and killed her with that, or they grabbed their gun and shot her and decided to leave the tools? I could only imagine Missy knocking the hammer out of the killer's hand or grabbing it away and start hitting the killer, and that is when maybe they pulled out a gun and shot her. The hammer looked kind of old or possibly handmade in the Room 9 footage, and maybe it broke, but it looked newer in other scenes. There's also the possibility that the killer brought their own hammer, but took another one from the kitchen or another room in the church and left that one at the scene, thinking it would not have their DNA on it since they wore gloves. If the tools left at the scene were not from the church, why would the killer leave them? To taunt the police? Or if it was tools they had from home, the only thing I could think of was maybe they soaked them in some kind of chemical or bleach before they went to the church to remove their DNA. To me, the hammer looked different in different scenes. Like over here, it looks fairly wide and silver, but I did a freeze frame of the killer about to smash the door 9 window, and this looks a little bit different. I'm going to do an analysis later of the tools. This article said, although nothing was taken at the church, several windows and doors were broken, and police have recovered tools the suspect used to bust the glass. One of the law enforcement officers said, we found tools around the crime scene and are currently analyzing them. The crime scene does not necessarily mean right next to Missy's body. It could mean that the entire church is considered a crime scene. So where was Missy's body found? The Ellis County CSI report said, quote, we walked through the south breezeway doors into the main foyer to the north side of the church. I saw a white female laying on her back. She was wearing workout-style clothes. There were large areas of pooled blood and pieces of broken glass scattered all over the floor. Even after Missy's sister-in-law's explanation, I'm still kind of confused where the encounter took place. Room 5 is the last room on the left, in the northwest. Why would Missy walk in there? Was that where she heard noise coming from? Or was there a light on? In this view, you cannot see if there's a light coming from room 5 at 3:58 a.m. And I believe some of the lights would turn off if there is not motion for a few minutes. So if it was a targeted killing, why would the killer expect that she would go that far up the northwest hall? Unless they thought she was going to the kitchen for some kind of water or something in the refrigerator, and they hid in room 5 and planned to attack her from behind when she went around the northwest corner. But the sister-in-law said it happened as soon as she walked in. Did she mean soon after she walked in the church, or soon as she walked in room 5? Some reasons that I think she was not found in the southwest. Why would police have caution tape around the west foyer entry doors and not on the southwest doors if her body was close to the southwest doors? It seems like they didn't want the crime scene disturbed by people walking in the west foyer. There's video of people walking in and out, but it may have been after 12 p.m. when the crime scene was released. I don't know the exact timing when the police put up the tape outside the west foyer. One reason I think Missy was not murdered in the southwest vestibule is because the video footage from that day does not show investigators congregating in that area. Maybe the news crews weren't allowed to drive in the lot until afternoon when the scene was released. The early camper stood under the southwest awning, which had a full view of the west hall. but he didn't see Missy, so it seems odd that the police warrant said she was killed in the southwest corner. The March 9th, 2015 Cub Corner photo shows a clean wall, but there's another photo from July 2016 after the murder, which shows that a camera was added to the wall in the west foyer. So that might indicate that the church wanted further coverage of their camera security system. Next, I'll discuss what happened after the murder. What did the killer do, the arrival of Missy's campers, and how did they discover Missy? There was some speculation online, possibly by a guest of Nancy Grace, that police said the killer cleaned up the scene after the murder, but the police refuted that in a private message on Facebook. I did not send this message. I would never let my phone battery get down to 29%. So if the murder happened in the northwest corner, and the killer had items stored in the kitchen, they could have run fast to room 7 and 8, and maybe the camera motion sensor over in this corner in the northeast did not turn on fast enough. Or maybe they went through room 6 doors and then cut into the kitchen. Or maybe this door down here is too far away to be caught on camera. I would think some of Missy's blood or DNA transferred to the killer's gloves if they had hand-to-hand combat. I wonder if they found her DNA on any of the door handles in the north part of the church from after the murderer left and opened the doors. I would think that the killer would want to get out of the church as soon as possible and probably did not remove any of their gear or clothing in the kitchen. If they did take their gloves off in the church, it would possibly allow hair on their hand to fall on the floor as evidence. Also, it would not be smart to take off the helmet in the church or the kitchen because a hair might fall, so maybe they kept the face mask on until they went outside. So at the press conference on the day of the murder, Captain Spann said the suspect was seen leaving, but according to the iPhone iPad search warrant, quote, neither the suspect nor victim were seen again on video, quote. I wondered if the killer maybe had a garbage bag in their car or that they brought into the kitchen and removed the vest and helmet after they pulled out of the lot in case they got pulled over. Or did they put the items in their trunk and then left? Where did the killer go after the murder? To work? To the gym? Home to sleep? How do you sleep after you murder somebody in a church? Although it might not be easy for law enforcement to know when the suspect arrived, they know that they left between 4:20 and 4:35. This report from October 2016 said police did a search of security cameras and there was no other evidence of the killer or their car in Midlothian. If the killer put their clothing from the crime scene into a garbage bag and dropped it in a random garbage can that was on the street for pickup that Monday morning, or did they put it in a sewer or drain on the side of the road? Does Midlothian have city cleaning crews who open up sewers and clean them out? Do they look in the garbage bags to see what's inside of them? I used Google Maps Street View to go around the area to see how many sewer drains are around, and there are way too many for police to look through. But it could be possible that the killer stopped somewhere and just put the garbage bag down a sewer. Whoever really looks in those things? I downloaded the trash collection schedule and map that shows trash is collected Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, depending on the location in Midlothian. So anybody could have put some garbage in any can as they were driving away. There's some confusion as to why 2 campers called 911 when they found Missy's body, but I'm not certain. Missy's sister-in-law said the early male camper called another camper who told him how to open the southwest lock, and he went in and found her. But the press conference on the day of Missy's murder stated that after more campers arrived, they all went inside. He said she was found, quote, by one of the campers. The geofence warrant also stated that several campers were captured on the southwest exterior camera looking at their cell phones. Maybe at around 5 a.m. the male camper went down the northwest hall, and the couple that had arrived went in a different direction, and so he technically found her, but all 3 went in at the same time. But that contradicts with somebody saying that the male camper talked to somebody on the phone on how to get in by himself. As for the 2 different 911 calls, it's possible that one member of the couple went back to their car to get a cell phone and dialed 911 from outside, while the male camper near Missy's body also called. I'm not sure, but this could be one explanation. The wife in the couple may have first called Brandon, telling him to get to the church because there had been an accident, which caused him at first to think that Missy had been in a car accident. And apparently about 10 minutes later, her husband called Brandon and said, Missy is no longer with us. So the police arrived a little bit after 5 a.m. and they finished their investigation inside the church and released the crime scene after noon. So they had about 7 hours inside. Some people think that was a little too quick, but this was the first murder in Midlothian in a long time. The autopsy was done on Missy's body the day after her murder, and an x-ray may have revealed the bullet or bullet fragments. The crime scene dog was on the property the following day. This section I'm going to talk about tools and weapons, whether a gun killed Missy, the police comment on Missy's injuries, evidence of a gun, the hammer, and the pry bar. Since the beginning, police have not really seemed to want to reveal if Missy was shot. But if it was a gun, where on the suspect's clothing and body was it? Like I showed before, on the sides of the waist, there seems to be some things sticking out that could possibly be a gun. I wondered if the large shorts were worn to fit a gun in a large pocket, or could it be on their vest? Apparently, a gun leaves an odor after shots are fired inside. Police who are familiar with firearms probably would have been able to smell it around 5 a.m. when they arrived. I Googled what percentage of Texas residents own a gun, and it's 45%. So there's a decent chance that the killer owned a gun and brought it to the church. Missy brought her gun. Would someone have all of this protective gear, possibly including a bulletproof vest, but not own or bring a gun for their own protection? I doubt it. Would they risk hoping a hammer would be sufficient to kill somebody? One of her students arrived at 4:35, and although they didn't enter the church, they could have found her approximately 15 minutes after the attack. A hammer attack might allow someone to survive, so if the killer wanted to make sure that she died quickly, they would use a gun. In the April 18, 2019 police update 3 years after the murder, they said, a firearm recovered from the scene was confirmed to have belonged to the victim. The firearm was not used during the crime and was located in the victim's vehicle. In one of the True Crime Bros interviews, Missy's friend said that she would hide her gun in an orange cone when they worked outdoors early in the morning. Some of the police comments on Missy's injuries were included in Missy's truck search warrant that was done on April 18, 2016, the day of the murder, at 6:25 p.m., and stated, quote, deceased from a head wound. It is believed this unknown male used an unknown instrument to cause the death, end quote. Missy's iPhone warrant submitted the day after her murder, on April 19th at 5:56 p.m., which may have been before they had autopsy results, stated, quote, Terry Bevers had multiple puncture wounds found on her head and chest are consistent with the tools the suspect was carrying throughout the building, end quote. There was also mention that tools were found at the scene and analyzed. Did the killer bring a gun as their backup weapon, but preferred not to use it due to bullet and gun identification? They possibly left the tools since they did not belong to them and didn't want them in their car or home. It's possible they started attacking her with a hammer or pry bar, but if she fought back hard and they panicked and shot her, they could have dropped the tools they found and left. There was that rumor that the killer maybe tried to dig the bullet out of her body, but that seems like it would take a lot of time. She was killed around 4:20, and the first camper arrived around 4:35. It's possible the killer left the parking lot about 4:33 or 13 minutes after the murder, and there was another rumor that a passerby and the first camper pulling in saw a car leaving the church lot. If a targeted killer wanted to use deception that it was a burglary interrupted, wouldn't they not want to use a gun, since killing Missy with tools would indicate it was a random encounter? Brandon said he was concerned about Missy's safety and bought her a gun. Who knew that Missy had a gun and would think they would need a bulletproof vest when confronting her? Although I'm not certain that this vest is bulletproof. Too bad Missy left her gun in her truck. Can someone pull a trigger while wearing gloves? I watched some YouTube videos, and yes, there are tactical gloves that can fit in a gun and pull the trigger. Did police not release more video because the killer is holding a gun? If someone used only a gun to fire a shot to her face and chest, there would not be signs of a struggle, unless they attacked her with tools after she fell unconscious from a gunshot. But there were, quote, signs of a struggle, which are more indicative of Missy using her hands and forearms to block a hammer or both of them kicking each other. There is speculation that there's some online documents that include government data about murders for each year, broken down by city, and how the murder occurred. I looked into this, and since police seem to not really want to give out the information, I'm going to respect their investigation and not really share that part. But it's obvious that a gun could have been used and likely was. There was a dog from the ATF agency who was taken to the church to possibly check for gunshot residue. The dog was trained to sniff for guns and bombs and successfully found firearms and shell casings and solved many crimes in his career. So let's just say that there are some signs pointing to the police trying to figure out if a gun was used or not. Next up, I'm going to review the hammer. Could a burglary suspect have only brought a pry bar and found a hammer after the first scene of the video, since it does not look like they're carrying a hammer when they come out of room 8? Were the tools that were left at the scene from the kitchen? If so, it makes me think that the killer had been in the kitchen before and maybe planned the attack, knowing that those tools wouldn't be traced back to them, and so they brought separate tools to gain entry to the outside door. The bulletin on the church's website stated that there was a 5 p.m. meeting in the kitchen 12 hours before Missy's murder. I assume police looked at the heights and gaits of people on video in the church the days before. There was also the Sunday Mass and a blood drive on Saturday that would allow people to be walking around the church. Could the hammer have been homemade by the killer or someone in their family? This is a screenshot from the Room 9 break-in, and the quality is kind of blurry, but I looked at hundreds of hammers and did not see any that looked exactly like the video frame capture at Room 9, with this white stripe around here in the middle, and this part here looks a little bit older or rusted before the top of the hammer. There also might be a white spot at the base of the hammer. To me, this kind of looked like it was flat, but it's probably due to the bad quality of the video. The first time we get a good view of the hammer is when they come out of room 2, and it looks really thick in this area, but then it thins out in later frames. Since this is a really unique hammer, I wondered if there's any point in asking locals if they recognize this hammer with a white stripe around the middle. If this was found by the killer in the church and left there, then it's pointless to ask locals if they recognize it. So what type of hammer is it? This is a rock pick. This is a geological paleo pick. This is a geologist prospecting rock mining pick hammer. This is a vintage hammer. This is a tinner's hammer. This is another tinner's hammer. I created these comparisons to see how the hammer matched up. It's kind of difficult to tell due to the resolution. That's a side view. The killer is holding the hammer in every scene except for the first one, but they attach the pry bar to the vest. To me, that indicates they wanted to be prepared at any time to use the hammer as a weapon, maybe in case somebody showed up. This is the difference between a pry bar and a crowbar. This is an example I found of a wrecking or crowbar. I believe this side view shows the pry bar sticking out the top of the vest. Outside of room 9, you can kind of see that there is something hanging off the vest, and I think that's the pry bar, or another tool. What if the tools found at the crime scene were the smaller ones from the room 10 basket that the killer put in their pocket and maybe dropped the basket on the floor? Obviously, the police checked the tools for DNA, but it hasn't turned up any results. In the surveillance video, there are 3 objects that are kind of unknown what they are. One is near the front right pocket of the killer. Another is the object in their left hand outside of room 9. And the last one is what is in their left hand as they approach the sanctuary door. Due to the low video quality, the size and shape of this object changes throughout the video from when they first exit room 2. I don't know if it's something that's attached to their waist belt and hanging down or hanging out of a pocket or something. As they come back down the hall after being in room 9, it looks wider, but again, it's probably due to this low video quality. You can see there are things hanging out the size of their pockets. It's somewhat visible when they're using the hammer outside room 9. Not a lot of shorts would have a horizontal pocket where an object could just stick out of the top. This tri-cert pant does have a horizontal pocket, but it's a lot lower than where this object is hanging out of. At one point I wondered if it could be a gun handle that was stuffed in their shorts, but there are not a lot of guns that have a white or silver handle. Swiss Army knives are red, but I found something similar called a Leatherman multi-tool, but I don't really see any kind of ring to hook it to a belt. This is zoomed in and it's obviously blurry. This was one of the best views I could find of it, and it seems like there might be a hook that's a circle at the end that might be attached to part of their pants or shorts, and it has a unique shape here. This is the negative image I took. This is a close-up. What is that thing? Does anybody recognize it? If you look here, it looks like there's a white ring or maybe silver attached to a belt or their waist. This is another negative image that I took. I just can't make it out. And this is the same area as they're walking toward the sanctuary. It looks a lot wider. It may be a totally different object. I don't think it's the one from the outside the room 9 that they were holding in their left hand. It might just be the pixelation from the camera. Outside of room 9, it looked more rectangular, like it could be a flashlight or something. I know most flashlights are circular, but there are some that are rectangular. This is the negative image of it. This is a negative outside of room 1, and you can see that there's something sticking out over here. I'm not sure that it's it, though. Next is the item that they're holding in their left hand after they come out of room 10. There's been a lot of speculation over the years about what this could be. Some people thought maybe it was saran wrap. I searched saran wrap, and these are very colorful and have writing on them, which does not match up with what the killer is holding. Another thing is at a church or school, they're going to buy saran wrap that's a lot larger due to the high number of people who would be using it. And in this kitchen photo down here, I'm not sure if that is plastic utensils or saran wrap, but something like that would be larger in a church instead of a small saran wrap package. Gumshoe Stories did some local research, and he said he was told it was a storage utility basket that come in threes that was holding some small tools from the church and is available at Walmart. In all of the Facebook photos from the church, I zoomed in to see if I could find one of these, but I could not. Like I said, this stuff is not going to solve the case, but for people who spend so much time looking at every detail, you kind of want to figure out what you can. The last unknown object is when the killer is approaching the doors to the sanctuary. They held up their left hand, and there is an object here, which I think might be a flashlight. Even though they have a light on their helmet, they may have preferred to have something also in their hand. Something small like this one. Now I'm going to do a review of the suspects, both individual and general. So underneath all of this clothing, who could this person be? Who would have been awake at midnight to 1 a.m. to get prepared and dressed and drive to Creekside Church and possibly SWFA gun store? Who was up and out of the house possibly between 1 and 5 a.m. without anybody noticing? Did they live alone or have a spouse working a night shift so no one noticed them leave and return at odd hours? Do they have a job that they had to be at Monday morning after they committed murder at 4:20? Did they work the afternoon shift or have a Monday off? Were they unemployed, so they were a burglar looking for ways to get money? Was it someone who did drugs and alcohol and decided they were going to teach Missy a lesson, not to cheat with her husband? Although the killer had issues walking, it didn't seem like it was due to intoxication. Was this a criminal on parole, and when they saw Missy, they were afraid getting in trouble for anything would land them back in jail? Is that why they also completely covered their appearance? Who in that county and area was on parole in 2016? Probably a lot of people, so it's kind of difficult to do a search. Also, it might explain why they covered up every part of their body so no DNA could be matched up with a database from a prior offense. There's a large military presence in Texas. Could this have been former military with PTSD? Is the killer a man or a woman? It's pretty difficult to tell. Some of these observations are stereotypical. Similar to a male, there is a frame when they walk toward the Dutch doors where you can see the white shirt around their neck, which indicates there isn't long hair in the back, although some females do have shorter hair or they could hide it under the helmet. Where would a female hide her hair under the helmet? Did a female have a short haircut? Was the balaclava tucked under the white shirt? It is possible to rearrange hair under the balaclava. Males are more likely to own a pry bar, hammer, tactical gear, helmet, and commit murder. Similar to a female, their hammer and pry bar form of striking glass windows and trying to open door 1 have been described as more of a female form. The Room 9 hammer swing doesn't look like a weak swing to me though. They successfully smashed the glass with that amount of effort, so they probably knew from the first outside window near the kitchen that it did not need a lot of force. Would a man with tools experience use this form to try and open a door? I noticed this motion here with their left hand. It looks like they do a quick motion to turn around the hammer, like they do have some experience with a hammer, and their left hand may not be as weak as they're showing. A lot of women said they walked like this when they were pregnant. But a lot of people also said the walk was similar to Missy's father-in-law, who's a senior citizen. Missy's husband, Brandon, said that he saw unreleased video where the killer holsters the hammer without looking, like a man familiar with the tool. But he also said he was about 75% sure the killer is a woman. If this was a targeted murder, which gender is more likely to have researched the best way to get away with murder, compiled all of the clothing, tools, and when and where the best time to do it would be? Who figured out which entrance wouldn't be caught on camera? A woman who is concerned something would go wrong? I think a man would be more inclined to think that he could get away with it without as much planning. Male and female anatomy, the killer moves their right leg far inside as they walk. That would likely cause pain for a man's groin, like right there. If that was a man, he would be at Radio City Music Hall starring in The Nutcracker. I wondered if this was a man who also wore a protective cup in case Missy kicked him, and that could be affecting his walk. Missy did take self-defense classes, and that is taught to kick a man in the groin. There is not much sign of a female having a large chest, especially in this profile view. But the front of the vest and jacket might be hiding things. When they first exit room 8, this looks more like a man to me. As they approach room 2, they slide their left leg, which looks more like something a woman would do. There are several different ways of walking displayed in this video, which is probably affected by the shoes, knee pads, and other clothing. To me, this looks like a woman walking in Walmart. I know, I'm an idiot. I tried to imagine both a female's head and a man's head on the body as they walked around, and both seem possible. I'm sure if somebody is arrested, I'll think both, wow, it's a woman, or wow, it was a man. A user named BatBrat on WebSleuths used their training to create GIFs with the clothing peeled away, and it seems more like a man's body. I know that it's somewhat suggestive that it does not have long hair. But that body and walk looks more like a man to me. This is a screen capture of the qualifications of BatBrat. In my notes, I saved the really long description of how BatBrat created these GIFs and analyzed the body, as well as the movement. Regarding the killer's physical appearance, for their height, the police said they are 5'8", plus or minus 1.53 inches, which would be 5'6.5" to 5'9.5". That is from the Midlothian Police update on April 18th, 2019. On May 20th, 2016, at the press conference, they said it was between 5'2" and 5'7". Before I came across that 2019 update, I used the website blocklayer.com to upload a photo of the killer opening the Dutch door, since we know that the Dutch door is 84 inches. I then drew a line from the floor to the top of the door and entered that it was 84 inches. The next step is to drag up from the other object you want to measure against that 84 inches. So I did up to about the top of the helmet, and it came out to around 69 inches, which is 5'9". You have to remember though that the helmet might have an inch or more padding on top, and their shoes might have another inch. So that could even be somebody who is 5'7". The police did a forensic reconstruction of the security tape, and at some point they said the suspect was between 5'2" and 5'7". Seems kind of weird that they changed it, but they later updated it to the 5'8" range. Missy was 5'3". I didn't think there were a lot of men who were in that 5'6" to 5'9" range, so to get a better idea of the gender of the killer and whether a lot of men are in the 5'6" to 5'9" range, I searched some online personals profiles for men 20 miles from Midlothian, 18 to 99 years old, and 5'6" to 5'9". So I created a spreadsheet, and it shows the height, age, and race of the first 100 male profiles I came across. So there are 3 columns for each. So this column has men who were 5'6", including their ages and their race. So out of 100 male profiles, there were 6 men who were 5'6". 3 were Hispanic, 2 were white, and 1 was black. There were 22 men who were 5'7", 28 who were 5'8", and 43 were 5'9". I also searched women 5'8" to 5'9" within 20 miles of Midlothian to see how many are that tall, and there were 61 results. So why is this relevant? Honestly, probably it isn't, but I was curious to see, and I think it shows that there are a fair amount of men who fit the height range, and not only women are this height. I was going to say that the neck does not look that long and thin, and it doesn't really seem to be vertical, it's more at an angle. But it's so difficult to tell with the resolution, and who knows how much stuff they have around their neck. Talking about their feet, legs, and stance, after they used the crowbar on door 1, they adjusted the vest and their stance stood out to me. Their feet are so far out, that position right there, I got out of my recliner and tried to do that when I first saw this. It was so uncomfortable and unnatural to me. Regarding their weight, I think they're a lot thinner than this outfit reveals. Here you can see them trying to open door 21, and even though they're wearing a jacket, their upper arm seems fairly skinny. And in this side view, they do not have a large stomach. So I don't think it's a pregnant woman or somebody who is heavy. People have been trying to zoom in on the killer's face for 6 years. On WebSleuths, there was a user named Sparky who posted an image that I saved. And there were a lot of people who would look at this and say, oh, it looks like this person. You can see in their eyes, it looks like a woman. I didn't start looking into this case until August 2021, so when I looked back at the WebSleuths postings from the prior years, people had mentioned an enhanced video on YouTube by someone named Kodiak, but the link was no longer good and the channel has been deleted, so I don't know exactly what made it enhanced quality. At first I thought the screenshot looked too fake because the killer was looking right at the camera. Because in the video, the killer is looking at the camera and their face seems mostly covered, compared to this, which seems to show a balaclava underneath their nose, with their face being exposed above their eyebrows. This is from the 2 minutes and 26-second video. Then I went to the original 7-second video with the timestamp, and it looks like their face does have a little bit more skin exposed in this one, although it's still not very clear. This is zoomed in on that picture. Some people made these comparisons with Missy's father-in-law, and other people did with the trainer's wife. The picture in the middle is the original one that people felt like they could see who it was. So I did a negative image of it, and if you look here, the black is white stuff, and look at what you can see. Like, you can't really see anything, so I think this is really misleading. That does not look like a person. Nobody's getting convicted based on that picture. Some people speculated that it could be 2 people in the church, but I don't think it is. I think they got a little more comfortable with the shoes as time went on in the church, and the angle and quality of the cameras affected how they looked. Now I'm going to review the individual suspects. As I said in my Delphi video, where there have been like 15 men who were accused of being the killer of 2 teenage girls, there can only be 1 murderer. That means at least 14 of those guys and probably 15 have been falsely accused of being child killers by people online. Some of them committed other horrible crimes and don't deserve sympathy, but some of them didn't, and that's not right to falsely accuse someone of murder, even if you're trying to help. It feels like a waste of time to review these people since the police have not arrested any of them in 6 years. But I think they're being falsely accused of being murderers, so at least I might be able to show why people should not be calling these people killers. So I won't be sharing the names and faces of most of the people who are widely theorized as potential killers in this case, other than Missy's husband and father-in-law, since they are closely related to the case. And I don't think either of them are the person in the church. I know that people are going to think that it's lame for me to not show the names or faces, but I just don't feel like comfortable doing that to an innocent person. This forces people to focus more on the facts instead of if someone looks like a killer to them. Also, it's not that difficult to find out their names and faces on your own. So in the files I'll upload to my site, I probably will keep their names listed since it's easy to find out anyway, but I just don't feel comfortable putting their names and faces in a YouTube video. For people who comment below this video about the suspects, please only use their initials or their nickname. I never delete comments, even when people say, "I'd never blink." But if I see somebody write the full name of one of these people who have never been arrested, I probably will delete your comments. So just write their initials or their nickname. It's not that difficult. People who are familiar with the case will know who you're talking about. How would you feel if you were innocent of a murder, but people online were writing your full name as the one who did it? I just don't think it's cool. So this is the general list of suspects that have come up over the years, plus a few general ideas. Missy's father-in-law, her husband hiring a hitman, the trainer and his wife, a Camp Gladiator participant, a guy who stalked her online, the spouse of a man Missy had an affair with, a guy at the gym who liked checking Missy out and started hitting on her but was rejected. Was it business related? Missy taking clients from other trainers or gyms? A teenager? A gay man shunned by Church of Christ? A burglar or vandal? Or a police officer? I'm going to start with the person I've seen accused the most online, Missy's father-in-law, Randy. Some people think he has the same build and limp as the killer. He's had an autoimmune disease since he was a teenager that affects his spine, and his son Brandon said the upper third of his vertebrae are all fused together. Here's another hard word for me to try and pronounce. Ankylosing spondylitis. This is an ad for the medicine Cosentyx, which has a description of what Randy has. It's an inflammatory autoimmune condition that typically begins in young adulthood. It's an underdiagnosed form of arthritis that creates inflammation in the spinal joints and causes chronic back pain and stiffness. And the pain can migrate to other areas of the body like hips, neck, and shoulders. I did a comparison of the father-in-law's walk in my Gait analysis section, and I feel like the father-in-law has trouble bending his right knee, whereas the killer does not. Also, the killer never had this wide of a stance at any point in the video. This is a side-by-side of Missy's father-in-law on the right, and on the left is the killer in a profile view, and they're wearing a vest on the left. So I used a photo program, not that well, as you can see, and I tried to take the color in the tiles and smudge out the protruding vest to give a better idea of what the killer's stomach would look like without the vest. To me, the killer has a flat stomach. Randy, no offense, but he hasn't done a sit-up since like the 60s. If the beer belly doesn't fit, you must acquit. Randy and his wife spend spring and summer driving an RV and go to Portland, Oregon. They left Texas a few weeks before Missy's murder and stopped near Oceanside, California to see Randy's second wife's son. Some people online thought that Randy rented a car in California and drove to Creekside Church to kill Missy and then drove back to California. According to Google Maps, it would take 20 hours to do that. Other people said that there's an airport next to the church and he could have flown from California, killed Missy, and then flown back, but come on, people. If you go to Google Maps and see the church down here, here's the airport, but most of the planes are really small. Like, he's not going from California to Texas in one of these crop dusters. One of these larger jets would cost $40,000 round trip from Texas to California. Midlothian police said, "We have confirmed he was in California by several sources." For people who are new to this case, there was a lot of drama early on that you should totally ignore. Randy, his wife, and their small dog flew back to Texas after the murder and stayed with his daughter, who has 2 larger dogs. There was a dog fight, and Randy and his wife brought their small dog to a vet trying to save its life, but it died and got its blood on both of their shirts. Since they probably had not packed many clothes and their home wasn't nearby, they took the shirts to the dry cleaners after the blood didn't come out in the wash. The person at the dry cleaners recognized his name from Missy's murder being in the news. The police checked the blood on the shirt and it was dog blood, not human blood. So don't fall down that dry cleaner's rabbit hole. Missy's sister-in-law said that Randy and his wife were verified to be on American Airlines coming back from California. Also, their phones pinged in the San Diego area during the murder. I could understand people thinking it was maybe the father-in-law if it was proven that he was near Midlothian the night of the murder, but police have verified that he was in California. How many in-laws risk dying in jail just because a daughter-in-law cheated on his son or would make him lose money in a divorce? How much of a pain was Missy in his life that he'd hate her so much that he'd kill his 3 granddaughters' mother? Some reasons for Randy possibly being the suspect, even though we know he wasn't even anywhere near there. People say he did not seem sad at the dog press conference 9 days after her murder and was smiling at some of the questions and answers, but he did look emotional the day after the murder, and not everyone is outwardly emotional, especially in front of strangers and TV news cameras. He looks like he's crying over there. The reasons against Randy being in the church, the police confirmed that he was in California using several sources. His phone pinged in California. On April 11th, he posted, "Landed in Oceanside, California for 2 weeks. He has a different limp than the killer. He has a different stance than the killer. And he has a larger stomach than the killer." Do not say the killer was wearing a girdle. My verdict is he is not guilty. Although I'm curious to know anybody who thought he was guilty previously, did you change your mind after seeing what I said? I'm not really trying to change people's minds. I'm just curious to know, why would you still think it's Randy? Next is Missy's husband, Brandon. He was listed as 6'2" in a warrant and is obviously not the killer. His alibi in Mississippi was verified by the police. But some people speculate whether he hired somebody to kill his wife due to her cheating or an impending divorce that would have resulted in him losing money in alimony and child support. Almost a month before Missy's murder, on March 22nd, Brandon posted on Facebook, "Annual bucket list fishing trip coming up soon. You can read about it here." Missy replied, "You deserve a great fishing trip, honey," with a heart to show that she loves him. On Friday, April 15th, Brandon had a colonoscopy due to diverticulitis and abdominal pain that had been bothering him for quite a while. His mother is the one who took him to the surgery since Missy was away in Austin at a Camp Gladiator event. Brandon's mother gave an interview to People magazine. She said she did not even like to say the name Camp Gladiator because it took so much of Missy's life and then it took her life. Brandon spoke to the media outside their house soon after the murder, and he said that their marriage changed from this to that. I wondered if that indicated an open marriage where they both could have affairs, since it was revealed that Missy had several.
If it wasn't for me leaning on God as heavily as I am right now, okay, there is no way I would be melted just into this asphalt. There's no way that the Brandon Bevers before this would be standing here today without me leaning on God and His Word and His direction. I find peace in it. It's very comforting. I obtain wisdom from it.
Some of the reasons for Brandon being involved in Missy's murder: a little over a month before her murder, Brandon posted a news story on Facebook about the legendary rock band The Eagles co-founder Randy Meisner's wife being shot dead. Brandon wrote on Facebook, "As odd as this sounds, I was laying in bed thinking about Randy Meisner last night. I have no idea why he came to mind. I was thinking about Take It to the Limit and other stuff. I was floored when I heard this story. At no other time has this guy came to my mind for me until last night. Kinda strange. In that case, police said a shotgun she was moving accidentally fired, and that the husband was not responsible for her death. And I don't think this inspired him to kill Missy.
It's a chihuahua. Right, they got in a dog fight. That's all I'm going to say. I got to get some water.
That was interesting. Who has to get water as soon as possible? Someone with dry mouth caused by nervousness or lying? He doesn't seem like an extrovert to me, so he probably hated having to talk in front of 10 to 20 media, knowing his video was going to be on the local news. Law enforcement documents said that Missy and Brandon were having financial and marital issues. And 3 days before the murder, she posted on Facebook, "Please say a prayer for Brandon Bevers this morning while he's having a minor surgery today. I hope you feel better soon, honey. Love you." He replied, "Thanks, Strick," which is a nickname based on her maiden name. So even though Missy was flirting with men online at the time of her death, she was still professing her love for Brandon online. In the interview outside of his house, Brandon said that Missy had been texting him every day for the past 10 months that she loved him. So what happened 10 months prior? I think their wedding anniversary was June 20th, which would have been 10 months before April 18th. There's speculation that Missy had an affair and she and Brandon went to counseling. So in counseling, maybe each of them complained that the spark was no longer there, and the therapist maybe suggested that they voice their appreciation of each other to make the other feel more loved and valued. Brandon said he spoke to Missy the night before her murder around 7:30 after he arrived in Biloxi, Mississippi, and then called her again at 9 or 9:30 to tell her he loved her, even though he said she was half asleep. If Brandon was having an affair, maybe the woman thought this was the perfect weekend to kill Missy because Brandon would not have a cloud of suspicion since he had an out-of-state alibi. In the years since the murder, Brandon has remarried. I don't think that's a sign that he had anything to do with Missy's killing, but it shows that he did not feel like Missy was the only person he could ever love. Brandon said he handled audio-visual for the Cowboy Church down the road from Creekside. Would he have had knowledge of the security cameras at Creekside and their motion detection capabilities? The murder did happen when he was away, which could be an alibi that he had nothing to do with it. The day before the murder, he told his mom he was worried about Missy's safety. Some people think Brandon planned Missy's death as retaliation for her affairs and to get insurance money. He did pay off their mortgage about a year later for over $140,000. In an interview, he said that he moved because he could not live in the same house, and neither could his daughters. I looked online, and it appears that he did not sell their house, and maybe he's just renting it. So it's not like he paid off the mortgage after he sold the home to get a new mortgage in his name only for a new home. People assume that he got a life insurance settlement because of Missy's death. Why would he use it to pay off their mortgage? Wouldn't he be more concerned that since Missy is no longer around to provide income for their 3 daughters, that he should have more cash in the bank? Even if Missy had a life insurance policy, wouldn't it be better to have Missy around as another income earner? If they were going to get divorced, Brandon probably would have had to start paying alimony and child support. Some people online said that Missy had been a Facebook friend with a well-known female Dallas divorce attorney who unfriended Missy in the days after her death, but I never saw any evidence of that, and I don't think it necessarily means that Missy was talking to her to divorce Brandon. Like I said, a few days before her murder, she was posting online that she loves him, even though she was flirting with other men. Reasons I don't think Brandon was involved: he said his thoughts on the murder have flip-flopped over the years, which could indicate that he is innocent or he wouldn't be changing his mind if he really knew what happened. He initially said he thought she walked in on a burglary, and then a few days later, he gave the interview with his dad about the bloody shirt and said he believed she was targeted. People say that Brandon and his father do not seem too sad in their interviews. One possible explanation is he doesn't seem like he's really outgoing. Brandon's interviews were in front of a bunch of strangers with TV news cameras that he knew would be on the local news that night. And people process grief differently, especially in front of TV cameras. The day after the murders, Brandon cried when he was surrounded by friends and family at the vigil.
Close friends holding Missy Bevers' husband and daughters close, grieving her loss. Nearly 200 people in all.
I want to thank everybody for coming out here. I know y'all only represent just a small fraction of all the people that Missy's lives have touched, and I appreciate all of y'all coming out here. Thank you very much.
In 2021, Brandon participated in an interview about dealing with grief.
You didn't know. So that week and at the funeral, were you worried about safety of your daughters or safety?
Absolutely, not knowing who did that. Absolutely, I was scared to death.
Yeah.
I mean, I had where we lived, there was a large, fully developed cedar tree with about a 20-foot circumference base on it. Cut it up,
Really?
Oh, yeah.
So nobody could hide in
hiding
it?
behind it.
So if Brandon knew who did it, why would he be taking large trees off of his property so nobody could hide behind it? Missy apparently had several affairs, and Brandon knew about them. So if he did not kill her after the first time she cheated, why would he do it the second or third time? A problem with the theory about a hitman hired by Brandon is, if he told a hitman that Missy taught the class and where she lived, why would the killer break into the church and walk slowly and curiously? Brandon knew the route Missy would drive to the church, so the hitman could have easily shot her as she drove to make it look like it was a case of road rage. My verdict is he is not guilty. This is Bobby Wayne Henry. I think a lot of people saw a news report with him doing security at the church parking lot after Missy's murder and thought he had the body type and walk of the killer, so they submitted tips to the police that it was him. Police did look into him because a few things did match up, and a search warrant on his house showed that he had a lot of similar tactical gear from a previous job in law enforcement. He was held in jail for a while, but he passed a polygraph, had an alibi, and was cleared by police for Missy's murder, although he was arrested for doing some other shady stuff. He has a pronounced walk where he puts the front of his shoe high and then the heel down, and it doesn't really match the killer. His back looks very straight. I don't know if he's wearing a bulletproof vest or what. No, I guess not, because you can see his belly bouncing. I've heard of an hourglass figure, but he has a 24-hour glass figure. My verdict and the police is he's not guilty of Missy's murder. 2 different men were named in search warrants as either having an emotional and/or physical affair with Missy, including at the time of her death. The guy I'm going to review now, his initials are CW, and I'll call him LinkedIn Guy. It seems odd that although some people initially looked into him, they seemed more focused on Missy's father-in-law and the trainer's wife. But this guy was found to be exchanging messages with her. The reasons for him being involved is he's 5'8", he was in the U.S. Army Anti-Terrorist Task Force, which could possibly have some similar tactical gear. He has experience with MMA and fighting. Investigators initially looked into him because they found messages indicating a romantic interest between him and Missy that they exchanged on LinkedIn. People online said that on Twitter, he posted a photo the day after Missy's murder, which was his first post since February 1st, 2013. On Facebook, people said he posted a photo after the murder when he hadn't posted anything in months. He later deleted his Facebook after his name was released in a warrant. People online said he had a foot injury from MMA fighting. People say that his wife did not know that he was sending these flirtatious messages, so she would not be a suspect because she wouldn't be angry if she didn't know. Reasons against him being involved? It's unknown if they met in person. In the Facebook warrant, police wrote, "Our investigators have uncovered communications between the decedent and other persons through Facebook private chat service, specifically including CW, making arrangements to meet with the decedent," but it's unclear if they ever met in person. Although it was mentioned that he may have broken his foot, MMA fighters have to be very light on their feet, and the killer didn't seem to fit that profile. He doesn't live in the Midlothian area and probably had not been to the church before. If the messages between him and Missy turned negative in the days prior to the murder, you would think that law enforcement would have looked into him more than if they had exchanged upbeat messages the day before. The messages were described as flirtatious and familiar, not angry. He had an MMA fight about a month later on May 20th. Would he really risk getting injured on April 18th? He cooperated with police and let them look at his phone. He works a day job, so his wife would have found it odd that he was out of the house between 3 and 5 a.m. on a Monday morning. There was a LinkedIn warrant for his information and Missy's information, and that document included the full URL of this guy's LinkedIn page, so people online were able to find out who he was. This is his body. He had MMA shorts, but as you can see, they have a lot of writing on them. His personal details on a website for MMA fighters showed that he's 5'8" in the Dallas area. My verdict is he's not guilty. Next up is KC, who I will refer to as Confirmed Affair. He was mentioned on Web Sleuths at the beginning of my research, but hardly anyone was really focusing on him. Since I knew that law enforcement hadn't arrested him, I didn't really look into him until about 7 months into my research, and I couldn't find much information other than a few photos, because he deleted social media after his name became public in a warrant. In Brandon's Facebook warrant, the police said, "Additionally, we have received information from Brandon that the decedent was having love affairs with at least one person, identified by the spouse as KC." Law enforcement continued, "Because we have seen messages showing that it was the decedent's common practice to use Facebook services to arrange and discuss assignations, your affiant has probable cause to believe that the Facebook account and records of Brandon contain information of direct relevance to this investigation. I had never heard the word assignations before, so I looked it up, and it's an appointment to meet someone in secret, typically one made by lovers. So this guy and his wife were both on an early warrant looking for phone data. Were they the couple at the church who discovered Missy and called Brandon? That doesn't really make sense to me, because if Missy had an affair with him, possibly a year prior, why would he and his wife still be going to Missy's class? I might be wrong about that, so I think maybe they were not the couple that were at the church. Some people mention that maybe Missy's daughter and this guy's daughter were very good friends, so maybe she was texting them in the days prior, maybe if their two daughters were hanging out when Missy was away. People checked out Facebook, and Missy and these people were not Facebook friends, causing people to believe that it was because of an affair. Reasons for this guy being involved? He was having an affair with Missy, possibly a year prior. He divorced his wife 7 months after the murder in November 2016. Reasons against? It's been 6 years and the police haven't arrested him, and if his ex-wife knew that he did it, why would she protect him? My verdict is not guilty. Next up is a married couple that was also on the search warrant for phone numbers soon after the murder. AT and CT, who I'll call the trainer and the trainer's wife. The trainer is former military who has been a fitness and self-defense coach in a nearby town. He operated his own fitness business, but started doing Camp Gladiator about 2 weeks before Missy's death, and he attended the same Camp Gladiator event in Austin where Missy was the weekend before her death, and he was photographed with her in a post Missy made on April 14th, 4 days before her murder. He and Missy knew each other since at least July 9th, 2014, according to a Facebook post by Missy, where Missy thanked him for letting her help out with his boot camp. Missy did boot camps with his company from July 2014 until around December 2014, while she was also doing personal training and her own boot camps at home and other businesses. The trainer taught a class the morning of Missy's murder, and it may have started as early as 4:45 a.m. or 5, so it's definitely not him in the church. He posted on April 5th and 12th about his 4:45 a.m. workouts. So why were their names on the search warrant for phone data? I think April 18th was the trainer's first official class for Camp Gladiator, and Missy was maybe one of his mentors and may have helped him get started with the company. I assume she probably would have communicated with him that morning to wish him good luck before she left the house, possibly via a text, so his phone number would have been the last one that she contacted. After their names showed up in the warrant, people online went a little bit crazy. I'm not sure why his wife's name was listed in the warrant for her phone data. Due to working together on the boot camps, locals knew that Missy and the trainer had a working relationship, and some of them knew that his wife broke her ankle in June 2014, which may cause a limp. It seems like some people called the tip line and accused her of being the killer, and frankly, a lot of people online call her the killer. The trainer's wife and Missy's father-in-law are the two people who people accuse the most of being Missy's murderer. Reasons for the trainer being involved in Missy's murder? He was at the same work event with Missy the days before her murder and was photographed with her and another male trainer in a gym. His business may not have been doing well, so he joined Camp Gladiator. I used the Internet Wayback Machine to find his website, and it showed the reason why he changed from his own business to Camp Gladiator. He seemed to think that it would give him more opportunities, as well as his clients. Some people speculated that since Missy was in the same business and nearby, she would be competition for him to feed his family of 6. He has 4 children. The trainer has a self-defense business, so an attack on a woman would cause more women in the area to increase their fear and take his classes. His children had a 4-day weekend from Friday to Monday, April 15th to 18th, and someone online said that there was a rumor that his children stayed at their grandmother's house that weekend, which would allow him or his wife to be involved in Missy's murder. Brandon's sister and mother-in-law both seem to insinuate that the killer was a woman with several children. There are crutches in his September 28, 2014 garage photo on Facebook. Did he hurt his leg or foot, or was it from when his wife did? I'm not going to lie, it felt kind of creepy looking at people's Facebook photos. Like I was looking in the background to find a hammer that might have that white line around it. But I mean, all of these were on social media, so I'm just trying to help solve this case. And I think I'm showing that not enough facts add up for either the trainer or his wife to be involved. There were photos of the trainer's wife bending her left leg while standing like the killer, which does not make someone a murderer. There was a rumor online that the trainer's wife was at a hair salon around the time of Missy's murder when a story came on the local news on the TV in the salon. And the trainer's wife apparently said something nasty like, "That bee cheated with my husband." I don't remember the exact quote, but something similar to that. But that has never been proven. Reasons against the trainer being involved? The police have said that the couple are not killers and they have not arrested them in 6 years. The police got AT&T records from the couple, including their location at the time. He taught a class at 5 a.m., and sometimes it started earlier, so he would not be at the church at 4:20 a.m. The trainer is very fit and didn't seem to have any leg problems. There is a photo of him in a military helmet that has a cover that maybe when you took it off it would resemble the killer's helmet, but the killer's helmet does not seem to be official. He had self-defense and other gear that is similar to what the killer had, but I zoomed in on his work gear as well as his garage and nothing exactly matched. I'm the king of zooming in. I thought about making a mug that says, "Hold my drink while I zoom in." Some people online were like, "Oh, well, he has this gear," but people seem to ignore that it has to match up exactly. He did not walk like the killer. He complained on social media that their garbage was stolen and warned neighbors, indicating that he was clueless that they would be suspects in Missy's murder. In 2021, he replied on YouTube to a viewer's questions about Missy instead of deleting and ignoring the comment and or deleting the video. About Missy's murder, he said, "This was bad. They still have not found the killer. I am not sure, but here are my thoughts. I will try and answer each question. I do not think it was someone in law enforcement. I believe it was a man. I do not think it was someone she knew personally but was acquainted with, possibly a stalker. They knew where she was going to be and exactly what time to be there. They also did it in a place where they could have been easily caught." The trainer's wife had a gray van and he had a white truck. I saw no evidence of them having an Altima. Although I did see online some people said there's an Altima in a picture behind him, and I think this is the picture they're talking about, and that's not an Altima back here. 4 days before her murder, Missy posted a photo with the trainer. If she was having an affair with him, would she really post a picture of them together? There was another trainer in the photo, but I would think that someone having an affair while they're out of town would find another photo to post than with the person you're hooking up with when you're away from your spouses. It's never been confirmed that the trainer and Missy were having an affair, and the reference to Missy and Brandon recommitting to each other about 10 months before the murder, possibly due to Missy having an affair, doesn't add up that it would be an affair with the trainer because there's no way he would join her company. How would their spouses react to that? Next, I'll talk about the trainer's wife. There has never been any official proof that Missy was cheating with the trainer, but 2 other men were named in warrants as having exchanged flirtatious messages and had an affair. So why would the trainer's wife have a reason to kill Missy if her husband never had an affair with Missy? The trainer's wife has 4 kids and her body shape does not match what the killer looks like without layers of clothing. I created several composite photos to compare the killer's body and the trainer's wife's body. This photo of her was taken 12 days after Missy's murder. I pasted a photo of the killer reaching out their right arm to open the door to room 21. It looks fairly thin. And no offense to the trainer's wife, but her biceps look a lot wider than the killer's. Here is another comparison photo of the both of them. The photo of the killer is blurry and it's kind of hard to tell details, but if the trainer's wife was wearing this outfit, I think her body would be even more wide. I also cut out an outline of the killer and pasted it next to the trainer's wife. That does not look like the same body type. This sounds really rude, but if she's watching, I'm trying to clear your name from this. The inside of her legs seem to be touching from the knee up. Her legs, waist, and chest do not seem to match the killer's. Without the vest, the killer does not seem to have much of a chest. The chest of the killer and the trainer's wife do not seem to match. In this comparison, I copied and pasted my smudged version of the killer where I gave a more realistic view of what their legs would look like. Those legs do not match up to the trainer's wife. Lastly, here's one more comparison. I just don't think those legs and that body type matches up. The police must have searched their internet history, which would have shown some searches related to Missy, the church, weapons, etc. It obviously didn't, or they would have been arrested. They seem to be a dedicated couple with 4 fairly young children and are still married 6 years later. From Bobby Wayne Henry's warrant, the forensic podiatrist said suspects didn't walk like the killer. This definitely included the trainer's wife. So she was ruled out using phone records and the doctor and other potential techniques. She has a master's degree and worked as a budget analyst before selling skin and makeup products. She seems intelligent enough to not murder her husband's coworker. So did anybody think it was her and now change their mind? If not, how can you explain the difference in their body types? What woman would risk not being a mom to 4 children, including an infant, and possibly get the death penalty because her husband cheated? Dump him and find somebody better while cashing alimony checks. Was Missy really looking to leave her husband and marry the trainer and then be mom to 7 kids while she still has to work? I don't think that was a logical threat to the trainer's wife's circumstances. Missy was not looking to take on 4 more children. How many women with 3 children really want to take on 4 more? I mean, Carol Brady's limit was 3. According to some locals, the trainer was a pallbearer at Missy's funeral, but I have not been able to confirm that. I have other information I saved about this couple, but I think I've said enough, and I don't think that they're guilty. So I'm moving on, and you should too, if you think they're guilty. Could the killer have been somebody who was a Camp Gladiator participant? Camp Gladiator has some bad reviews online about contracts that are hard to get out of and people getting injuries, although I don't think many people would get revenge on Missy by murdering her because they're mad at Camp Gladiator. Most people were complaining that they were charged money when they tried to cancel or could not attend due to medical issues. Did a client get upset that Missy was pushing her or him too hard, and maybe Missy said a comment that was trying to motivate them, but hit a nerve and they got really angry at her? It seems unlikely that someone would stalk a fitness trainer who said they were lazy or something, and then kill her. Some people apparently sent in tips to the police about a local woman who showed up in one of Missy's photos. Her name is April. I'm not going to say her last name. She took Missy's classes and had a bad right foot. People online said she leased a Nissan Altima, but she later said it was her mom's and she never even drove it. Police said she was cleared. Could it have been a guy who stalked Missy online? 3 days before she was murdered, she showed her friend a private LinkedIn message from a man she did not know that made her uncomfortable. A search warrant stated, quote, they both agreed that the message was creepy and strange, which is how some people describe me. This would have been received when Missy was in Austin at the Camp Gladiator event. Did she reply to it? Did maybe her rude reply, like get lost, make the killer mad and they wanted to get revenge when she returned to Midlothian? Or did her lack of reply cause the killer to hunt her down to get her to interact and acknowledge them in person? I find it hard to believe that law enforcement couldn't track down who signed up for a LinkedIn account. An email address is needed unless they used a VPN to block their real IP address. I was wondering if it was possible that Missy showed her friend a message from CW, the LinkedIn guy, that was maybe flirtatious, that she just opened, and Missy showed it to the friend like she was a flattered schoolgirl, like, look at what this guy sent me. And the friend said it was creepy, and then Missy felt a little bit ashamed at the friend's reaction and didn't confess that it was from the guy that she had been sexting, and she decided to say it was from somebody she didn't know. From that LinkedIn warrant and looking at CW's phone, I don't know if they were able to match up that he maybe sent some kind of message to Missy that was interpreted as creepy and strange. Could the killer have been a girlfriend or wife of a man Missy was having an affair with? If the killer is a female in a relationship, where is her man from 1 to 5 a.m. on a Monday morning that he wouldn't notice that she was gone? There are too many improbabilities with the jealous woman theory. 1 in 7 murders are committed by women. How many women are going out in the rain at 1 a.m. and putting on a helmet and wearing police gear? If I was a woman and wanted to get revenge on another woman, but it was pouring rain out, I'd just be like, nah, I'll do it next week. Could the killer have been a guy at the gym who liked checking Missy out in her exercise outfits and started hitting on her? The gym manager said Missy seemed different and more reserved 3 weeks before her murder. Was she avoiding a gym member? Did she tell her friend something that was bothering her 3 weeks prior? She may have also stopped going to the gym about 2 weeks before the murder. It's unclear if that's true or why. Was Missy taking clients from other trainers or gyms? Could this have been a rival fitness instructor who wanted Missy's clients and tried to injure her like Tanya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan, but Missy fought back hard and so they killed her? It seems unlikely that a fitness instructor can't walk properly, or is that limp because it's a woman trying to wear man's shoes? But how would a woman secure her ankles around a man's larger shoe without her foot falling out? Could this be business related? Missy previously worked at Level as a promoter. She also sold Vault denim jeans and skincare from 2012 to 14. Did she maybe try to get someone to join her team, and that woman lost money and blamed Missy? Some of those business ventures might be considered multi-level marketing or pyramid schemes. Did law enforcement look to see who signed up to be on her team for her business ventures? Also customers who bought her products? Or somebody else who dealt with Missy or her husband in business and may have been building up a grudge over money? Could this have been a teenager or somebody in their early 20s? I found the old page for the Midlothian spring break in 2016, and it was 1 month prior to Missy's death, from March 14th to the 18th. Some people wondered if this could have been a teenager who wanted to act out some video game in real life. But it seems unlikely that a parent would not know that their child had all of this gear and they were out of the house from 1 to 5 a.m. In an interview in 2022 with Missy's sister-in-law on the True Crime Broads podcast, she said that after the murder, a person told the police that their male cousin was responsible even though he didn't know Missy. The woman reached out to Missy's husband about 1.5 years of feeling like the police weren't taking her seriously. She said the police asked the woman if she could get her cousin to confess, but the police never questioned him directly, and he died 6 weeks later. Also, he was 5'6".
Well, the person who came forward on day 2 and then finally reached out to my brother 1.5 years into this because the police wouldn't give her the time of day, that's exactly what they said. Their cousin, they're all Church of Christ members, and their cousin came out gay prior and was in a lot of trouble, got off into drugs, and he was shunned by the church. And she thinks he was there to take his anger and frustration out on the church.
So it was Creekside in particular that shunned him?
No. He didn't go to church there. She said he visited there before and he liked it, is what he told his mom. He was not a member there, but family background is Church of Christ. If you're someone on drugs and you're high in the middle of the night, you're not always thinking logically. You're just like, well, let's go do this.
Did this person have access to police gear, like a family member or anyone that would have that tactical stuff or the police jacket?
The family member was a previous motor brigade, for funerals and things like that. So whatever kind of gear they had. But I mean, we've all kind of heard different pieces that attire could have been easily purchased, pieced together from anywhere.
Could this have been a burglar or a vandal? I think it's possible that they could have just been looking for cash. I don't know that it was a vandal because it seemed like they only did damage to the doors that were locked. It's not like they were knocking things over or hammering random walls and taking things off the wall. Could it have been a police officer? I don't think so. If you're a clown, are you really going to wear your clown outfit to a murder? I think the police gear was to be deceitful. I came up with this possible killer profile. It seems like they handle stuff with both their left hand and their right hand. To break the window to room 9, they were holding something in their left hand, but they hit with their right hand. Outside of room 2, they held the pry bar with their right hand and used their left hand to hold the hammer to hit the pry bar. It was somebody who had access to a hammer with a white stripe, or was this found at the church? Law enforcement obviously would have confirmed with the church if they recognized it. The killer possibly has a right leg prosthetic or other problems with their knee and leg. If this was planned, it's crazy for someone to think, I'm gonna kill a woman in a church. Like, who thinks like that? It's possibly somebody who is single, because if they live with somebody else, that person would likely be aware of all the clothing that matches the killer that was on the news every night. It was probably someone somewhat local. No one is driving that far in that outfit. And if it was targeted, they obviously knew Missy and lived near her. One of the craziest aspects of this case is the interaction between Missy and the killer probably lasted only 30 seconds, and now 6 years later, there aren't that many answers, and the number of possibilities is really long. I tried to think of many possible motives, and it will probably seem like too many to some viewers, but I want to share them. I'm going to start with my thoughts on whether it was a targeted hit or a burglary. After that, if you don't want to listen to me go on and on about potential motives, then skip to the next section. Most of the possibilities are highly unlikely, but they're still possible. There are a lot of stupid reasons why people commit murder. If this was a planned killing, this was done by someone willing to risk it all, including their life to the death penalty, to end Missy's life. What would cause such rage and revenge? Police said it was targeted, but how did they know? Did they see the killer hide somewhere as Missy arrived? That doesn't necessarily mean that the killer knew her and was there to kill her. If the killer is on camera and it's obvious that they saw a truck pull under the awning and then they ran to the murder location, wouldn't a burglar hide to see why somebody arrived at 4:16 in the morning? They wouldn't know if it was a man, woman, or more than one person in the truck. If the killer was trying to be deceptive and open all those doors to make it look like a burglary, the only reason to falsely make a murder look like a burglary is to take suspicion away from everyone who knew Missy, if the killer knew her. If it was targeted, the killer had to know that Missy would be at the church early in the morning. How would they have known? They previously took a class? She or someone told them about the class, time, and location? Or they had access to her Facebook, including the night before the murder, where she confirmed they would still meet despite the rain. So if it was targeted, did law enforcement get Facebook to provide all of the data they have? Who accessed Missy's Facebook on April 17th and 18th? So was it a targeted hit? The reasons for would be the creepy message on LinkedIn that she received several days before, not acting like herself at her longtime gym 3 weeks prior. Missy's husband told his mother that he was concerned for her early morning safety the day before her murder. She was having an online affair with at least one married man and possibly more men in person. The geofence warrant did not produce a cell phone number that led to an arrest, so this person probably turned off their cell phone. Would they expect police to do a geofence warrant for a crime as insignificant as breaking and entering or minor theft from a church? They would expect it if they knew they were going to commit a murder. The husband, father-in-law, and mother-in-law were all out of state with alibis. If any of them wanted Missy dead and got someone else to do it without money exchanging, this was the perfect weekend to do it. They also didn't seem emotionally devastated by it on camera, indicating they may have known it was coming. I don't think this is true of them, but it could be possible in a situation like this. Nothing was stolen from the church. If it was just about murder, any potential suspect would not want any object from the church to be found in their car or home that would place them at the scene of the murder. Puncture wounds to the chest and face could indicate that this person had a lot of hatred for Missy, and when they finally realized the moment they had planned for, all of that anger was released, with their tools inflicting as much pain to Missy to make her pay for what she did. But what did she do to make someone so angry? Arguments against a targeted hit. It has been 6 years for Missy's husband, family, friends, clients, and colleagues to think, who would want to kill Missy? And nobody has the answer. Why commit the murder in church and not outside or on the road? The killer shows no fear or concern for who could arrive at the church at any moment. On the released video, the killer did not wait in a west room to see when someone pulled in the front entrance. What if Missy heard a noise and ran out to her truck while calling 911? It's too risky for a hitman to hide in the west foyer or in the sanctuary or in the northwest, hoping Missy would walk towards the north. What if she never entered the building and only held the class under the awning waiting for her students? What if a student arrived first and Missy was late and they walked in together? Would the killer have kept up with the plan? If it was a burglar, would they have seen them from the northwest hall and ran out of the kitchen if it was 2 people? What if Missy arrived at 4 a.m. when she usually did and heard a noise when the killer was in the back of the church and she ran out and called 911? The killer is seen on the released footage acting like a burglar with a pry bar and hammer trying to gain access to the main room. It is not someone walking around with a handgun who stands by the front door looking to see the first car to pull in. If the killer knew details of how Missy's class worked, Missy was expecting 2 to 3 early campers who wanted to start at 4:30 a.m. Was this a burglar looking for money or something else? Gumshoe said that the church dropped their money off on Sundays after services, so there was not a safe with money around. If Creekside was not the prime burglary target, an alternate theory is that the killer went to rob SWFA in the Altima, but were scared by the 2 cars in the back and the security camera reflection on the TV on the 2nd floor, so they went to the church instead. It's possible the killer could have viewed the church's website and viewed their weekly PDF showing that they took in about $10,000 per week in collections. The biggest issue I have with this being a targeted murder is this. Missy normally arrived for workouts around 4 a.m. due to the 4:30 a.m. early campers. If the killer knew Missy's schedule and had been planning her murder for weeks and months and thinking about it every day, trying to plan every detail, and awaiting the moment of coming face to face, and they finally get in the church, why would the killer be in the northeast room 10 and slowly walk out to room 9 and smash that window when Missy could arrive at any second? Out over here by the entrance. It's raining out. If you're back here in the northeast, you can't see her truck come in. It's like you've planned this for so long. The killer was in no rush coming out of room 10 and standing in front of room 9 making noise by breaking the door window. You would think someone would be standing in the dark in Cub Corner or Kelsey's place or room 4 or 5, looking at the highway to see when a car pulls in. Gumshoe said that the most disturbed was the office in 17 in the southeast corner, and it contains files on prisoners who take Bible classes. What if Missy showed up then, while they're going through files and stuff? The only thing I could think of is that they thought the class started at 5 and didn't know about the 4:30 early campers and didn't expect Missy to arrive until after 4:30. But I just can't get past why somebody's hanging out up here when the only reason you're in this building is to make sure you kill Missy. What if Missy entered the southwest awning when they were outside of room 9 and they ran down here and she would have seen somebody coming running at her? She would have ran to a truck and got her gun. That part does not add up to me. The killer could have only been looking for cash. People say, why didn't they take anything? Why don't they have a big bag? Maybe they only wanted cash. The hammer and pry bar are burglary tools. If they were not there for a burglary, why would they add the white item in their left hand at the end of the video? Yeah, I know they didn't take it home. People have looked into most people associated with Missy, and none of them have led to an arrest, which suggests it wasn't someone who knew her. Why would the killer wear the bulky outfit and vest if it's just a burglary? If it was a woman, maybe to hide their body shape. Wouldn't someone who was at the church to kill Missy not want to alert her something was abnormal when she arrived? They had lights on and doors open. Did they turn them off or close them before she arrived, and that is why law enforcement thinks it was targeted? If the killer was just there for a burglary or vandalism, being seen on camera probably wouldn't be seen as a liability for a small crime, and they would not have thought that the video would end up on the Dallas news, never mind the national news. If you knew you were about to murder someone and it would be on the news and the police would be searching for you, would you walk around the church like the killer did? I know murderers don't think like non-murderers, but I would think that they would have some adrenaline unless they had taken Missy's class a few times and knew exactly what time she would arrive, although somebody said it was usually closer to 4. Reasons against it being a burglary. The police are certain that Bevers was the target. They have access to more video and evidence, and a news story said, sources tell News 8 that investigators are certain that Bevers was the target and did not stumble into a burglary gone bad. They further believe that the scene was staged to make it look like there had been a burglary. If it was a burglary, why wouldn't the killer just pull out their gun and tell Missy to go in a room as they escaped? There was no reason for a burglar to kill her. If they were surprised by Missy's arrival, there were plenty of other doors to run out of. Why attack her? Would someone do this much planning and deception just to steal and then not steal? If someone breaks into an empty building, you assume it's because there is something inside they want to take, but they didn't take anything. The killer doesn't seem to know how to use a pry bar and hammer to open room 1, and they gave up on the locked room 1 after barely trying to open it. You would think that a locked door would indicate that there's something of value inside. If they were looking for valuable items, they didn't fully step into the Dutch door room to see if anything good was in there. They had no bag to take items to their car. After killing Missy, they did not go to her truck to take her wallet, cash, or other items. Having said that, if it was their first time killing, they may have been scared with the reality of seeing Missy's injuries and wanted to get out as soon as possible. The killer is slow as hell. Hurry up and find something of value and get out as soon as possible. If the killer walked in the church and their only movement was crouching by a door and hiding until Missy came and shot her and left, everyone would agree that it was a hit. But since the video shows a lot of other stuff, everyone debates whether it was a burglary or a hit, and it increases the number of suspects instead of only people who didn't like Missy. So everyone would agree that it was a targeted hit. It's a crime to impersonate a law enforcement officer, which this person did by wearing a police vest, unless they are a police officer, which doesn't make sense that they would identify themselves and their occupation on video. If the person was just there for a burglary, why not just wear a balaclava or some kind of face mask to cover their face? Why also wear a helmet, vest, and patches that identified them as a police officer? All of that outfit indicated somebody ready for hand-to-hand combat or a weapon. If it was a burglar who went to SWFA first and then left due to the 2 cars or camera, why would they drive into the church's parking lot where there is a sign that says there are cameras and there is a camera on the front of the building? If it was a targeted burglary, the burglar would have checked out the church website and seen that music and audio equipment would be in the sanctuary. Why didn't they have a bag to get stuff? Why wouldn't they go into the sanctuary first to look for stuff instead of being the last place they were seen on video? If the killer had been to the church before, they would have seen the sign at the southwest corner pointing to the south hall where the offices were, and money would likely be kept. You would think that they would go straight to that area. If it was a burglar who needed money, how could they have had the helmet, vest, and other gear, which can get expensive? Was the killer somebody on parole, and a prior conviction prevented them from legally getting a gun, so they went to SWFA to break in to try and steal guns? To counter that, if they're a criminal, it's probably not hard to find somebody to sell them one illegally. This would only make sense if Missy was not shot. If they had a gun, they wouldn't need to steal from SWFA to get a gun. In addition to thinking about the day of the week the crime was committed, I thought about April 15th usually being tax day, and it turned out that in 2016, Monday, April 18th was when taxes were due. So if the killer didn't get a refund or owed money to the government, and in 2 weeks they owed rent or a mortgage, were they only looking for cash at the church? This took place on Monday in the early morning. I wondered if someone was desperate for money and thought after Sunday Mass there would be cash and they brought a pry bar and hammer to open a safe. The church posted their weekly news bulletin on their website, which showed that the prior week's donations averaged about $10,000 a week. So someone looking to steal would possibly think that $10,000 is in a safe in the church on a Sunday night before somebody brought it to the bank on Monday morning. Did the police check the IP addresses of anybody who accessed the online bulletin in early 2016? The killer could have been looking in every room for a safe. The church's website listed the calendar and there's nothing on Mondays, so a burglar would never assume that somebody would be there at 4:15 or 4:20 in the morning like Missy was. For Camp Gladiator, were police able to find her list of personal training clients and look into them? Maybe a male was hitting on her and making her uncomfortable, and she said she couldn't train him anymore. Missy recently hired another trainer whose first class was the same day as her murder. Did any rejected trainer applicants get so angry with her that they killed her because she prevented them from getting a job or income? Did police investigate who else had applied for that position? Or was it more organic that the trainer knew Missy for a few years and they mutually agreed it would be better if he was affiliated with Camp Gladiator? Was the killer someone who wanted to make Camp Gladiator look bad? If an instructor was killed, it would make their customers and potential customers, as well as instructors, scared to be affiliated with Camp Gladiator, therefore causing them to lose business. What other competitors in the area would benefit from this? Who could Missy have been taking business from? Gyms? Other personal trainers? Regarding Missy's gym and personal training, the manager of the gym where Missy worked out and trained clients almost every day said she wasn't herself for the last 3 weeks. Could that have been because a member of the gym was creepy or they had a disagreement? She would have been less outgoing when the person was also in the gym at the same time. Something that goes against this is that nobody else in interviews said that Missy was different over the prior 3 weeks. Church-related motives. Could the killer be somebody who worked at the church who purposefully did not fix the outdoor cameras because they knew this would get their license plate on tape? It would be a small number of people, and I imagine law enforcement looked into everybody at the church. Could it be someone who had access to the church's surveillance system and watched Missy's prior visits to see when she arrived and what her routine was? Why would a church worker want to kill her? Was she leaving a mess? Was she not paying them a fee to use the church? Was it somebody who was very religious at the church and heard rumors that Missy was having marital problems and affairs and felt like she should not be using a church she didn't belong to for the purpose of her business? A lot of these seem unlikely reasons to kill a woman, especially for people who try to follow the 10 Commandments about not murdering. Was it someone who wanted to make Creekside Church look like it needed a new security system and someone would have benefited from installing and monitoring it? Was this someone angry at the church and Missy walked into it? Did law enforcement ask parishioners and pastors if there was recent drama with anybody who would have a grudge against the church? If someone was going to vandalize it, they would probably hammer random walls, exit signs, push large items over, break the large mirror in the lobby, but they did not. How much damage was caused for the sake of just causing damage? Room 9 was a storage room that was locked, so they had to break the glass to try and get in. The same with the exterior kitchen door. They did not seem to needlessly smash things in the halls, other than potentially the glass case. In 2022, Missy's sister-in-law mentioned somebody tipped in their gay cousin who felt rejected by Church of Christ due to his sexuality, but who only went to Creekside location a few times and said he liked it. Did the church recently meet with contractors about work on the building, and someone who was denied went into the church to get retaliation, but Missy showed up? It could have been somebody who wanted to get revenge on a senior member of the church and thought trashing the church would upset them. Against that, they didn't really cause any unnecessary damage. If someone wanted to vandalize and break things, wouldn't they do it in 10 minutes running around smashing random things, not slowly looking into rooms over 30 minutes? Churches need to make money, and having a murder occur at a church could be seen as a way to make parishioners afraid to attend that church and look at another church nearby to attend and give money to. This is obviously far-fetched. Like I said, is a pastor who's trying to get people to not commit murder, commit a murder just so he can get more money at his church? Who is normally the first person to arrive at the church on a Monday other than Missy? Could the pastor have been the target? Was he cheating on his wife and the woman in the video wanted to kill him, and she and Missy recognized each other so Missy was killed? Was the killer a burglar waiting for the first church employee to arrive to get them to open the safe with money? Revenge. Revenge for a hurtful or untrue comment, an action that caused harm, or revenge against Brandon. The reason why the killer was in the church was because they wanted to be face-to-face with Missy and see her pain, either from hitting her with a hammer or see her disfigured and take her last breath. When I was trying to think of motives, I remembered an incident from my youth that made me act uncharacteristically aggressive with violent intentions. Grab some popcorn. When I was 8, some kid falsely accused me of breaking a car window by throwing a rock, and my dad got mad because he had to pay to replace it. I've never been in an argument or a fight with someone, but I remember getting a knife and went looking for the kid, but I saw him walking with his family and retreated inside. My mom said she remembered the incident because I walked in the house holding a butter knife. I guess I was going to spread him, I don't know. So how could this relate to Missy's case? Could Missy have blamed somebody for something she did? Did police ask Missy's friends and her personal training clients if Missy gossiped about someone that could have gotten back to that person and angered them? Someone said police did not interview Missy's best friend until long after the murder. Maybe they need to ask her friends what was going on in her life. Secrets. A man wanting to prevent Missy from telling his wife that they're having an affair. One reason against that could be that Missy was probably not wanting to make her affairs public knowledge, so it's unlikely that she would have told a wife that she was having an affair with her husband when she was married herself. Missy did personal training at a gym, and usually a trainer and client will talk about personal things as they get to know each other better and in between reps. Did a client reveal a secret they were afraid she would tell? Could that person have told their spouse or friend, Missy said ... about a thing in their life and they wanted to keep a secret and they killed her for fear of her exposing them? Was Missy's client list found and investigated? Random motives. I know these are random and somewhat far-fetched, but the reason for Missy's murder could be so many possibilities, and a lot of reasons people kill end up being really dumb. Was it someone who's going to hide in the church until all participants arrived and they were going to shoot all of them? There was a mass shooting in Texas in 2016. Usually it's a young white guy with that plan, and if the Altima's related, how many 20-year-old white guys are driving Altimas? Was it someone with a security guard fantasy who applied for jobs and was turned down? Did they break in and do a security check of the church? Was it somebody who applied to be a police officer but failed and had a hatred of the police and thought they could get away with a crime the police could not solve? And the killer made it look like someone in law enforcement did it. But why did they choose Missy? Or did they just choose the first person to arrive at the church, expecting it to be a male pastor who they would have had a major struggle with and would need the tactical gear protection? One reason against that would be, why kill a random innocent person just to hurt the police? Was it a sexual assault gone wrong? That outfit is not easy to get off for a sexual assault. Plus, how much time would they have if they knew campers were coming, unless they did not know about the early campers? Was it an attempted kidnapping and Missy fought back? That's only a possibility if the killer is a man. No single woman wants to abduct another woman and keep her in her basement, unless it's to clean it. Missy's job was to inspire people. Did she help a woman gain confidence to get healthier and increase her self-esteem, and also to leave her husband, and then the husband blamed Missy after the wife mentioned that Missy was one of the reasons she decided to leave him? On Facebook in February 2016, Missy said one of her daughters was being homeschooled. Why? Was there harassment or an issue at school? Someone in the Facebook comments asked what made her decide to homeschool, but I couldn't see any answers. 3 days before Missy's murder on April 15, 2016, an Ellis County Sheriff's officer was arrested for taking guns from the evidence room that were supposed to be destroyed and selling them to a pawn shop. Another officer was also in on the scheme to sell up to 40 guns. There was some online speculation that one of those guns that was stolen was used in Missy's murder, but it turned out that the law enforcement document that referenced a gun was referencing Missy's gun in her truck. That's the end of the random motives. What would people think the motive was if there wasn't security video? If they didn't know how long the killer was inside, and if they did not find a bunch of doors left open, glass broken, the police probably would have assumed it was an interrupted burglary if they didn't see the killer's behavior on video. There have been several Midlothian police press conferences since the day of the murder, as well as several other documents that have been released. So I'm going to review the April 18th, 2016 press conference, May 20th, 2016, the police update from April 18th, 2019, and the April 13th, 2021 police update, plus a bunch of these different warrants and other documents. The police had a press conference on the day of Missy's murder, and I created this 3-minute edit, which I'll show now.
This This morning at approximately 5 a.m., Midlothian officers and EMS were dispatched to an unresponsive person to the Creekside Church in the 5400 block of East Highway 287. Midlothian officers arrived at the location just after fire and department medics arrived on the scene, and the medics were attending an unresponsive female. The officers observed a lot of broken glass on the floor as well as the female. They started a search of the building to make sure there were no other individuals in the facility. During the course of the investigation, detectives located and collected the video evidence. The video depicts an unknown male walking inside the church building dressed in police-type clothing and wearing a helmet and gloves. So her students actually were in the building and found her and notified law enforcement EMS. The suspect is actually wearing what we would describe as what you see on many times in a TV situation, in a full tactical type gear, a heavy vest, a heavy helmet, gloves, BDU type pants with police on the front and I believe on the back. His intent was to look like a police officer. We don't have any idea or any evidence that things were actually taken from the facility, but a lot of damage within the facility.
Chief, did you say the victim was shot?
I did not say that. No, sir.
Do we know how the victim was killed?
We're not releasing any information on her injuries right now. Well, actually, our first homicide in my tenure in 9 years.
We don't have anything identified yet that's been stolen, but there were several doors within the church that were breached by the suspect. The church personnel there have not noticed anything specifically missing. She was actually found by one of the boot camp participants who got there a little bit early, waited outside for a while, and then once some of the other people arrived, they entered the building to go start their boot camp, and is when they located her. And at that time just assumed that she was unresponsive until they saw her injuries and called. The video in the church works on motion section. So we've got video from a couple of the businesses around there, and we'll continue to reach out to the community to capture or try to collect any type of video that could assist in this. But there's no outside video on the church. They do have a camera, but it was not functioning at the time. We got assistance from the Ellis County Sheriff's Department that has a property evidence collection team that came out to assist us in collecting the evidence. And we've reached out to, again, some local agencies, some investigators that would come in and give us assistance to make sure we're taking every effort to track down any possible leads on this. Again, like Chief said, this is unusual for the city of Midlothian. This isn't something we deal with on a daily basis. In our city, we have an alarm permit ordinance, and I don't show a permit for that church, which leads me to believe they don't have an alarm. There's no video of the assault that took place. There is video of Mrs. Bevers when she first enters the church. She's walking down the main hallway in the vicinity of where we located her. But once she gets out of the range of the camera, it doesn't pick up the motion and the camera turns off, so we don't have anything. Like I said, we have no video of the assault actually taking place. We don't have any indication that he went anywhere else to any other rooms within the building after the assault took place.
And is he seen fleeing? Is he seen after the assault?
Again, we see him walking down one of the hallways, but presumably he went out the way he came in, which was through a metal door that had a glass window that was broken out. And again, this is all speculation on our part that broke the window and reached inside to open the door. But we also have a second and third windows that were broken, but we don't have any evidence that anybody ever went through them. They were just broken. This happened at 5 this morning. We just cleared the scene about 12 p.m.
About a month after Missy's murder, they had another press conference, and this is a summary. At this point, none of the family, friends, or co-workers of Missy Bevers are considered suspects. None of the people named in our affidavits are now suspects. Mr. Bevers, Brandon, and his father, Randy, have been cooperative, forthcoming, and provided detailed alibis that have all been corroborated through independent sources. Part of our initial investigation involved canvassing residential and commercial camera systems for any activity in the vicinity of the murder. Several leads were generated through this effort. All but one of those leads have been exhausted. The one he refers to is the Nissan Altima at SWFA. Forensic video reconstruction is complete and has given us a height range for the suspect from approximately 5'2" to 5'7", which they updated a few years later to approximately 5'8". It appears that the killer is lighter skinned. About 12 investigators were working on the case in 2016. A lot of the tips have focused on people who knew someone who had a similar walk, but little connection to Midlothian or Camp Gladiator or the church. The exterior cameras at the church worked on an intermittent basis, so they were experiencing some malfunctions on the day of the murder, and they do not have exterior footage from the cameras outside. The cameras inside have their field of view, and then they have a motion sensor field. You see the suspect walk away from a camera, and then it deactivates. He said the church was aware of the malfunction prior to the murder, and police do not think it was tampered with. Social media has been at many times a distraction. For instance, last week we received a tip that we easily invested 30 to 40 man-hours in that day alone, and it turned out to be just a combination of rumors mixed with a little bit of second, third-hand information mixed with another rumor that the person truly felt was actionable information, but it simply wasn't founded. It all went back to things that had been seen on social media. Don't blame me, I wasn't aware of the case at the time. From April 18th, 2019, on the 3rd anniversary, some points we would like to clarify or reiterate. Investigators are actively working this case and are focusing time between reviewing the existing case file as well as investigating new leads. This includes assistance from multiple law enforcement agencies and forensics experts. Investigators have presented this case to multiple homicide investigators associations for review. No new substantial investigative work was generated due to these presentations. A firearm recovered from the scene was confirmed to have belonged to the victim. The firearm was not used during the crime and was located in Missy's truck. To date, investigators have received over 2,000 tips and are still receiving multiple tips weekly from across the country. These tips are largely based on persons who are perceived to have a similar walk or gait. Investigators are still interested in a vehicle captured on surveillance equipment in the parking lot of a nearby business in the early morning hours before the murder was committed. The vehicle appears consistent with a 2010 to 12 Nissan Altima, 2010 to 12 Infiniti G37 or similar vehicle. The vehicle of interest is driving slowly around the closed business. The driver turns the lights off and on multiple times and then parks for a short time before exiting the parking lot. The suspect observed on church surveillance equipment is wearing police-type gear. The authenticity of the gear is not known. Height analysis estimates the vertical distance from the floor to the top of the headwear of the suspect to be approximately 5 foot 8 inches plus or minus 1.53 inches. In the video surveillance, the suspect appears to have a unique walk or gait. The suspect's feet appear to turn outward away from the body, more predominantly on the right foot. Investigators are interested in persons who fall within or near this height range and have a similar walk or gait, or may have had a similar walk or gait during the time of this offense. It is possible the walk or gait caused by a temporary condition, injury, or other factor, and the suspect will no longer exhibit this walk or gait. The April 2021 update from the police added a little bit of new information. We have added a retired federal agent to our team of investigators, and his primary responsibility is the examination of the case. Additionally, our new Criminal Investigation Division commander is an experienced homicide detective from a major Metroplex agency. Some points we would like to reiterate. To date, investigators have received over 3,000 tips and are still receiving tips from all over the world. Over the past year, investigators have traveled across Texas and other states to follow up on leads. The 911 dispatch log from that morning that was released showed that the time a call was received was at 5 o'clock and 7 seconds. An unresponsive person at Creekside Church, and it listed when 16 various officers arrived starting at 5:03 and when they departed. RP is the abbreviation for a reporting person. It was mentioned that CPR was administered, but she wasn't breathing. Broken glass through the church. Missy's truck door was open. Missy's truck was the only vehicle in the lot. Her body was at the front of the church. It said that Missy arrives at 4 a.m. every class, and the reporting person arrived at 4:30. At 5:32, the chaplain was notified to go to the church. At 7:46, the funeral home was notified, and at 8:20, the funeral home was on the scene. This is a list of some warrants from the case. April 18th was Missy's truck. There was an Ellis County CSI and other reports. April 19th, a warrant for Missy's iPhone and iPad. April 20th, for Missy's Facebook. Also for April 20th, Brandon's Facebook. April 21st was the first AT&T warrant for cell phone data within 5 miles of the church from 3 to 5 a.m. on the day of the murder. April 22nd, the dry cleaner warrant, which was Missy's in-laws' bloody shirt from their dogfight that had nothing to do with the case. But obviously at the time, the police had to check on it. April 25th was a second AT&T warrant for cell phone records of 9 people for the period of March 1st through April 24th, 2016. That was the one that got a lot of people talking about potential suspects. April 26th and 27th was a LinkedIn warrant. December 13th was the Bobby Wayne Henry warrant. On May 25th, there was an Attorney General response to a request for case files. January 22nd, 2019, there was a warrant for Google and also Midlothian police requested the help of New York City police to use tracking experts to assist Missy Bevers' murder investigation. All of these files are uploaded to my site if you want to read them. I do have a summary of each one in my Word document. The warrant for Missy's truck on the 18th showed that it was towed to the Midlothian Police Department. It included receipts, writings, an iPad, personal notes, credit cards, identifying information, bank statements, and other electronic devices. It said that Missy was deceased from a head wound. It is believed this unknown male used an unknown instrument to cause the death of Terry Bevers. The items seized were her iPad and her personal planner. April 18th, Ellis County CSI and other reports showed that the CSI team was there from 5:41 a.m. to 12:57 p.m. There is a fair amount of redacted text in that report. It said they entered through the south side doors. We continued into the main hallway through to the north side of the church, and then it is redacted right after that. This says that Missy's wallet was located on the front passenger seat, an Apple iPhone located on the dash of the vehicle just above the radio, and a yellow-colored handbag located on the floor in the center of the front seats of the vehicle. I guess I missed that part about her phone being in the truck when I was talking before about whether she brought it into the church. It also said that they spoke to Walmart Loss Prevention to see if anybody purchased ammunition or guns on the 18th. This is the warrant for Missy's iPhone and iPad. It says Terry Bevers had multiple puncture wounds found on her head and chest are consistent with the tools the suspect was carrying throughout the building. I noticed on this page that the word capital seemed to be crossed out before murder. I looked online to see the difference between murder and capital murder, and it says, depending on various circumstances, the killing could be elevated to capital murder, introducing the possibility of the death penalty. This was before the autopsy was completed. I later saw in the January 22, 2019 Google warrant, it stated, quote, that a particular offense was committed, to wit, capital murder, end quote. This is an April 20th Facebook warrant for Missy's data. It says the suspect in this case is currently unknown and at large. In the course of our investigation, we have had multiple references to the decedent's Facebook account, which listed the decedent's plans and activities for assignations with people alleged to be her lovers. Additionally, we have received information from the spouse of the decedent that the decedent was having love affairs with at least one person, identified by the spouse as the LinkedIn guy, and our investigators have uncovered communications between the decedent and other persons through the Facebook private chat service, specifically including LinkedIn guy, making arrangements to meet with the decedent. This is the warrant for Brandon's Facebook information. In the course of our investigation, we have had multiple references to the decedent's Facebook account, which listed the decedent's plans and activities. Additionally, we have received information from Brandon Bevers, the spouse of the decedent, that the decedent was having love affairs with at least one person, identified by the spouse as confirmed affair guy, and our investigators have uncovered communication between the decedent and other persons through the Facebook private chat service, specifically including LinkedIn guy, making arrangements to meet with the decedent. It makes no mention of Brandon having any affairs or talking to anybody on Facebook, but obviously that's why they wanted to look at his Facebook to see what he was doing. This is the first AT&T warrant from April 21st, where they requested call detail record information for all cell phone call traffic handled by the specific cell sites and sector areas determined by AT&T for Monday, April 18th from 3 to 5 a.m., such as cell phone numbers and further as more fully described in the affidavit. I don't know why they didn't ask since 1 a.m. since the Ultima driver may have been in the area. The 2019 Google geofence warrant was from 1 a.m. to 5:30 a.m., but I think cell phone provider data would have been different than Google. And what about cell phone companies other than AT&T? The police may have done a separate warrant, but it may not have been released. The second AT&T warrant was from April 25th and asked for the cell phone records of 9 people from March 1st through April 24th. As you can see, they wanted a lot of data. It referenced that during the investigation, evidence has been recovered from electronic data extractions performed on Brandon Bevers' husband and Miss Bevers' personal electronic devices, iPhones and iPad. A portion of these messages that were recovered, as well as deleted messages, indicate and confirm statement and tips provided to officers of an ongoing financial and marital struggle, as well as intimate/personal relationships external to the marriage, with the identified target numbers. Officers have also received several tips from citizens with possible suspect leads due to the surveillance footage being released to the general public. Some of these leads have been very specific as to the approximate weight, height, build, distinct walk, and/or feminine sway of the suspect. These tips have been followed up and are identified as target numbers identified above. So I think one of those target numbers was the trainer's wife because of the way she walked. Her husband may have been on it just being associated to her, or if Missy had texted him good luck on his first day at Camp Gladiator. One guy and his wife were on there because he had an affair with Missy. Brandon's phone number was listed, as was his father and his wife. And the last person is considered to be a woman who was very good friends with a friend of Brandon who died before Missy was murdered. Some people wondered if Brandon was having an affair with her, but that was never confirmed. But as you saw in the police update I read before, all of these people in these affidavits and warrants are no longer considered suspects. This is the LinkedIn warrant from April 27th, which included another document from the 26th. It stated, during one such interview, a friend of the victim told law enforcement that less than 3 days before the murder, the victim showed this friend a private message from the victim's LinkedIn account. The message was from a male unknown to them both, and they both agreed that the message was creepy and strange. This friend could not recall the person's name on the account. Additionally, law enforcement has identified another person of interest through evidence gathered, and an interview was conducted. This person of interest confirmed that they had engaged in a series of communications with the decedent while on the LinkedIn social media service, sometime starting around January 2016, until her death, that ultimately turned flirtatious and familiar. An electronic forensic data extraction of the cell phone belonging to the decedent and the identified person of interest confirms that the communications using LinkedIn occurred. The content of the recovered communications appears intimate in nature. The extracted information also showed that these communications were deleted after the conversation ended and were only able to be partially recovered. I did check LinkedIn, and apparently they do not save people's messages when they're deleted, which seems whack to me. On May 25th, 2016, the Attorney General had a response to a request for case files that caused some online speculation because it referenced a firearm, but in the 2019 police update, they said this referenced the gun in Missy's truck. One of the documents related to Bobby Wayne Henry showed a list of items that were seized, and as you can see, there are a fair amount of items that seem to be similar to what the killer was wearing. A hammer, black gloves, black tactical belt with a strap, black knee brace. He drove a smaller brown SUV, but he was later cleared. On January 22, 2019, there was a Google geofence warrant. I'm curious to know why it took 2.5 years for them to make this request. As you can see down here, they reference the 223 motion-activated cameras in the building are first activated, but they do not capture any person or the cause of the activation. It shows they were looking for information on the morning of the murder from 1 to 3:45 a.m. around SWFA. It seems like it's kind of a small area. What if the person turned off their phone at 1:30 a.m. when they were a mile away? They made a similar request for the church from 1 to 5:30 a.m. In May of 2016, New York police helped with a Stingray cell phone tracking device, which tries to get more cell phone data, but obviously it has not worked since they haven't found the killer in 6 years. A Stingray can't go back and get pings from a cell phone from the hours before or during a crime, but it can perhaps be helpful if they found that a burner phone was being used in the hours from the cell phone tower dumps, and they can't otherwise identify who used that phone. In that case, they hope that with the Stingray, they can drive around Midlothian and maybe elsewhere in the area and perhaps stumble across that same burner phone number and thereby identify the user. I'm curious why there were not any requests for Apple, more detailed information from Facebook about who accessed Missy's profile, Twitter, Instagram, phone companies other than AT&T. People can speculate about 100 things repeatedly, but the most important thing is thinking of ways to identify the killer. Then at the trial, all of the details will hopefully be revealed. So obviously DNA is something that people always talk about. They previously have said, the little bit of physical evidence that we had, we actually sent to a private lab. We sent it to them specifically because they were involved in that technology and the ability to do that. The problem was the quality of the sample we sent was not sufficient. They needed more of a complete profile, and what we had was a partial and mixed profile. So the suspect touched the wall and door handles repeatedly. Did law enforcement check all of those for DNA? The killer may have put their gloves on in their car and then used that hand to open their car door that they normally do without a glove. So would the glove have transferred any of their DNA? to the wall or door handles or anything else? If police still have the broken glass that the killer either stepped on outside of room 9 or the kitchen, I think they should check that glass for DNA. There were a few pieces of glass outside room 9 that sat on the killer's shoe before they fell off. Is it possible for DNA to have transferred before the glass fell from the shoe onto the floor or from underneath their shoe onto the glass? I know it was wet outside, so maybe DNA would not be on their shoes, but if they put on a different pair of shoes in the kitchen, maybe those would be dry and would have DNA on them. But I imagine somebody cleaned up that glass and threw it away. There's some DNA technology called MVAC. Would that be helpful in this case? Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram track everything people view, even if they don't click on something. Did law enforcement ask Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram who accessed Missy's and Brandon's profiles in the weeks before Missy's murder so they would know about her schedule and her life and that she would be at the church on a Monday at 4 a.m.? Brandon had less Facebook friends, so he would likely have less visitors, but if the same IP address or user was looking at both of their profiles repeatedly, it might offer a clue who the killer is if it was targeted. Can they check with Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram to see who unfriended Missy and Brandon within the year before Missy's murder to see if there had been some kind of drama that nobody knew about? Did law enforcement subpoena Facebook to see who accessed Missy's post that she was going to be holding the class indoors due to the rain? Facebook really tracks like everything you do on their website and would know the user who clicked on Missy's post and would be able to track their IP address. Did law enforcement look into every person who clicked? Obviously, there's been a lot of people who clicked since then, but what about before the murder? Who did Missy follow or unfollow during the entire time since she registered, not just 2016? Missy unfollowing an account could show that there was some kind of tension other people in her life might not have been aware of. Is it possible for law enforcement to do more interviews on the media in Texas on TV, print, and online news with facts about the case? Show the Nissan Altima or a dark SUV, the hammer with the white line if it was not taken from the church, the large black shorts, possibly a right leg amputee or somebody who has gait problems. Show a collage of all the items that somebody may recognize a friend or relative owning. The podcast True Crime Broads and their listeners have been helping finance this billboard for a while. Although it's helpful, I thought it might be better if they asked people if they recognize some of the items, so I made an edit of this. Although, honestly, it looks like a kindergartner did it. It's kind of bad, but maybe somebody who is more talented at graphics could do something. So if somebody knew that their friend or brother or uncle, father had this helmet, had this police gear, or had a hammer that had a white line on it, it might offer more clues. This website, MissyBevers.com, is not active. It was just a suggestion I had. Instead of drivers having to remember a phone number, they could maybe go to a website that has case information and how to submit tips. Did police ask car rental companies for Nissan Altimas that were rented that weekend? The killer concealed their identity and possible motive for being in the church. They could have concealed their car by renting one. I know that LinkedIn cannot retrieve deleted messages, but can they see who searched Missy's name? Can they see who looked at her profile? Maybe Missy searched the name of her killer at some point. I would assume that whoever sent that creepy and strange message clicked on her profile in the days or weeks before her murder. Is it really that difficult to see who clicked it? Can police submit a Google request to see if they track search terms to discover if anyone searched information about the Creekside Church or SWFA in the 6 months prior, especially in the days before the murder? Did someone search Creekside and access their website and or Facebook page around 2 a.m. while the Altima was parked at SWFA? Can they check the church's website host for a list of IP addresses who viewed the church's website in the days prior to the murder? The AT&T warrant was for phone information near the church from 3 to 5 a.m. Did law enforcement ask all cell phone providers for information including near the gun store from 1:55 to 2:10 a.m., more specifically from around 2 to 2:04, which is when the Altima was parked and maybe looking at their phone? Can they request a report from Google to see who searched the church and SWFA in the days prior to the murder and on the day of the murder, and then compare the two lists to see if there is one IP address that accessed both? Can they also see if Google can see who did a Google Maps street view of the church or SWFA? Because if this was a planned murder, it's highly likely the killer either went to the church or used Google Street Maps or satellite view to get a better idea of how to break in. Camp Gladiator has a search function based on zip code and shows the class days, times, locations, and the instructor with their photo. Is it possible their website host could retrieve data to see the IP addresses of people who searched information on the Midlothian class and Missy Bevers? Can map providers like Apple, Google, TomTom, and Waze run a report to see who searched directions to the church and or SWFA on the night of the 17th and the morning of the 18th? Both locations are on the highway, but somebody may have looked to see how long it would take. I sent a message to Nissan to see if they had GPS tracking that might be able to help identify the ultimate owner, but they weren't helpful. Since the murder, who has signed up for a Google alert for Missy Bevers to get the latest updates emailed to them? Who in Texas Googled Missy Bevers or Brandon Bevers or Creekside Church in the year prior to Missy's murder? Creekside Church's website host could probably provide a report of the IP addresses that viewed their website from January 1st to April 18th. They probably did not get a lot of visitors. A burglar could have seen that the church collects approximately $10,000 per week in donations. Who accessed the bulletin to see that information? And did somebody do it on Sunday or early Monday morning? In 2016, which IP address Googled Missy Bevers LinkedIn? Who searched for Missy Bevers on the LinkedIn website? Or who clicked on her profile after viewing somebody else's profile? She did not have a link from her Twitter or Instagram, so somebody would have had to search her. I don't think it's that difficult. There were news crews at the church the afternoon of the murder, and some of them took video of the highway. People say that sometimes criminals return to the scene of their crime. If the killer was in the Nissan Altima, did they drive by later that day to see what was going on at the church? Do the news stations still have that raw footage that might show a Nissan Altima and its license plate? There were also news reports showing video of cars entering Missy's funeral. Could those also be reviewed? Missy was photographed with somebody who wore a Fitbit. Does Fitbit have user location data that would show if the killer wore their Fitbit to the church during the murder? I looked on the Fitbit website and it says, why does the Fitbit app need my location? The location permission helps your Fitbit device sync with the Fitbit app on your phone and supports features like the weather app, notifications, and GPS, depending on your device. If you don't want to share your location, you can turn off the location permission on your phone. There were Facebook warrants for Brandon and Missy's profiles, but did police ask for data on IP addresses or user profiles that accessed Missy's profile 1 week before her murder? Anyone could have looked at it to check if she was going ahead with the morning workout despite the heavy rain. Police said they have asked for outside help from organizations to look at the case, but it had led to nothing. Was one of those organizations the VDOC Society, which is made up of volunteer forensic experts and investigators who serve as confidential consultants to assist law enforcement in solving difficult cold cases? Did any males or females matching the description of the killer commit suicide in the weeks after the murder, thinking they were going to get caught after it became nationwide news? At the end of my Delphi video, I wanted to demonstrate the devastation the killer caused the families of the victims, even though I knew if the killer somehow saw my video, they would not turn themselves in because of my plea. It's unrealistic to think that someone who murdered a mother of 3 is going to turn themselves in for a criminal case that will result in the death penalty, unless they contact a lawyer to get a plea deal that won't result in death. So to end this video about Missy Bevers, I'm not going to foolishly try and convince the killer to do the right thing and turn themselves in. I'll just end with this.
I couldn't stand it. Patsy Macy took classes from Bevers.
I couldn't stand the fact that somebody hurt her.
She's hoping for justice.
I want them to catch this person, a man or woman, whichever, and I want them to pay the ultimate price. She did, so they need to.
When I watch you on the video at the church walking through the hallways, my gut feeling is that I sense that you are just a normal human being doing something abnormal and completely out of character. I feel like you're truly just like myself. You have a heart. I believe that your heart is hurting and it's grieving and it's rotting just like myself and my children and my family. What you've essentially done is you've erased Missy's name from the book of life, in my life, my children's life, her family. You have to understand that your actions are far-reaching and long-lasting. You know, much like my mother and Missy's mother to my children. In the future, my grandchildren will not have a grandmother. And not to mention the fact that my children, in their adolescence, you have now placed a hurdle before them that they will be faced with for many, many years to come. The only way for us to close this chapter in the book that you have decided to edit yourself is for you to come forward and admit what you've done. I truly feel that you can do that, and that would allow us to close that particular chapter in our life and move forward. As odd as it may sound, I can truly forgive you for what you've done, but only if you come forward and that you are remorseful for what you've done. And I can forgive you for that. And I know that sounds strange. A lot of people would not understand that line of thinking. But I can forgive you, and the big man upstairs can forgive you for what you've done, as long as you come forward and allow us closure to close this chapter in our life. And I would really appreciate you coming forward. I got a phone call at 5 a.m. from a female attendee at the workout saying that I needed to get down there to the church as soon as possible. There's been an accident, and I thought that she was in a car accident. So I didn't escalate it to that degree, but she goes, "No, you don't understand. You need to get down here." And I said, "You know, I'm in Biloxi, Mississippi. I can't be there."
My mother called me about 5:30 Monday morning, and she was panicked, and she told me that she was told by Brandon Missy had been in a bad wreck, and my mom wanted to go find Missy where she was, at, so that she could be with Missy. The girls were at home because when Missy does these camps that early in the morning, the girls stay at home, they sleep, and then when she gets home, she gets them up and gets them ready for school. The fact that nobody was home meant that I had to go over there and be with the girls while my mom was with Missy.
And then about 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from that individual's husband, who we know, me and Missy and everybody know this individual, and he said, "Brandon, you need to get down here." He said, "Missy's no longer with us."
Then she got another call from Brandon. He's getting all this information from the friend that found her. She called me right back and said that an officer called my brother and said that Missy had passed. My mom, myself, and my stepdad and my aunt and uncle went over there, and we woke them up out of bed. I went into Allie's room because sometimes Allie goes with Missy on these early morning camps, and I wanted to find out if she was there. And thank God she was still in her bed. We all woke them up, met in the living room. I held in my lap. We just all gathered, and my mom told the girls what we were told originally. At that moment, it was the most awful nightmare you can ever imagine, telling 3 kids they don't have a mother anymore. They were all upset. They screamed, and ran off to her bedroom and just screamed in terror. She was angry. You saw every emotion come out of her in 5 seconds. She said, "I can't live without my mother. I can't live without my mother." Was just bawling, crying. Was kind of in shock. She cried, she sniffed, she was kind of in shock, didn't know how to respond really. When he pulled up in the driveway and walked in the house, he just ran up to him and grabbed him, and Missy's mom, and they just all grabbed each other and just clung to each other. The other family members, including myself and my parents, just surrounded them and just touched them and just hugged on each other and just cried.
Her husband, Brandon Bevers, was not talking today. This was him sobbing at a vigil the day after her death.